The messenger arrived before sunset. By the time the palace bells announced his arrival, every servant in the Eastern Palace had already heard the rumor. The North had stopped fighting. Not because they had been defeated. Not because they had surrendered. Because they had finally offered terms. I watched from the balcony outside my chambers as soldiers escorted a frost-stained rider across the palace courtyard. His horse looked as exhausted as the man himself, both covered in dust from a journey that had clearly allowed for no rest. No banners of victory flew above the palace. No music welcomed him. Peace, I had learned long ago, rarely arrived looking triumphant. It usually arrived wearing grief. Behind me, my lady's maid tightened the laces of my emerald silk gown. "You've barely touched your dinner, Your Highness." I wasn't hungry. She hesitated. "They say the king has been waiting for this message for years." I looked toward the western horizon where the sun was sinking behind the mountains. Somewhere beyond those distant peaks lay the northern kingdom, a place every child in the east grew up fearing. We called it the Frozen Realm. Its people called it home. Its ruler had earned a dozen names. The Wolf of Winter. The Ice King. The Butcher of the North. No one could agree which one frightened them most. The maid lowered her voice. "They say King Logan never smiles." I managed a faint smile. "They also say he freezes rivers with a single glance." She laughed nervously. Neither of us truly believed the stories. But neither of us wanted to test them, either. A sharp knock interrupted the quiet. Not the polite knock of a servant. The measured knock of royal guards. "Her Majesty and His Majesty request your presence." My stomach tightened. Not request. Require. The council chamber had always felt too large. High vaulted ceilings. Walls lined with portraits of monarchs who had spent centuries making impossible decisions. A room built for duty instead of comfort. When I entered, the counselors were already leaving through the opposite doors, their expressions grim. Several avoided looking at me altogether. That alone told me this meeting wasn't ordinary. Only my parents remained. My father stood beside the enormous map covering one wall, tiny carved pieces marking troop movements along the northern border. My mother sat quietly beside the fire, her hands folded so tightly in her lap that her knuckles had turned white. Neither greeted me with a smile. "Avery," my father said. His voice carried the exhaustion of a man who hadn't slept in weeks. "Come here." I obeyed. No one spoke for several seconds. Only the crackling fireplace disturbed the silence. Finally my mother broke it. "The war is ending." Relief escaped me before I could stop it. "Truly?" She nodded once. "If both kingdoms honor today's agreement." Something in the way she said it made my heart skip. "What agreement?" My father's gaze settled on me. "The Northern King demanded one condition." The room suddenly felt colder. "He wants territory?" I guessed. "No." "Gold?" "No." "A military alliance?" "No." Every answer narrowed the possibilities until only one remained. The realization arrived before the words did. My pulse thundered in my ears. Father didn't soften the truth. "He asked for you." Silence. The fire continued burning. Outside, somewhere far below, birds sang in the palace gardens as though nothing in the world had changed. "I don't understand." "You will marry King Logan." The sentence landed with impossible weight. Not because it was loud. Because it wasn't. It was spoken like a fact that had existed long before I entered the room. I laughed. A small, disbelieving sound. "No." Neither of them responded. My smile slowly disappeared. "You're serious?" "We are." "No." I took a step backward. "You can't decide something like this without asking me." "We can," Father answered quietly. "We already have." I had imagined countless futures. Some practical. Some childish. Perhaps I would one day recognize my mate during the spring festival, just as my parents had. Perhaps I'd travel neighboring kingdoms. Perhaps I'd fall in love unexpectedly. Never, not once had I imagined marrying the most feared king alive. "The stories aren't all true," Mother said. I stared at her. "You believe that?" "I believe stories grow sharper every time they're retold. People don't invent battlefields full of corpses. They invent reasons. I shook my head. They call him merciless. They call your grandfather a tyrant in the South. Grandfather executed traitors. So does Logan. Her answer only frustrated me further. You've never met him. Neither have you. I don't need to. The words escaped before I could stop them. I refuse. The chamber became impossibly still. Father folded his hands behind his back. If this marriage does not happen, negotiations collapse. So find another solution. There isn't one. There has to be. There isn't. His voice remained calm. That somehow made everything worse. He wasn't arguing. He was delivering reality. The border villages are starving. He pointed toward the map. Every month this war continues, hundreds die from raids, winter, or famine. We buried 3 generations because neither kingdom was willing to bend. His gaze met mine. Now one man finally has. I looked at the map. Hundreds of tiny carved figures. So small. Representing lives far larger than the room around us. I won't survive there. You will. You don't know that. No. For the first time that evening, Father's voice cracked. But I know thousands here won't survive if you stay. Mother found me later in the palace gardens. The roses were beginning to bloom beneath the fading sunlight. I had hidden there since childhood whenever the palace became too overwhelming. She sat beside me without speaking. For a long while we simply listened to the fountain. I hated my engagement ring, she admitted eventually. I looked at her. What? She smiled faintly. The one your grandfather chose. You've never told me that. I wanted to throw it into the lake. Despite everything, I laughed. You? I was 18. You loved Father. I didn't know that yet. I frowned. But you were mates. The bond doesn't erase fear. She reached over and brushed a strand of hair behind my ear. I was terrified. Then why are you asking me to do this? Because my fears ended. Her smile slowly faded. I can't promise yours will. That honesty hurt more than false reassurance ever could. I don't want to marry a stranger. I know. I don't want to become a peace offering. I know. I wanted. My voice broke. I wanted my own life. Mother pulled me into her arms. For a moment she wasn't a queen. She was simply my mother. I wish I could give you that. Night settled over the palace like a funeral veil. Servants lit lanterns along the corridors. Musicians played somewhere in the western wing. Life continued. As though my future hadn't just been traded across a negotiation table. I returned to my chambers long after everyone expected me to be asleep. The moon shone through the tall windows. Everything looked exactly as it had that morning. The books lining my shelves. The half-finished embroidery abandoned beside the fireplace. The pressed flowers tucked between the pages of my favorite poems. All the small pieces of a life that suddenly no longer belonged to me. A soft knock came at my balcony doors. 3 taps. A pause. Then 2 more. Our old signal. I crossed the room and opened them. Marcus climbed over the stone railing with the ease of someone who had spent half his childhood sneaking into places he wasn't supposed to be. You sent for me. His smile was warm. Comfortingly familiar. For the first time all day, I felt like I could breathe. They're marrying me to Logan. The smile disappeared. When? In a week. His silence lasted just long enough for hope to become fear. Finally he spoke. We don't have much time. I searched his face. What are you saying? If you stay. He looked toward the palace behind me. You'll never belong to yourself again. The words settled deep inside me. No speeches. No dramatic promises. Just one simple truth. He stepped closer. We can leave. My heart pounded. Leave? Tonight. I stared at him. Leave the palace? Leave my family? Leave my kingdom? Every lesson I'd ever been taught insisted the idea was madness. Yet another voice whispered something far more dangerous. Run. Marcus took my hands. I know hidden roads beyond the eastern forest. We don't even have a destination. We'll find one. We have no money. We'll earn it. We'll be hunted. We'll keep moving. Every objection I raised met quiet certainty. For the first time since entering the council chamber, the future didn't feel like a prison. It felt uncertain. Terrifying. Impossible. But it was still mine. When Marcus finally left before dawn, I remained standing alone beneath the moonlight. My gaze drifted toward the writing desk. Toward the blank sheet of parchment waiting there. I sat down. Dipped the quill into ink. And began writing the hardest letter I had ever written. By sunrise. Princess Avery of the Eastern Kingdom would no longer exist. We did not call it escape. Not out loud. Not at first. Words make things real, and reality was something neither Marcus nor I seemed willing to confront while we crossed the palace gates beneath a moon that felt too bright for treason. The guards at the outer post barely looked up. Marcus laughed softly as we passed them. A merchant's errand, he had told them earlier that evening, all easy charm and practiced honesty. Lady Avery wishes fresh air beyond the eastern road before her betrothal duties begin. A lie dressed as courtesy. The kind of lie people believe because they want to. Now, as the gates closed behind us, that same charm lingered in his expression, soft, reassuring, almost tender. I clung to it. Because if I let go, I might realize I had just stepped out of my entire life. The road beyond the palace was quiet. Too quiet. The world felt smaller without guards, without marble, without the constant weight of expectation pressing down from every direction. Marcus rode slightly ahead of me at first, then slowed so we were side by side. "You're shaking," he said gently. "I'm not." "You are." I tightened my grip on the reins. "It's cold. It's fear." I didn't answer. He didn't push further. That was one of the reasons I trusted him. Or thought I did. By the time the palace lights disappeared behind the hills, the sky had turned ink black. The forest began where civilization ended. Tall pines rose like silent sentinels, swallowing the moonlight until only broken silver touched the ground. I hesitated at the edge. Marcus noticed immediately. "We can still go back," he said. It wasn't a question. It was an offer. A door left slightly open. Behind me, somewhere beyond the hills, lay everything I had ever known. Ahead. Nothing. "No," I said finally. The word felt heavier than it should have. Marcus nodded once. "Then we continue." We rode for hours. Time became something abstract measured only by the ache in my legs and the growing fatigue in my mare's breath. Marcus talked to fill the silence. At first, it helped. Stories from our childhood. Jokes about palace tutors. Memories of sneaking into the kitchens and stealing honey cakes before dawn. It almost felt normal. Almost. But the deeper we went into the forest, the quieter he became. Until eventually, even his voice faded into the trees. That was when I started noticing the sound of my own thoughts again. And they were louder than anything Marcus had said. What am I doing? Where am I going? What if this was a mistake? Each question arrived sharper than the last. Each one unanswered. "We should stop soon," Marcus said eventually. His tone was practical. Controlled. "We'll need shelter before full dark. There's nothing out here. There's always something." I didn't like the certainty in his voice. Still, I nodded. Because I had no better plan. We followed a narrow deer trail deeper into the woods until the trees finally broke. And there it was. A cottage. Old. Forgotten. Half swallowed by ivy and time. Something about it made my skin tighten immediately. "It's abandoned," Marcus said quickly, as if sensing my hesitation. "How do you know?" "No smoke. No tracks. No sound." He dismounted first. Walked toward it without fear. Then turned back to me with a reassuring smile. "I'll check inside." I watched him disappear through the door. The forest felt louder without him. Every branch creaked like a warning. Every shadow shifted when I wasn't looking directly at it. A minute later, he returned. "It's safe." That word safe felt fragile in his mouth. But I followed anyway. Because exhaustion was stronger than instinct. Inside, the cottage was exactly what it claimed to be. Empty. Dust-covered. Long abandoned by whoever had once called it home. A stone fireplace stood against one wall. A wooden table leaned slightly on uneven legs. The air smelled of old wood and forgotten winters. Marcus immediately moved to the hearth. "I'll get a fire going." "You always know what to do," I murmured without thinking. He glanced at me over his shoulder. Something flickered in his expression. Gone too quickly to name. Then he smiled again. "Yes," he said softly. "I usually do." The fire caught quickly. Too quickly, almost. Within minutes, warmth filled the room, chasing away the damp cold clinging to my clothes. I should have felt relief. Instead, I felt watched. Not by Marcus. By something else. Something unspoken. We ate what little he had packed. Bread. Cheese. A small flask of watered wine. It wasn't tea enough for comfort, but it was enough to dull the edges of panic. Marcus sat across from me, watching as I ate. Not hungry himself. Just observing. "You're safe now," he said again. I nodded. But the word didn't settle in me. Not properly. Not fully. The world shifted after the meal. Slowly. Subtly. Like a tide pulling back from shore. My body grew heavy. My thoughts softened. The wine, I told myself. Just the wine. Marcus stood and began pacing the small room. Checking corners. Closing shutters. Moving with a focus that felt almost rehearsed. I didn't question it. Not then. Instead, I let my eyes drift to the single door leading to the back room. A bedroom. One bed. That realization landed quietly. Uncomfortably. "There's south only one place to sleep," I said. Marcus paused. Looked at me. Smiled again. But this time it didn't reach his eyes. I noticed. Something in my stomach tightened. "I can take the floor," I said quickly. "You should have the bed." A short laugh left him. Soft. Controlled. Why would I do that? The question confused me. I frowned. "Because it's proper." "Proper," he repeated, like the word amused him. He stepped closer. Slowly. Not threatening at first. Just inevitable. "We're not in the palace anymore, Avery." "I know that." "Do you?" His voice had changed. Barely. But enough. Enough that something inside me shifted in response. Uneasy. Alert. I stood. "I think I'm just tired." Marcus tilted his head slightly. Studying me. As if I were something he had been waiting a long time to finally examine. "You are tired," he agreed. Then, softer. And confused. I took a step back. He took one forward. That was the moment I noticed it. Not love. Not concern. Expectation. "You did this for me," he said quietly. "I did this for myself," I answered. His smile faltered. Just for a second. Then returned. Stronger. Stranger. "No," he said. "You did it because I was there." The air felt colder again. Despite the fire. "I need to rest," I said. "Of course," he replied. But he didn't move aside. The shift happened like breaking glass. Sudden. Clean. Irreversible. One moment, Marcus was the boy who brought me wildflowers. The next. He wasn't. "I've been patient," he said. The softness was gone. "What?" His gaze sharpened. "I've waited years." My pulse jumped. "Marcus. You think I didn't notice?" he continued. "Every dance. Every conversation. Every time someone else looked at you like you were something worth claiming." My throat went dry. "This isn't." "It is," he interrupted. He stepped closer again. This time, I stepped back faster. My shoulder hit the wall. "No," I said, firmer now. "You're misunderstanding. I understand perfectly." His voice lowered. Heavy. Possessive. "You don't belong in that palace. You never did." And now his eyes flicked over me. Now you're here. With me. Something in my chest turned to ice. Marcus, stop. He didn't. Instead, he reached out. I flinched away. That reaction changed something in him. His expression hardened. Don't do that, he said sharply. Do what? Act like I'm a stranger. The room felt smaller. Tighter. Wrong. I think you should leave, I said carefully. He laughed once. Short. Bitter. Leave? His hand struck the doorframe beside me before I could move. Not touching me. Blocking me. Where would I go? The question wasn't uncertain. It was calculated. You don't understand what you've done, he continued. You ran. You burned your life behind you. There's nothing waiting for you now except chaos. My breathing quickened. That's not true. It is. He leaned closer. His voice dropped. You have no protection anymore, Avery. No title. No army. No father to fix things for you. My stomach twisted. And he paused, eyes darkening. I'm the only person who followed you. The implication landed like a trap closing. You didn't follow me, I whispered. You came with me. His smile returned. Slow. Certain. Same thing. Everything after that became motion. Too fast. Too wrong. I remember pushing. I remember him grabbing my wrists. I remember the sound of my own voice breaking as I told him to stop. And I remember. The moment fear stopped being abstract. And became physical. Pain. Impact. The world narrowing into heat and panic and the instinct to survive. Luna's voice rose inside me like fire. Fight. 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 But the cottage had only one exit. And he was between me and it. When I finally escaped his grip, I ran. Barefoot across broken stone and cold earth. Into the forest that had once felt like freedom. Now it felt like judgment. Behind me, nothing but darkness. Ahead of me, nothing but more of it. And for the first time since I left the palace, I understood something terrifyingly simple. The world does not become kinder just because you choose yourself. The forest did not care that I was bleeding. It did not care that I was a princess. It did not care that I had once believed running away meant choosing freedom. It only accepted what I had become, a broken thing moving through it, step by step, until even those steps stopped mattering. I don't remember when I stopped running. Only that at some point the act became impossible. My legs gave out first. Then my breath. Then the idea that I could still be found by anything worse than what I had already escaped. The ground was cold enough to burn. I remember laughing once, weak and disbelieving, because it felt absurd that the world could continue existing so calmly while I lay there coming apart. Somewhere inside me, Luna growled. Not angry anymore. Just fading. Keep moving, she tried. I can't, I whispered. That was the last honest thing I said to her. I don't know how long I stayed there. Time stopped behaving correctly. Night didn't feel like night. The forest became a blur of shadows and half-dreams, stitched together by pain. At some point, I stopped thinking about Marcus. That was the most frightening part. Not what he had done. But how quickly my mind began erasing him just to survive. Because if I thought about him too clearly, I might have stopped breathing altogether. The sound came first. Hooves. Distant. Rhythmic. Not random like forest animals. Controlled. Purposeful. My instinct screamed at me to hide, but my body refused to obey. Even lifting my head felt impossible. Still, I tried. Through one swollen eye, I saw light moving between the trees. Not lantern light. Cold light. Silver. Like moonlight had been sharpened into a weapon. The forest itself seemed to react. Silence spreading ahead of the rider like a retreat. Then he appeared. A horse stepped into the clearing, first massive, dark, armored. And then the rider. For a moment, I thought my mind had finally fractured completely. Because he didn't look real. He looked like something the world would invent to warn children not to wander too far from safety. He dismounted without haste. No urgency. No surprise. Just certainty. As if he had always known I would be here. Tall. Broad-shouldered. Clad in dark northern armor that absorbed light instead of reflecting it. And eyes. Ice blue. Not metaphorically. Not poetically. Truly like frozen water under a dead sky. He looked at me. And the forest felt smaller. "You're late," he said. His voice was calm. Controlled. Almost bored. I tried to speak. Nothing came out. He walked closer. Every step deliberate. Measured. Like someone approaching an animal that might still bite. Then he stopped just outside my reach. His gaze moved over me. The torn dress. The blood. The bruising. The swollen eye. The dirt in my hair. Something flickered across his face. Not pity. Not anger. Something sharper. Recognition. "So," he murmured. "This is how far you ran." My throat tightened. You're real," I managed. A pause. Then, faintly. "I've been accused of worse." Behind him, the wind shifted. The forest seemed to inhale. And suddenly I understood something I hadn't been able to articulate before. This man didn't belong in nature. Nature bent around him. He crouched slightly, finally lowering himself closer to my level. Not gentle. Not kind. But observant. "What happened to you?" he asked. The question should have been simple. It wasn't. Because it implied something worse than injury. It implied accountability. My lips trembled. Marcus. The name burned in my throat. But I couldn't say it. Not yet. Not like this. Instead, I whispered, "I ran." He studied me for a long moment. Then said quietly, "From your palace." A nod. "And from your wedding." Another nod. His eyes narrowed slightly. "You did not make it far." Something bitter rose in my chest. "No," I rasped. "I didn't." Silence stretched between us. Then he stood again. And for a moment, I thought he would leave. That he would simply turn and vanish back into the north like a story that had never existed. Instead, he did something unexpected. He removed his cloak. Heavy. Dark fur-lined armor beneath it. And without asking permission, he draped it over my shoulders. Warmth hit me like collapse. My body shook violently as I realized how cold I actually was. Only then did I realize I had been close to dying. "You will come with me," he said. Not a request. Not a question. A fact. My eyes widened slightly. "Where?" He looked toward the north. "Home." The word should have meant safety. It didn't. It meant unknown. It meant danger in a different shape. "I can't," I whispered. "You already have." That answer made no sense. Until he added, quieter. "The treaty was signed." My heart stopped. "No," I breathed. His gaze flicked back to me. "It was supposed to be signed." Something cold spread through my chest. "Then why?" "You were not there," he interrupted. A pause. "Then?" "So it never happened." The world tilted. I stared at him. "You mean the war continues?" The words landed like a verdict. My hand shook. All of this. Everything. Marcus. The escape. The forest. Me. All of it had changed nothing. Only made things worse. My voice broke. "How many people?" He didn't let me finish. "Too many," he said simply. That simplicity hurt more than anger would have. I swallowed hard. "I didn't know." "You were never meant to decide alone," he replied. A pause. Then, colder. "You were meant to arrive." Something in me snapped. "Then take me back," I said suddenly. His gaze sharpened. "To where?" "To fix it," I insisted. "To sign the treaty. To undo whatever this is." A faint exhale. Almost amusement. "You think returning will fix what has already been decided by absence?" I opened my mouth. No answer came. Because he was right. I had not just left a palace. I had left a political balance built on my existence. And it had collapsed without me. He straightened fully. The decision was already made. You cannot go back, he said. My breath hitched. Why not? Because the East will not accept you as a princess who fled her duty. My chest tightened. And the North? A pause. His eyes narrowed slightly. The North will accept you as what you are now. What I am now. I whispered. He looked at me for a long moment. Then said. Mine to protect. The words should have comforted me. They didn't. Because I had just escaped one form of possession. And stepped into another. But I was too weak to resist it. Too broken to argue. Too lost to run. He extended his hand. Large. Gloved. Immovable. A decision disguised as an offer. Behind me, the forest waited. Ahead of me, the unknown North waited. And for the first time since leaving the palace, I understood I no longer had the luxury of choosing between freedom and safety. Only between how I would survive. Slowly, trembling, I took his hand. His grip closed around mine immediately. Firm. Certain. Final. Good, he said quietly. Then he pulled me to my feet. When I looked back once, the forest was already disappearing behind us. Not because it moved. But because I no longer belonged to it. We rode north. And the world behind me became nothing but a story I would never be able to return to. No Marcus. No palace. No escape. Only consequences. And the man they called the Ice King riding beside me like an ending I had not chosen but had finally met. And for the first time, I stopped running. Logan. The forest stretches endlessly before us, shadows dancing between ancient pines as our horses move through the undergrowth. My breath forms clouds in the frigid air, and frost clings to my armor despite the leather padding beneath. We've been riding for hours, following reports of movement in the borderlands, refugees, most likely, fleeing the chaos that erupted the moment Princess Avery of the East decided her personal desires mattered more than thousands of lives. Your Majesty, Commander Thane calls from my left, his voice cutting through the whisper of wind through bare branches. The scouts report tracks leading deeper into the forest. Multiple horses, moving fast. I grunt acknowledgement, adjusting my grip on my horse's reins. The black destrier beneath me is battle-trained, steady and silent as we navigate the treacherous terrain. Around us, my personal guard moves like wraiths through the trees, 20 of my most trusted warriors, all seasoned veterans who've fought beside me since I claimed the throne 8 years ago. We're not supposed to be here. I should be in my war room, planning the military campaigns that will resume now that the peace treaty lies in ruins. My generals are probably wondering where their king has gone, why I insisted on leading this particular patrol myself instead of delegating it to my subordinates. The truth is, I couldn't stay in that castle knowing she was out here somewhere. The runaway bride whose betrayal has already cost more lives than she'll ever comprehend. Part of me hopes we don't find her, hopes she is already dead in some ditch, claimed by exposure or hunger or the mountain bandits who prey on travelers foolish enough to venture into these woods alone. It would be simpler that way. Cleaner. But another part of me, a part one refused to acknowledge, needs to see her face when I explain exactly what her cowardice has cost both our kingdoms. Movement ahead, Thane whispers, pointing through the trees toward a clearing barely visible in the moonlight. I signal for silence, and we approach cautiously. The smell hits me first, blood and fear, thick enough to taste. My wolf stirs uneasily in my chest, hackles rising at something he can't quite identify. In the clearing ahead, I can make out a figure slumped against the base of a massive oak tree, motionless in the pale light filtering through the canopy. Could be a trap, Thane mutters, but I'm already dismounting. Stay here, I order, drawing my sword as I approach the figure. Keep watch. Each step brings the scent stronger, definitely blood, and something else underneath it that makes my wolf pace restlessly. Female, young, and familiar somehow, though I can't place why. The figure doesn't move as I draw closer, and I can see now that it's definitely a woman, though her condition is so poor I can barely make out any defining features. She is wearing the tattered remains of what might once have been a traveling dress, though it's so torn and bloodstained I can't be certain of the original color. Her dark hair is matted with blood and forest debris, hanging in tangles that obscure most of her face. One eye is swollen completely shut, her lip split and crusted with dried blood. Bruises cover every inch of visible skin, dark purple and black marks that speak of systematic violence. She looks like a common refugee, another casualty of the brewing war. But something about her makes my wolf increasingly agitated, pushing against my consciousness with an urgency I don't understand. I crouch beside her, checking for a pulse at her throat. Her skin is ice cold but her heart beats steadily, if weakly. She is alive, barely. As I brush the matted hair away from her face to get a better look at her injuries, moonlight illuminates features that make my blood run cold. Violet eyes, even swollen nearly shut. High cheekbones. The delicate bone structure of noble breeding. Princess Avery of the Eastern Kingdom. My intended bride. The woman whose flight from our arranged marriage has doomed thousands to death. Fuck, I breathe, rocking back on my heels. For a moment, I consider leaving her here. It would be so easy to tell my men we found nothing, ride back to the castle, and let the forest claim her. Her death would solve several problems at once. No hostage to deal with, no political complications, no constant reminder of the treaty that could have saved so many lives. But even as the thought crosses my mind, I know I want to do it. Whatever else she is beaten and broken and barely clinging to life. My wolf 1T let me abandon an injured female, regardless of who she is or what she has done. Thane, I call, not taking my eyes off her battered face. We're making camp. Now. Your Majesty? There is surprise in his voice. We usually ride through the night when we're this close to enemy territory. Now, I repeat, more sharply. And bring the medical supplies. I hear the sounds of my men dismounting and setting up a temporary camp, but my attention remains focused on the unconscious woman before me. My intended bride, who was so desperate to avoid marriage to me that she fled into the wilderness and nearly got herself killed in the process. The irony isn't lost on me. She ran away to escape becoming my queen, and now she is completely at my mercy. When Thane approaches with the medical kit, his eyes widen as he recognizes her. Is that Princess Avery? I confirm grimly. Or what's left of her? I work in silence, cleaning the worst of her wounds with water from my flask and applying salve to the cuts on her face and arms. Each time my fingers brush her skin, my wolf surges against my consciousness, restless and demanding in ways I don't understand. The scent of her blood should repulse me, but instead it makes me want to hunt down whoever hurt her and tear them apart with my bare hands. Her dress is so torn it's barely decent, so I wrap her in my own cloak. The moment the fabric that carries my scent settles around her shoulders, my wolf practically purrs with satisfaction, a reaction so unexpected and inappropriate that I nearly jerk back from her. What the hell is wrong with me? I force myself to focus on her injuries with clinical detachment. Bruised ribs, possibly cracked. Defensive wounds on her hands and arms. The pattern of bruising on her throat and wrists tells a story I recognize all too well. Someone tried to force himself on her. The realization brings a surge of fury so intense it takes my breath away. My wolf snarls, claws scraping against my consciousness as violent images flash through my mind, finding the bastard who did this, making him pay for every mark on her skin. The protective rage is so overwhelming, so possessive, that for a moment I can't think straight. This isn't normal. I've seen injured women before, tended to assault victims among my own people, and while I felt anger and sympathy, I never felt this claiming instinct. This need to eliminate any threat to her, to wrap her in my scent and keep her safe. My hands shake slightly as I bandage a deep cut on her forearm, and I have to clench my jaw to maintain control. Every breath brings more of her scent, pine forests and wildflowers, with an underlying sweetness that makes my wolf pace restlessly. There is something about her presence that feels essential, like finding a missing piece of myself I didn't know was gone. I'm bandaging her forearm when her eyes flutter open, and the moment our gazes meet, something electric shoots through me. My wolf goes completely still, then begins to pace with frantic energy. Her scent intensifies, and I catch myself leaning closer before I realize what I'm doing. For a moment, she stares at me in confusion, violet eyes hazy with pain. Then recognition dawns, and terror floods her expression, but underneath the fear, I catch something else. Her breathing quickens, and I can see her pulse hammering in her throat. She feels it too. Whatever this inexplicable pull is, it's affecting both of us. No, she whispers, trying to scramble away from me. The movement tears open several of her wounds, and fresh blood seeps through the bandages. Don't move, I command, reaching out to steady her. You'll hurt yourself worse. She goes perfectly still at my touch, though whether from obedience or paralyzing fear, I can't tell. Her eyes are wide and fixed on my face, and I can see her pulse hammering in her throat. You're the Ice King, she breathes. I am. I sit back on my heels, studying her reaction. And you're the runaway bride whose selfishness has already cost more lives than you can imagine. Something flickers across her expression, guilt, maybe, or resignation. How many? The question surprises me. I expected denials, justifications, pleas for mercy. I didn't expect her to ask about casualties. The ceasefire ended the moment your disappearance was confirmed, I tell her coldly. My border patrols were attacked within hours. 6 men dead so far, with more to follow. And that's just the beginning. She closes her eyes, tears leaking from beneath swollen lids. I never meant for anyone to die. Intent doesn't resurrect the dead, I reply harshly. What did you think would happen when you destroyed the peace treaty? That our kingdoms would simply shrug and move on? I thought. I hoped there might be another way to make peace. Without forcing me into a marriage I didn't want. Her naivety is almost breathtaking. There is no other way. The treaty was negotiated over months of careful diplomacy. Your marriage to me was the cornerstone that made it possible. Without that alliance, we're back to where we started, 2 kingdoms bleeding each other dry. She opens her eyes to look at me, and I see something that might be understanding beginning to dawn. The war will continue. The war has already continued. While you were playing at freedom in the forest, soldiers on both sides were dying because the ceasefire no longer holds. I lean closer, making sure she sees the cold fury in my eyes. Tell me, Princess, was your precious independence worth their lives? She flinches as if I struck her, then looks away, unable or unwilling to answer my question. The silence stretches between us, heavy with the weight of lives lost. After a moment, I shift my attention to her injuries, studying the bruises on her face, the defensive wounds, the torn clothing. Someone beat you. Badly. I assume it was whoever you ran away with? Her expression shudders closed, but the slight nod confirms my suspicion. What was his name? I find myself asking, though I'm not sure why it matters. Marcus, she whispers. His name was Marcus. Where is he now? I hit him with a candlestick. I don't know if he is alive or dead. Her voice is barely audible, shame and trauma making her words come in stuttered fragments. Good. I hope the bastard is dead. The thought comes unbidden and with surprising vehemence. She may be a political disaster, but no woman deserves what was clearly done to her. He forced himself on you, I state, watching her face carefully. She doesn't answer, but the way she curls in on herself tells me everything I need to know. Whatever romantic fantasy she built around her escape, it ended in violence and betrayal. I stand, brushing dirt from my knees as I look down at her huddled form. Get some rest. We ride for Winterhold at first light. And Princess? Winterhold? She lifts her head, eyes wide. Oh, Princess, I forgot to tell you. I pause, letting the words sink in. You're no longer my intended bride, Princess. That opportunity died when you chose to run. Now you're my prisoner, and you'll answer for what your selfishness has cost both our peoples. She looks up at me with those violet eyes, and for a moment I see not the political disaster she has created, but a young woman who has lost everything: her illusions, her safety, her freedom, and quite possibly her future. My wolf stirs again, responding to something in her expression that I refuse to acknowledge. Whatever strange reaction I'm having to her presence, it changes nothing about the situation we're in. I walk back to where my men have set up camp, but every step away from her feels wrong. My wolf claws at my consciousness, demanding I return to her side, stay close to protect what? She is not mine. She is my prisoner, the architect of a war that will cost thousands of lives. But my wolf doesn't care about politics or treaties. All he knows is that she is injured and alone, and every instinct I possess screams at me to go back to her. I force myself to keep walking, leaving her alone by the fire to contemplate the ruins of whatever future she thought she was running toward. Behind me, I can hear her quiet weeping, and each sob feels like a knife twisting in my chest. What the hell is happening to me? Tomorrow, I'll take her to my fortress where she'll remain as my prisoner until I decide what to do with her. The peace treaty is dead, the war has resumed, and the woman who could have prevented it all is now completely under my control. I should feel satisfied. Victorious, even. Instead, I feel nothing but the cold weight of responsibility and a strange, persistent need to return to her side that grows stronger with every minute I stay away. Something about Princess Avery affects me in ways I don't understand, and that makes her far more dangerous than any enemy I've ever faced on a battlefield. Avery. The journey to Winterhold is a blur of pain and humiliation I'll never forget. Somewhere during that brutal ride, while I drifted in and out of consciousness, Logan ordered my hands shackled. I woke to the cold bite of silver chains around my wrists, the metal burning against my skin and weakening my wolf. Hurts, Luna whimpers. Burns. I know, I whisper back, but there's nothing I can do. When we finally ride through the massive gates of Winterhold, I'm barely able to sit upright in the saddle. The fortress looms above us, all dark stone and sharp towers that seem to swallow the fading light. Soldiers and servants stop their work to stare as we enter the courtyard, their expressions ranging from curiosity to open hostility. I try to take in my surroundings, to orient myself in this foreign place, but everything feels wrong. The air is colder here, sharper, like it's cutting into my lungs with every breath. The stone walls seem to press in from all sides, and the weight of hundreds of hostile eyes makes my skin crawl. Logan dismounts in one fluid motion and turns to look at me. There is something in his expression, cold satisfaction mixed with barely controlled fury, that makes my stomach drop. Before I can even attempt to get down from my horse, he grabs the chains at my wrists and yanks hard. I cry out as I'm pulled off the horse, barely managing to land on my feet. The impact sends fresh pain shooting through my injured ribs, and the silver chains burn hotter where his hands grip them. Move. His voice is cold, emotionless. He starts walking toward a side entrance, dragging me behind him like I'm an animal on a leash. I try to keep up, but my legs are shaking and my body is screaming in protest. Every step sends agony through my battered ribs, and the silver chains are sapping what little strength I have left. I can't, I gasp, stumbling. Slow down, I'm still. He yanks the chains so hard I nearly fall to my knees. You can and you will. He doesn't even look back at me. Or I'll drag you the rest of the way. Your choice, princess. The way he says princess makes it sound like an insult. I hate him, Luna snarls weakly. I want to tear his throat out. Get in line, I mutter. We descend stone steps into the belly of the fortress, and the temperature drops with each level. The smell hits me before we even reach the bottom, blood, sweat, human waste, and despair. The dungeons. My feet slip on the damp stone, and I crash into Logan's back when he stops abruptly. He turns, and for a moment, I see something flicker in those ice-blue eyes as he takes in my struggling, pain-racked form. Then it's gone, replaced by cold indifference. Having trouble keeping up, he asks mockingly. Strange. I thought princesses were supposed to be delicate flowers who needed protecting. But you look more like a common criminal to me. I force myself to straighten despite the pain, drawing on every ounce of royal dignity I have left. I am Princess Avery of the Eastern Kingdom. My voice shakes but carries authority. And you will show me respect. He laughs, a dark, cruel sound that echoes off the stone walls. Respect? He steps closer, and I instinctively back away until I hit the cold wall behind me. My heart starts pounding harder, not just from fear. His scent hits me as he moves into my space, pine and snow, wrapping around me like a warm blanket. It also makes Luna stir despite her weakness. I still hate him, she whispers, her tone trembling with confusion. But I want him closer. Why do I want him closer? The question seems more for herself than for me. You want respect? His voice cuts through her words like a blade. You destroyed a peace treaty, reignited a war, and got men killed because you couldn't face your duty. Tell me, princess, what about that deserves respect? I am still royalty, regardless of what has happened. I deserve to be treated with. You deserve nothing. He leans in, his face inches from mine, and my entire body responds. Heat floods through me despite the cold dungeon air. My skin feels too tight, hypersensitive to his proximity. I can feel the warmth radiating from his body, and every instinct I possess screams at me to close the distance between us. His breath ghosts across my lips when he speaks, and I have to fight not to lean into it. This is wrong, Luna whimpers, but there's hunger in her voice. We should be terrified. Why does every part of us want him to touch us? Why do I want him to press closer, too? I shove her down, my face flushing with shame and something far more dangerous. You can't just, I reply, pulling back into our conversation. I can do whatever the hell I want. His voice drops to something deadly quiet, and the sound of it does something to my insides, something I don't want to acknowledge. This is my kingdom. My fortress. My dungeon. And you? He reaches out and grabs my chin, forcing me to meet his eyes. The moment his skin touches mine, electricity shoots through me. My breath catches, and I watch his eyes widen slightly. He felt it too. His fingers are warm against my jaw, almost gentle despite the force, and my body betrays me entirely. Heat pulls low in my belly, and I have to bite back a sound that has nothing to do with fear. Yes, Luna purrs, and the sound is practically indecent. Touch us. More. We need. You're mine to do with as I please. The words should horrify me. Instead, they send a shiver down my spine that's entirely wrong. My pulse hammers beneath his fingertips, and I know he can feel it, can feel exactly how my body is responding to his dominance, to his claim. His jaw clenches, and I see something flicker in his eyes, confusion mixed with hunger, before he shudders it away. He releases me abruptly and continues walking, jerking the chains so hard I stumble after him. We pass cell after cell, and I can hear sounds from behind some of the doors, moaning, sobbing, the rattle of chains. When he finally stops in front of one of the cells and unlocks it, I see what's waiting inside. The cell reeks of blood and rot. Stone walls covered in stains. A floor thick with grime. A rotting cot that looks like it might collapse under any weight. This is where he's going to put me. I start backing away instinctively, the chains pulling taut between us. No, the word comes out before I can stop it. You can't, I want tea. You will. He turns to look at me, and something in his expression makes my blood run cold. Unless you'd prefer I find you accommodations in the torture chamber instead? I'm sure we can make room. I take another step back, shaking my head. Please, anywhere but. Before I can finish, he moves. In one fluid motion, he bends and sweeps me off my feet, throwing me over his shoulder like I weigh nothing. Let go of me. I start hitting his back with my chained fists, the silver burning my skin with each impact, my strikes growing more frantic. No, 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 please don't put me in there. Anywhere else, I'll do anything, just not. Begging already? He sounds almost amused as he carries me into the cell. Save your breath, princess. No one down here can hear you scream. Then he throws me. I land hard on the rotting cot, the impact driving the air from my lungs and sending fresh agony through my injured ribs. For a moment, I can't breathe, can't think past the pain radiating through my body. When I finally manage to push myself up, Logan is standing in the doorway, watching me with those cold eyes. And something inside me snaps. All the fear, all the pain, all the humiliation of the past day crash over me at once, and it transforms into pure, incandescent rage. I force myself to stand, ignoring the way my legs shake and my ribs scream in protest. I cross the small cell and slap him across the face as hard as I can. The sound cracks through the dungeon like thunder. I am a princess. The words tear from my throat, raw and desperate. You have no right to treat me this way. No right to disrespect me like I'm nothing. No right to. He laughs. It's not the cold, mocking laugh from before. This is darker, more dangerous, a sound that makes every instinct I have scream at me to run. Before I can even process what's happening, his hand wraps around my throat. Not choking me, not yet, but holding me in place with an iron grip that makes it clear he could crush my windpipe if he wanted to. He forces me backward until my spine hits the damp stone wall, his body caging me in completely. His face is inches from mine, and the fury in his ice blue eyes is terrifying. You're no fucking princess here, he snarls, each word sharp as a blade. You're my prisoner. And if you think this cell is the worst I can do to you, you're even more naive than I thought. His grip tightens slightly, and I struggle for air. My hands come up instinctively to grab his wrist, but the silver chains burn and weaken me. I can't fight him off. His thumb presses against my pulse point, and I know he can feel how fast my heart is racing. Fear, yes, but there's something else too, something I don't want to acknowledge. Luna is going insane in my mind, snarling and whimpering at the same time, pushing feelings at me that make no sense. Terror mixed with something that responds to his dominance, his proximity, the heat of his body against mine, despite the cold of this place. And if you ever strike me again, he continues, his voice dropping even lower, I'll have you whipped in the courtyard in front of every soldier in this fortress. They watch as I strip away what's left of your precious dignity, and then they know exactly what happens to prisoners who forget their place. Then he releases me abruptly and steps back like I burned him. I collapse against the wall, gasping, one hand going to my throat where I can still feel the phantom pressure of his fingers. My legs hold me, and I slide down until I'm sitting on the filthy floor. Logan stares at me for a long moment, something unreadable flickering behind those cold eyes. Then his face goes cold and blank. Welcome to Winterhold, princess, he says, his voice mocking. I do hope you enjoy your stay. He turns and walks out, the door slamming shut behind him with brutal finality. The lock clicks, and I'm alone in the darkness with the sound of my own ragged breathing and Luna's confused whimpering in my mind. I sit there on the filthy floor, my whole body shaking. I let the tears come. Silent and bitter, they track down my cheeks and drip onto the stone floor. I cry for the life I've lost. For the people who died because of my choices. For the future that's been ripped away. But most of all, I cry because some deep, instinctual part of me that I can't control responded to the Ice King's touch even as he degraded me. Avery. I don't know how many days I've been rotting in this cell when the guards finally come for me. I've been demanding an audience with the Ice King for the past 3 days. At first, I tried reasoning with the guards, calm, logical arguments about why holding me is a mistake. My parents will find out eventually. The Eastern Kingdom will demand my return. More bloodshed will follow, and this time it won't just be border skirmishes. When reasoning didn't work, I started screaming. Demanding to see him. Refusing food. Making myself impossible to ignore. If I can just talk to him, make him see that releasing me would prevent more deaths, maybe I can fix this. Maybe I can stop more soldiers from dying because of my choices. But it's not just desperation driving me. Every night, I replay our last encounter, his hand on my throat, the way my body responded with heat instead of just fear. The confusing arousal that flooded through me when he loomed over me in the doorway. Luna won't stop whimpering about it, pushing feelings at me that make no sense. She should hate him. We should both hate him. Instead, she paces restlessly even through the weakness from the silver, and I catch myself pressing my fingers to my throat where I can still feel the phantom pressure of his hand. I need answers. I need to understand why my traitorous body responded to him that way. When the cell door finally opens, I scramble to my feet, ignoring the way my legs shake and my vision swims. Finally, I rasp. I've been demanding to speak with your king for days. It's about time he. You've been demanding an audience, one of the guards interrupts, his expression unreadable. The king has decided to grant it. Something in his tone makes my stomach drop, but I push the feeling aside. I won. I made enough noise that he had to acknowledge me. That has to count for something. They unlock my chains from the wall ring and haul me to my feet. I try to walk with some semblance of dignity, but my legs are weak from days of barely moving, and I stumble more than once on the long climb up from the dungeons. By the time we reach a room in the main keep, some kind of council chamber with a long table and scattered maps. I'm breathing hard, and my vision is spotted with darkness. But I force myself to stand straight, to lift my chin like the princess I am. Logan is already there, standing with his back to the door, looking out the window at the mountains beyond. He is dressed in the formal black and silver of the Northern Kingdom, a warrior's attire that speaks of power and authority. When he hears us enter, he doesn't turn around immediately. And even from across the room, I feel it, that pull, that inexplicable draw that makes Luna surge weakly in my mind. Him, she whimpers. I want to go to him. Shut up, I mutter, but my heart is already racing. Leave us, he orders the guards. They obey, and the sound of the lock clicking into place echoes in the sudden silence. For a long moment, he just stands there, his back rigid, his hands clasped behind him. I can see the tension in his shoulders, in the set of his spine. Luna stirs weakly in my mind, whimpering at his proximity. Something's wrong, she whispers. I can feel it. Finally, I say, my voice hoarse but defiant. I've been trying to reach you for days. You need to listen. Holding me here is a mistake. When my parents find out, they'll demand my return. And if you refuse, more people will die. But if you release me now, send me back, we can. Save your breath. His voice is cold, cutting through my words. He turns then, and the look in his ice blue eyes stops the words in my throat. There is something final in his expression, something that makes my blood run cold. I didn't bring you here to be convinced. I brought you here to inform you of your sentence. The bottom drops out of my stomach. My sentence? Public execution. The words are delivered with cold precision. 3 days' time. In the main courtyard. For a moment, I can't process the words. Then disbelief crashes over me, followed immediately by white-hot rage. I can barely get the words out. You think you have the right to execute me? I'm the king. I have every right. You have no right. I scream at him, my body shaking with fury. Careful, princess. His voice is deadly quiet. Why? I bark, anger flowing through my blood. What are you going to do, execute me, you bastard? The moment the words leave my mouth, I see his control shatter. He is across the room in an instant, grabbing my wrists with both hands. How dare you? And then the world explodes. Heat races up my arms, spreading through my entire body like wildfire. It's the same sensation from the dungeon but magnified 1,000 times, burning, overwhelming, impossible to ignore. My breath catches, and I see his eyes widen in shock. His grip tightens on my wrists, not painful but possessive, and suddenly I can't think about anything except how right his hands feel on my skin. Luna surges forward with more strength than she has had in days, practically throwing herself at my consciousness. Mate. The word crashes through my mind like thunder, reverberating in every cell of my body. And I can see it in Logan's eyes, his wolf is roaring the same thing. No, he breathes, but his hands don't leave my wrists. If anything, his grip tightens. No, that's not. Everything makes sense now. The wolves have been screaming about it from the beginning, and we were both too angry, too stubborn, to hear them. This can't be happening. Logan's voice is strangled, desperate. His hands are still on my wrists, his thumbs pressing against my racing pulse. You can't be my mate. Not you. Anyone but you. The feeling is mutual, I manage to say, even though my entire body is singing at his touch. You think I want to be mated to a man who is planning to execute me? His eyes flash. You think I want to be mated to the woman who destroyed everything I've worked for? Who got my men killed? Then let me go. I try to pull away, but his grip is iron. If you hate having me as a mate so much, just release me and let me leave. I can't. The words explode from him, and suddenly, he is pulling me closer instead of pushing me away. Don't you understand? I can't let you go. My wolf won't allow it. He is demanding I claim you, mark you, keep you safe. He yanks me forward and his mouth crashes onto mine. The kiss is nothing like I imagined a first kiss would be. It's not gentle or sweet or romantic. It's desperate, almost violent, like he is trying to consume me. His lips are rough against mine, demanding, and when I gasp in shock, his tongue sweeps into my mouth. And God's help me, I kiss him back. Luna is howling in triumph, pushing feelings at me that make my entire body ignite. Want. Need. Mine. The bond is singing between us, and every place our bodies touch feels like it's on fire. Then, just as suddenly as it started, he tears himself away. We're both breathing hard, staring at each other in shock. His lips are swollen from the kiss, his ice blue eyes wild with something between hunger and horror. Avery. It's been 2 days since I discovered Logan is my mate. 2 days since that desperate, angry kiss in the council chamber that changed everything. Days since the bond snapped into place between us with devastating force, making us both recoil in horror at what fate had done. 2 days of sitting alone in this cell, replaying every moment. I can still feel the ghost of his lips on mine, still taste him on my tongue. Still feel the electricity that raced through my body when his hands gripped my wrists. The memory makes Luna stir restlessly, whining for him even though we both know he despises what we are to him. After the kiss, he torn himself away like I burned him. Stood there staring at me with those ice blue eyes full of shock and fury and something that looked almost like fear. Then he decalled for the guards and had me dragged back down here without another word. I haven't seen him since. Part of me wonders if he is trying to figure out how to execute his own mate. If there is some loophole in werewolf law that would allow him to kill me despite the bond. Or maybe he is just going to let me rot down here until the bond drives us both mad. Luna paces anxiously in my mind. He'll come. Our mate won't abandon us. Our mate wants us dead, I remind her bitterly. But even as I say it, I can sense him somewhere in the fortress, not through any bond, just the constant awareness of his presence, like my wolf always knows where he is. The cell door opens, and I don't bother looking up. It's probably just the guard bringing the daily bowl of watery gruel that passes for food in this place. My body aches from days of sleeping on the rotting cot, and the silver shackles have left raw burns on my wrists that won't heal. But then I smell him. Pine and snow and something that makes Luna surge weakly in my mind despite her exhaustion. Get up. Logan's voice is cold and flat, but there is something underneath it, a tension I can hear even through my haze of pain and hunger. I force my eyes open and look up at him through the dim light. He is standing in the doorway, his face carved from ice, his jaw clenched so tight I can see the muscle jumping. He won't meet my eyes. He looks terrible. There are dark circles under his eyes that weren't there 2 days ago, and his normally immaculate appearance is slightly disheveled. Like he hasn't been sleeping either. Why? My voice comes out as a croak. Come to gloat before my execution? You're being moved. I blink, not sure I heard him correctly. What? You're being moved to different quarters. The words sound like they're being torn from his throat. Now get up. When I don't move fast enough, because my body is shaking and weak and I can barely stand, he stalks into the cell and hauls me to my feet. His hands are rough on my arms, but the moment his skin touches mine, that electric current races through me again. We both freeze. His eyes finally meet mine, and I see his pupils dilate. His breathing quickens, and his grip on my arms tightens almost painfully. I can see his wolf in his eyes, that flash of something wild and possessive, and it takes visible effort for him to maintain control. His whole body trembles with the restraint. Mate, Luna whimpers. Touch us more. Need. I shove her down viciously. Logan releases me like I burned him and steps back, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. Can you walk, or do I need to carry you? The idea of being in his arms again, pressed against his body, makes heat flood through me despite everything. I force myself to straighten, but my legs tremble and nearly give out. The silver has left me weak as a human, and my ribs, unhealed from Marcus's beating, scream in protest. But I lie. I can walk. Then move. He doesn't touch me again as we climb out of the dungeons, but I can feel his presence behind me like a physical weight. Every step is agony. When I stumble on the stairs, his hand shoots out to steady me, then jerks away the moment I'm stable. I see the tension in his shoulders, the way his jaw clenches when he fights his wolf. Why are you doing this? I ask quietly. Don't talk. We climb higher and higher into the fortress until we reach what must be one of the tower rooms. He unlocks a heavy wooden door and gestures for me to enter. The room is not a cell. There is a real bed with clean linens, a small table with 2 chairs, a wash basin with actual clean water. A window, barred, but letting in real sunlight that makes me squint after days of darkness. It's sparse and cold, but compared to the dungeon, it's practically a palace. You'll stay here, Logan says from the doorway, still not looking directly at me. Food will be brought 3 times a day. You'll have water for washing. The door stays locked, and there are guards outside at all times. So I'm still a prisoner. Yes. Finally, his eyes meet mine, and the intensity in them makes my breath catch. But you're my. He cuts himself off, his jaw clenching. He is struggling with the word. Mate. He can't even say it out loud. Your wolf is making you do this, I say, and it's not a question. His silence is answer enough. Thank you, I whisper, because despite everything, this is better. This is so much better than that rotting cell. Something flickers across his face, surprise, maybe, or confusion. Then the ice slams back into place. Don't thank me. This changes nothing. His eyes drop to my wrists, still bound in silver shackles, the metal searing into raw, blistered skin. I see his jaw clench, a muscle jumping as he stares at the damage. He crosses the room in 3 strides and reaches for my wrists. I flinch instinctively, but his touch is surprisingly gentle as he unlocks the shackles. The moment the silver falls away, the relief is so intense I nearly collapse. I cradle my wrists, staring at the angry red burns that circle them like brands. Already, I can feel the faint tingle of my werewolf healing trying to begin, though it's slow and weak after so long in silver. He turns to leave, then pauses in the doorway. The execution has been postponed. While I decide what to do with you. The execution? My voice comes out strangled. You still plan to execute me? But he has already gone, the door slamming shut behind him. I hear the lock click, then the sound of his footsteps retreating down the hallway. I sink onto the bed, the real, clean bed, and let myself shake apart. Luna stirs weakly in my mind. Couldn't he do it? Couldn't he kill his mate? He still might, I whisper back. Once he figures out how to fight his wolf. But even as I say it, I know she's right. The bond is already working on him, forcing him to care for me even when he doesn't want to. Even when everything he believes tells him I deserve to die. I just don't know if it will be enough to save me. Avery. The first week passes in isolation. Food arrives 3 times a day, brought by silent guards who meet my eyes. The meals are simple but filling, bread, cheese, stew, sometimes fruit. It's more food than I've seen in days, and I eat every bite, feeling my strength slowly return. I wash in the basin, scrubbing away days of dungeon filth until my skin is raw. The bruises from Marcus are fading from deep purple to sickly yellow-green, and the defensive wounds on my arms are healing into pink lines. But my ribs still ache when I breathe too deeply, a constant reminder of that night in the cottage. Someone has left clean clothes, simple dresses in gray and brown, suitable for a prisoner, but better than the torn rags I arrived in. When I catch my reflection in the water basin, I barely recognize myself. Thinner, paler, with haunted eyes that have seen too much. The window becomes my obsession. I stand there for hours, watching the courtyard below, the mountains in the distance, the sky changing from dawn to dusk. The bars remind me I'm still trapped, but at least I can see the world beyond these walls. Sometimes, I think about my parents. Do they know where I am? Do they think I'm dead? The guilt of what I put them through, the letter I left, the scandal of my disappearance, the political nightmare I created is almost unbearable. They loved me enough to let me be naive, to shelter me from the harsh realities of royal duty. And I repaid them by running away and destroying everything they worked for. Mother's face haunts me. The pain in her eyes when she told me about the arranged marriage. The understanding, even as she explained that duty must come before desire. She knew what she was asking of me because she would have done it herself if their situations had been reversed. And God's father must be devastated. His only daughter, missing. The peace treaty in ruins. The war he tried so hard to end, reignited. I failed them both. The days blur together in the tower room. Logan doesn't visit. I tell myself I'm relieved. That I don't want to see him anyway. That the strange ache in my chest has nothing to do with his absence. But Luna grows more restless with each passing day. She paces in my mind, whining and scratching, demanding I go to our mate. The bond pulls at me constantly, a thread connecting me to him somewhere in this massive fortress, tugging at my consciousness until I want to scream. By the end of the first week, I'm not sleeping. Every time I close my eyes, I see his face. Feel his hands on my skin. Smell his scent like he is standing right beside me. Need him, Luna whimpers constantly. Hurts. Need our mate. He doesn't want us, I tell her, but my voice lacks conviction. Logan. I last 8 days before my wolf forces my hand. 8 days of trying to ignore the pull, the constant awareness of her presence in my fortress like a beacon I can't shut out. Days of my wolf clawing at my consciousness, demanding I go to our mate, check on her, make sure she is safe and fed and comfortable. 8 days of not sleeping, barely eating, snapping at my advisors and commanders until even Thane looks at me with concern. The border skirmishes continue. 3 more men lost this week to raids and counter-raids. The fragile ceasefire I managed to negotiate before the wedding is completely shattered, and both kingdoms are mobilizing for full-scale war again. Every death is on my conscience. And hers. But my wolf doesn't care about politics or dead soldiers. He only cares that our mate is locked in a tower, alone and afraid, and we're not there to protect her. You need to see her, Thane says as I pace my chambers like a caged animal. Whatever's happening to you, it's getting worse. I'm fine. You're not. He crosses his arms, and I'm reminded that he's one of the few people who can speak to me this way. You look like death, you're barely functioning, and your wolf is so close to the surface I can see him in your eyes. This is about the prisoner, isn't it? I don't answer, which is answer enough. The men are talking, Thane continues carefully. They say you moved her out of the dungeons. That you've ordered she be fed and cared for. They're wondering why. That's none of their concern. It is when their king is falling apart. He steps closer, his voice dropping. What's going on, Logan? What is she to you? The word sticks in my throat. I can't say it. Can't acknowledge what she is, what the bond means, what it's doing to me. Nothing, I force out. She's nothing. But even as I say it, my wolf snarls in fury, and pain lances through my chest. The bond doesn't like lies. After Thane leaves, I try to sleep. But every time I close my eyes, I see her face. Feel the ghost of her lips against mine. Smell her scent like she's lying beside me in the darkness. The wolf is howling now, demanding I go to her. Demanding I make sure she's safe. Fine, I snarl into the empty room. Fine. I storm through the fortress, ignoring the startled looks from the night guards as I climb the tower stairs 2 at a time. My hands are shaking as I unlock her door, and I don't know if it's from rage or desperation or the sheer relief of finally giving in to what the wolf demands. The door swings open, and I freeze. She is asleep on the bed, curled on her side with one hand tucked under her cheek. The moonlight streaming through the window turns her dark hair silver and makes her skin glow. She looks younger in sleep, vulnerable, and something in my chest clenches painfully. The bruises on her face have faded considerably, but I can still see the yellow-green shadows where Marcus struck her. The sight makes rage surge through me, not at her, but at the bastard who dared to hurt what's mine. Mine, my wolf rumbles with satisfaction. Our mate. I should leave. I should turn around and walk away before she wakes up and sees me standing here like a creep watching her sleep. But I can't move. The pull is too strong now that I'm this close, and my wolf is practically purring with contentment just being in her presence. Then her eyes open. For a moment, we just stare at each other in the moonlit darkness. Her violet eyes are wide, confused, and then something else flashes across her face, not relief. Anger. She sits up slowly, wincing slightly, her ribs still bothering her. It's been 8 days. Have you come to a decision? About what? About whether you're going to kill me or release me. She wraps her arms around herself. You can't keep me locked up here indefinitely just because your wolf 1T let you execute me. I'm not surprised she knows why I haven't executed her yet. I can do whatever I want. You're my prisoner. For how long? Genuine desperation cracks through her anger. Until you figure out how to kill your mate? Or am I just going to rot in this tower until I die of old age? I don't have an answer. No plan. No endgame. I stare at her, trying to figure out what the hell to do with her, when the moonlight shifts and I really see her. The thin gray dress clings to her body, every curve, every line. Her breasts rise and fall with each angry breath. The fabric is almost sheer in this light, and I can make out the shadow of her waist, the flare of her hips. Her hair is wild and tangled, falling over one shoulder in dark waves that make me want to fist my hands in it. When she wraps her arms around herself, whether from cold or self-protection, I don't know, it only pushes her breasts up, and I watch her nipples harden beneath the thin fabric. My cock goes rock hard so fast it's almost painful. 8 days. 8 goddamn days of staying away. Days of fighting this pull, this need, of my wolf tearing at my consciousness while I haven't slept more than an hour at a time, haven't eaten a full meal, can barely think straight. And here she is. Right in front of me. My mate. Half dressed in a bed that smells like her. Looking at me with those defiant violet eyes that make me want to either strangle her or throw her down, and her scent hits me then, pine and wildflowers and something sweet underneath. But there's something else too. Something that makes my wolf howl with satisfaction. Arousal. She is trying to hide it, trying to look angry and defiant, but I can smell it on her. Her pupils are dilated, her breathing shallow, and when her tongue darts out to wet her lips, I track the movement like a predator watching prey. She wants this too. Even if she hates it. Even if she hates me. The bond is screaming at both of us, and I'm done fighting it. Fuck it. I cross the room in 2 strides. My hand wraps around the back of her neck, fingers tangling in that mess of dark hair, and I drag her mouth to mine. Avery. His mouth crashes onto mine, and the world explodes. It's not gentle. Not soft. His hand is fisted in my hair, holding me in place, and his kiss is demanding, almost violent. His other hand grips my hip hard enough to bruise, pulling me against him. I should push him away. Should fight this. Should remind him and myself that we hate each other. Instead, I kiss him back just as desperately. Luna surges forward with a howl of triumph. Yes. Finally. Our mate. My hands find his shoulders, his chest, not sure if I'm pushing him away or pulling him closer. His body is all hard muscle and heat, and when he groans into my mouth, the sound vibrates through me. I hate him. I hate this bond. I hate that my body is responding like this. But gods, I want him. His hand slides from my hip to my lower back, pressing me flush against him, and I feel him hard and insistent against my stomach. The evidence of his arousal makes heat pool low in my belly, and I hear myself make a sound I don't recognize. He breaks the kiss, and we're both breathing hard. His ice blue eyes are wild, his wolf right at the surface. For a moment, we just stare at each other. Tell me to stop, he growls, his voice rough. Tell me to leave. I should tell him to get out, lock the door behind him, and never come back. Don't stop. The words escape before I can stop them. Something in his expression shifts relief, hunger, desperation all at once. Then his mouth is on mine again, and his hands are everywhere. He walks me backward until my legs hit the bed, and then he is pushing me down onto the mattress. The weight of him pressing me into the bed makes panic flare in my chest. Marcus. Throwing me on the bed. His weight pinning me down. His hands tearing at my dress. I flinch hard, my body going rigid. Logan goes completely still. He pulls back immediately, his eyes searching my face. What's wrong? My voice shakes. When you pushed me down, Marcus threw me on the bed. Before I hit him with the candlestick. Understanding darkens his expression. His hand comes up to cup my face, surprisingly gentle. He didn't. He pauses. Did he? No, I shake my head quickly. I stopped him before he could. But he was tearing at my dress, and his weight was holding me down, and... Look at me. His voice is firm but not harsh. I'm not him. And I won't do anything you don't want. If you want to stop, we stop. Right now. The gentleness in his voice, the way he is giving me control even though I can see the strain in his body, the visible effort it's taking him to hold back something in my chest cracks. I don't want to stop. I reach up and pull him back down to me. I want you. Just, don't pin me down like that. Not yet. He nods, understanding in his eyes. Tell me if anything triggers you. Anything at all, and I stop. When he kisses me this time, it's different. Still hungry, still desperate, but he is careful about how he positions his weight, making sure I don't feel trapped. His hands move to the hem of my dress, and he pauses, waiting for permission. I nod, and he pulls the fabric up and over my head in one smooth motion. I'm bare beneath it, no undergarments, nothing. His eyes darken as he takes me in, and I fight the urge to cover myself. No one has ever seen me like this before. Gods, he breathes. You're perfect. His mouth finds my throat, kissing and nipping his way down to my collarbone. When his lips close around my nipple, I arch off the bed with a gasp. His tongue circles the hardened peak, and pleasure shoots straight between my thighs. Luna is practically purring in my mind, pushing feelings of need and want so intense I can barely think. His hand slides down my stomach, over my hip, between my thighs. When his fingers brush against me, I'm already wet, he groans against my breast. So ready for me already, he murmurs. Even though you hate me. I do hate you, I gasp as his finger finds that sensitive spot that makes my toes curl. Good. His teeth scrape over my nipple, and I bite back a moan. Because I hate you too. His finger circles that bundle of nerves, and I've never felt anything like this before. I've touched myself, of course, but this, having someone else touch me, knowing exactly where and how, it's overwhelming. Logan is named tears from my throat as pleasure builds inside me. That's it, he growls. Let me hear you. His finger slides lower, circling my entrance, and I tense slightly. He notices immediately. Have you ever? He pauses, studying my face. Has anyone ever touched you like this? No, my face flushes. Just myself. I've never. Understanding flashes in his eyes. You're a virgin. It's not a question, but I nod anyway. Something in his expression shifts, possessiveness mixed with something darker. Good. That means you're mine. Only mine. The claiming instinct in his voice should probably scare me. Instead, it makes heat flood through me. He works me with his fingers, building pressure inside me until I'm writhing beneath him, desperate for something I can't name. My hips move against his hand instinctively, seeking more friction, more pressure, more everything. Just when I think I can't take any more, just when that pressure feels like it's going to break me apart, he pulls his hand away. I whimper at the loss, and he makes a satisfied sound low in his throat. Not yet, princess. When you come for the first time, it's going to be on my cock. He strips off his own clothes quickly, shirt, pants, everything, and then he is as bare as I am. My breath catches at the sight of him. All hard muscle and battle scars, powerful and dangerous and beautiful in a harsh, masculine way. But it's his cock that makes my eyes widen. It's thick and hard and fear flutters in my chest. That's supposed to fit inside me? Look at me, Logan commands, and my eyes snap to his. I know I'm big. And yes, it's going to hurt at first. But I'll go slow. I'll make it as easy as I can. How much will it hurt? The question comes out small. I won't lie to you. Breaking your maidenhead will hurt. But once I'm through, once your body adjusts, it'll start to feel good. I promise. He positions himself between my thighs, careful not to pin me down the way I flinched from before. Instead, he holds himself up on his arms, giving me space to breathe, to push him away if I need to. The head of his cock presses against my entrance, and nervous anticipation coils in my stomach. Ready? He asks quietly. I nod, not trusting my voice. He pushes inside slowly, and I feel the stretch immediately. It's so much more than his fingers, so much thicker, so much deeper. The pressure builds and builds, and then there's a sharp, tearing pain that makes me cry out. Logan freezes immediately. Breathe. Just breathe through it. Tears leak from the corners of my eyes, not from fear, just from the pain of being split open for the first time. He holds completely still, letting me adjust, and gradually the sharp pain fades to a dull ache. I'm going to move now, he warns. Just a little. Tell me if it's too much. He pulls back slightly, then pushes in deeper, and I feel another stretch, another burn. But this time, there's something else underneath the discomfort, a fullness, a rightness that makes Luna purr with satisfaction. How are you doing? His voice is strained, and I can see the effort it's taking him to go this slowly. It hurts, I admit. But, keep going. I want all of you. He pushes deeper, inch by careful inch, until he is fully seated inside me. We're both breathing hard, and I feel impossibly full, stretched beyond what I thought possible. Gods, he groans, his forehead dropping to rest against mine. You feel incredible. So tight. So perfect. He holds still, giving my body time to adjust, and slowly, the burning pain fades. My inner muscles relax around him, accepting the intrusion, and that's when I feel it, pleasure starting to build beneath the discomfort. Move, I whisper. Please move. He does, pulling out slowly before pushing back in, and this time there's less pain and more of that deep, satisfying pressure. He sets a rhythm, slow and careful at first, mindful that this is my first time, and with each thrust, my body adjusts more, accepts him more readily. His mouth finds mine again, swallowing my gasps and moans as he moves inside me. One hand tangles in my hair while the other grips my hip, guiding my movements as I start to rock against him instinctively. That's it, he growls against my lips. Take what you need. The pain is almost completely gone now, replaced by building pleasure that makes me arch into him. He angles his hips differently, and suddenly he is hitting something inside me that makes stars burst behind my eyelids. Oh gods! I gasp. There. Right there. He does it again, and again, his thrusts becoming harder, deeper, less careful as my body responds. The pressure builds inside me, tighter and tighter, until I feel like I'm going to shatter. His mouth moves to my throat, kissing and sucking at the sensitive skin where my neck meets my shoulder. The spot where a mate mark goes. Luna surges forward with desperate need. Yes. Mark us. Claim us completely. Do it, I hear myself beg, my nails digging into his shoulders. Please, Logan, mark me. Make me yours. His teeth sink into my skin. The pain is sharp and immediate, but it transforms instantly into the most intense pleasure I've ever felt. The mate bond snaps into place with devastating force, and suddenly I can feel him, not just his body inside mine, but his emotions, his wolf, everything. Possession. Satisfaction. Triumph. Need so intense it borders on violence. And underneath it all, confusion and something that might be fear, but those are buried beneath the overwhelming drive to claim, to mark, to make me irrevocably his. Mine, his wolf snarls directly into my mind, not through Luna, but through the bond itself. The voice is possessive and absolute. My mate. Mine forever. Ours, Luna responds with savage satisfaction. Finally ours. The bond slams through me like lightning, and I shatter. My first orgasm crashes over me in waves so intense I can't breathe, can't think, can only feel. My body clenches around him rhythmically, and I'm distantly aware that I'm screaming his name. Through the bond, I feel his own release building, feel the moment he loses control. He groans against my throat as he spills inside me, his hips stuttering as his cock pulses with his release. For a long moment, we just stay like that, him still inside me, his teeth still in my skin, both of us trying to catch our breath. The bond hums between us, satisfied and complete. He releases my throat and licks the wound, sealing it with his saliva the way mated wolves do. I can feel his mark settling into my skin, permanent and unbreakable. When he pulls out, I wince at the soreness and the loss of fullness. There's blood on my thighs, not much, but enough to mark that this was my first time. His eyes track the evidence, and something possessive flashes across his face. He rolls onto his back beside me, and the sudden loss of contact makes the bond pull painfully. Before I can stop myself, I curl into his side, seeking the closeness the bond demands. His arm comes around me automatically. Sleep, he murmurs, his voice rough. I let my eyes close, feeling his steady heartbeat beneath my ear, his scent surrounding me. Luna is purring with contentment, and despite everything, the hatred, the anger, the impossibility of our situation, I feel safe. Avery. I wake to the feeling of being watched. The mate bond awareness prickles at my consciousness. I can sense him in the room even before I open my eyes. Last night we finally stopped fighting what our wolves demanded. Not because we wanted each other, but because 8 days of resisting the pull was destroying us both. Luna stirs weakly in my mind, sated but not content. Getting what she wanted, our mate's claiming hasn't changed the reality that he despises me, or that I'm still his prisoner. My hand flies to my throat where his mark sits fresh and tender. The claiming was desperate, necessary, like scratching an itch that had become unbearable. Nothing more. The soreness between my thighs reminds me of last night's intensity, but there's no warmth in the memory. We gave our wolves what they needed. That's all it was. He is sitting on the edge of the bed, already dressed, his back rigid with tension. Even marked and mated, he can barely stand to be in the same room as me. Logan? My voice comes out rough. He doesn't turn around. Get dressed. The coldness in his voice isn't surprising. I never expected marking me would change how he feels about me, about what I cost him. We're mated now, but we're still enemies. I pull on the gray dress from yesterday without comment. Through the bond, I can feel his guilt and self-loathing radiating from him like heat from a fire. Sit down. He finally turns to face me, and the look in his ice blue eyes is exactly what I expected, the same frozen mask he wore when he first captured me. I lower myself into one of the chairs. He stays by the window, putting as much distance between us as possible in the small room. Last night doesn't change anything between us? I nod slowly. Of course it doesn't. We were both just giving our wolves what they demanded so we could think straight again. Nothing more. I let my wolf control me. His jaw clenches. I let desire override duty. It won't happen again. I know. My voice comes out flat. The silence stretches between us. Through the bond, I can feel his determination, his iron resolve to never let his wolf override his control again. So what now? I ask quietly. I won't let it happen again. He straightens. I, Logan Frost, King of the Northern Territory, formally reject you, Avery of the Eastern Kingdom, as my mate. Pain explodes in my chest as his words hit me, radiating outward until every nerve in my body is screaming. The bond that formed last night, that golden thread connecting us, starts to fray and tear. Luna howls in agony, a sound so broken it makes tears stream down my face. No, and oh no, she whimpers. He leaving us. He abandoning us. I double over in the chair, arms wrapped around my middle as if I can physically hold myself together. Through the damaged bond, I can feel his own agony. It's destroying him, too. But his face remains cold, carved from ice. You need to accept the rejection, he says, and I hear the strain in his voice despite his attempts to hide it. It's the only way to sever the bond completely. I stare at him through the tears, my body already shaking from the partial rejection pain. Accepting it will make it worse, so much worse. But what is the alternative? Stay connected to a man who despises me? Feel his hatred through the bond every day? Avery. I accept. The words come out broken. I, Avery of the Eastern Kingdom, accept your rejection. The bond doesn't just fray now, it shatters. Pain like I've never experienced tears through me, worse than Marcus's beating, worse than the silver chains. It feels like something essential is being ripped from my chest, leaving a gaping wound that won't stop bleeding. Luna's howl becomes a keening wail that echoes through my mind until I can't tell where her agony ends and mine begins. I can't breathe. Can't think. Can't do anything but feel the bond being torn away, piece by piece, until there's nothing left but raw, bleeding emptiness where it used to be. Through the pain, I'm distantly aware that I've collapsed to the floor, that I'm screaming, that tears are streaming down my face. And through it all, I can see him standing there, his face pale, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. He is feeling it too. I can see it in his eyes, in the tension of his body, but he doesn't move. Doesn't come to me. Doesn't try to take it back. He just stands there and watches me break apart. The guards come for me 3 days after the rejection. I've spent them lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling the empty space in my chest where the bond used to be. Luna hasn't spoken since the severance. She's just curled up in the back of my mind like a wounded animal. Food trays have come and gone, all untouched. When the door opens, I don't bother sitting up. Let them drag me to whatever fresh hell Logan has planned. Execution, probably. Now that the bond is gone, there's nothing stopping him. On your feet, princess. The guard's voice is gruff but not unkind. You're being moved. I force myself upright, my body weak from days without food. Where? You're going home. The words don't make sense at first. Home. The Eastern Kingdom. My parents. The Ice King is sending me back? I hear the disbelief in my own voice. Yes. He gestures to the door. There is a carriage waiting in the courtyard. I follow him on unsteady legs, my mind struggling to process this. Logan is letting me go. After everything, he is just sending me home. The fortress corridors are empty as we walk. Either it's early enough that most people are still sleeping, or someone made sure I wouldn't be seen. Probably the latter. Can't have the disgraced prisoner parading through the halls. When we reach the courtyard, I see the carriage, a plain, unmarked vehicle with no royal insignia. An older man sits in the driver's seat, already holding the reins. As I cross the courtyard, the hair on the back of my neck prickles. I glance up at the fortress windows and catch a glimpse of movement, someone watching from one of the high tower windows. Too far away to see clearly, but I know who it is. Logan. Watching me leave from a distance. I climb into the carriage and don't look back. Avery. The journey back to the Eastern Kingdom takes 5 days. I spend them sitting in the cramped carriage, watching the landscape change from snow-covered mountains to the rolling green hills of home. The driver doesn't speak to me except to indicate when we're stopping for the night. No courtesy, no your highness, just silence and cold efficiency. Somewhere around the 2nd day, I start feeling sick. Nausea comes in waves, making me press my hand to my mouth and breathe slowly. I assume it's from the rejection, my body adjusting to the severed bond, the emptiness where it used to be. The exhaustion is worse. Sleep doesn't help. My breasts are tender, my body aches, and the nausea gets stronger in the mornings. I tell myself it's stress. Everything I've been through catching up with me. Luna remains silent through it all, still curled up and broken in my mind. When we finally cross into Eastern territory, I see the familiar forests and roads I've traveled my whole life. Instead of relief, shame burns in my chest. I'm coming home in disgrace. Marked and rejected by the Ice King. The runaway princess who destroyed a peace treaty and reignited a war. The closer we get to the palace, the more I want to turn around and run. The palace gates open as we approach, and I see guards scrambling into formation. Word must have been sent ahead that I was coming. The carriage rolls to a stop in the main courtyard, and I take a deep breath before the door opens. Whatever happens next, I need to face it with dignity. It's all I have left. When I step out, the first thing I notice is the silence. Dozens of servants and guards stand watching, but no one speaks. No one moves. They just stare at me with expressions ranging from pity to barely concealed contempt. Then I see my parents. Mother stands at the top of the palace steps, her hand pressed to her mouth. Father is beside her, his face carved from stone, but I can see the devastation in his eyes even from here. I force my legs to carry me forward, up the steps toward them. Each step feels like walking to my own execution. Mother. Father. My voice comes out steadier than I expected. I'm home. Mother makes a choked sound and pulls me into her arms, holding me so tightly I can barely breathe. I feel her body shaking with silent sobs. Father doesn't embrace me. He just stands there, looking at me like he doesn't recognize his own daughter. Inside, he finally says, his voice rough. Now. They take me to Father's private study, away from the curious eyes of the court. Mother hasn't let go of my hand since we left the courtyard, gripping it like she is afraid I'll disappear again. Father closes the door and turns to face me. For a long moment, he just looks at me, and I see him cataloging the changes, the weight I've lost, the shadows under my eyes, the mark on my throat that I haven't bothered to hide. Do you have any idea what you've done? His voice is quiet, which is somehow worse than if he shouted. Any idea at all? Yes. I meet his eyes. I know exactly what I've done. Do you? Because when you fled with Marcus, did you think about the consequences of your actions? Or did you only think about yourself? I only thought about myself, I admit, my voice breaking. I was selfish and naive, and I thought I could just choose my own happiness without consequences. I was wrong. The admission seems to take something out of Father. His shoulders sag slightly. What's done is done, Mother says softly. She's home now. She's alive. That's what matters. Is it? Father's eyes drop to the mark on my throat. While that mark throbs on her neck and a scent still clings to her like a second skin. Silence falls over the room. I prepared myself for this moment, knew I'd have to explain why I came back marked, but suddenly I can't speak. The words stick in my throat. Mother moves closer, her voice soft. Tell us what happened, dear. Why do you bear the Ice King's mark? He captured me. Discovered we were mates. Marked me. Then rejected me. I say it flatly, without emotion. He sent me home 5 days ago. Mother gasps, her hand flying to her own mating mark, the one Father gave her decades ago. He rejected you? After marking you? His duty came first. I hear the bitterness in my own voice. Just like you always said it should. Avery, Mother starts. Don't. I pull my hand from hers. Father studies me for a long moment. You've changed. I had to. Mother reaches for me again, and this time I let her take my hand. We'll figure something out, she says desperately. Everything will be fine. I don't react to her words. I've already cried enough from the bond being cut off. There are no tears left. The Northern Kingdom sent word that you were being held prisoner, Father says. We've been negotiating for weeks, trying to secure your release or at least confirm you were alive. This is his way of telling me that even though he was furious with me, he didn't abandon me. I know this without him having to say it. Get some rest. He crosses the room and presses a kiss to my forehead. We have a court to face that demands your head now that you're back. But first, rest, my dear. He leaves, and Mother and I are left in the heavy silence. Avery. 4 weeks. 4 weeks since I stood before the Eastern Court and listened to nobles scream for my execution. Father, in a voice that brooked no argument, declared I would be confined to the palace under house arrest while they assessed the political damage. I watched Mother's face crumble as the court called me traitor, coward, and worse. The compromise was brutal but better than death. I'm stripped of my title as crown princess, at least publicly. I cannot leave the palace grounds. I cannot attend court functions. I exist in a strange limbo between princess and prisoner, my own parents my jailers. And for weeks, I told myself the nausea was from shame. The exhaustion from depression. The tender breasts and dizziness just my body's reaction to the severed bond. But this morning, as I wake with my hand pressed to my mouth for the 14th day in a row, I can't deny it anymore. I barely make it to the chamber pot before I'm retching up the plain bread Elena managed to get me to eat last night. Elena, the only lady in waiting who didn't abandon me after my disgrace. The only one Mother trusts to keep my secrets. Luna stirs in my mind for the first time since the rejection, and there's something in her voice I haven't heard in weeks. Not quite hope, but awareness. Something's different, she whispers. Can't you feel it? I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand and sink onto the cool marble floor. My breasts are so tender I can barely stand fabric against them. The exhaustion is bone deep. And the nausea comes every morning like clockwork. My hands shake as I press them to my still flat stomach. No, the word comes out as a whisper. Please, no. But even as I deny it, I know. The timing is perfect or perfectly terrible. One night with Logan, and now. Pup, Luna whimpers, and suddenly she is fully present in my mind, protective and fierce in a way she hasn't been since he rejected us. Our pup. We have to protect our pup. The chamber door opens, and Elena slips inside. She has been bringing me food in secret, emptying my chamber pot, watching me grow paler and sicker each day. One look at my face, and understanding dawns in her eyes. Oh, princess. She kneels beside me on the bathroom floor. How far along? I do the math with trembling fingers. 5 weeks. Maybe 6. Does he know? No, I grip her hand so hard it must hurt. And he can't, Elena, please. No one can know. Not yet. The court already wants me dead for breaking the treaty. If they find out I'm carrying the Ice King's bastard. His heir, she corrects gently. Rejected bond or not, that's his child. That makes it worse. My voice cracks. They'll either try to use the baby as a political bargaining chip or kill us both to prevent complications. And Logan, I can't finish the sentence. Elena pulls me into her arms. Your parents need to know. I know. The tears come then, hot and desperate. But what am I supposed to tell them? They just saved me from execution. Now I have to tell them I'm pregnant with the child of a man who despises me? She holds me while I break apart on the bathroom floor, just like she has held me through every nightmare, every panic attack, every moment I've wanted to give up these past 4 weeks. When I finally pull away, my decision is made. Tonight, I whisper. I'll tell them tonight. I spend the rest of the day trying not to panic. Elena helps me dress in a simple gown of deep burgundy, one of the few colors that doesn't make my complexion look like death. She pins my hair back from my face, and I catch my reflection in the mirror. I look terrible. Thinner, with hollow cheeks and dark circles under my eyes that no amount of powder can hide. The rejection mark on my throat has faded from angry red to a silvery scar, but it's still visible above the neckline of my dress. A permanent reminder of what Logan did to me. What we did to each other. My hand drifts to my stomach again, and Elena catches the gesture in the mirror. You keep doing that, she says softly. Touching your stomach. Your wolf knows the pup is there, even if you can't feel it yet. Is it obvious? Panic flutters in my chest. Can other people tell? Not yet. But soon, they will be able to smell it on you. The change in your scent. Wolves always know when one of their own is carrying. I close my eyes. How long do I have before someone notices? A few more weeks, maybe. Pregnancy scent doesn't usually manifest until 8 or 9 weeks along. But princess, she meets my eyes in the mirror. You can't hide this forever. Eventually, your body will show what your scent already tells your wolf. I know. My voice comes out barely above a whisper. I just need time to figure out what to do. How to protect this baby from I gesture vaguely. Everything. Elena squeezes my shoulder. Your parents will help. They love you. I'm not so sure. They saved me from execution, yes, but at what cost? Their own political standing is damaged. The treaty is destroyed. Men are dying in border skirmishes because of my choices. And now I'm about to tell them I'm carrying the child of the man who rejected me and sent me home in disgrace. As I leave my chambers and make my way through the palace corridors, I keep my head down. Servants press themselves against the walls as I pass, their eyes averted. No one speaks to me directly anymore. I'm the disgraced princess, a cautionary tale whispered about in corners. I catch snippets of conversation as I walk. Heard she tried to seduce him, and he rejected her anyway. Destroyed her own kingdom for a man who didn't even want her. Mark on her throat like a brand of shame. Each word is a knife, but I keep walking. Let them talk. Let them judge. They don't know the whole truth, and they never will. When I reach the family wing, the guards at my parents' door nod but don't speak. They know I'm expected. Elena sent word earlier that I needed to speak with them urgently. I take a deep breath, press my hand to my stomach one more time, and knock. They're in Mother's private sitting room, and the familiar space feels both comforting and suffocating. This is where I used to come as a child when I needed comfort, where Mother would read to me by the fire. Father is reading reports while Mother embroiders, a peaceful domestic scene that I'm about to shatter. Avery. Mother sets aside her embroidery and rises, concern immediately flooding her features. Elena said you needed to speak with us. What's wrong, dear? I force myself to stand straight, to meet their eyes even though every instinct screams at me to run. I need to tell you something. The tone of my voice must alarm them because Father immediately sets down his papers and stands. They exchange one of those wordless looks that mated couples have, communicating volumes without speaking. Sit down, Father says, gesturing to the chair across from them. I'd rather stand. My hands are shaking, so I clasp them in front of me to hide it. I don't know how to say this, so I'm just going to say it. Mother moves closer, her hand reaching for mine. Whatever it is, we'll handle it together. I'm pregnant. The words come out flat, emotionless. With Logan's child. The silence that follows is deafening. Father's face goes completely blank, that careful mask he wears when dealing with political disasters. Mother's hand tightens on mine, her grip almost painful. Pregnant, Father repeats slowly, like he's testing the word. With the Ice King's child. Yes. How far along? Mother's voice is surprisingly steady, but I can see her mind racing behind her eyes. 5 or 6 weeks. I started feeling sick on the journey home, but I thought it was just the rejection. The bond being severed. But the symptoms kept getting worse, and this morning I realized my voice breaks. I realized what it actually was. Father moves to the window, his back rigid. For a long moment, he just stares out at the gardens, his hands clasped behind him. Mother's face goes pale. Does anyone else know? Only Elena. She figured it out this morning when she found me sick. I grip her hand tighter. No one else can know. Not yet. This changes everything. Father's voice is flat, controlled. Everything. I know. No, he turns to face me, and I see the calculation in his eyes. Not anger, not disappointment, just cold political assessment. You don't understand, Avery. That child you're carrying isn't just any baby. It's the heir to the Northern Kingdom. The product of a true mating bond, even a rejected one. What does that mean? My hand instinctively moves to protect my stomach. Mother guides me to sit in the chair, then takes the seat beside me. Children born from true mate bonds are rare and powerful. Even if the bond is rejected after conception, the child carries the strength of both bloodlines, both wolves. But he rejected me, I protest. The bond is severed. Doesn't he that? The bond between you and Logan is broken, Father interrupts. But the bond between you and that child remains intact. Through you, the child is connected to Logan's bloodline even if he never acknowledges it. The implications hit me like a physical blow. So the baby will be powerful. Extremely. Mother squeezes my hand. And that makes it valuable and dangerous. To both kingdoms, to political enemies, to anyone who wants leverage. Which means that child is a target from the moment anyone discovers its existence. Father moves closer, his expression intense. If the court finds out, they'll either demand execution or try to use the baby as a political bargaining chip. And Logan himself, Mother adds softly. He rejected you, but that child is his blood, his heir. He could demand custody or see it as another complication and demand you get rid of it. Now the word comes out fierce, protective. My hand presses harder against my stomach. No one is taking this baby from me. And no one is making me get rid of it. We're not suggesting that, Mother says quickly. We're explaining the dangers so you understand what we're up against. Luna stirs in my mind, her voice fierce and protective. No one touches our pup. No one. So what do? I look between my parents. I can't just make the baby disappear. And I want to get rid of it. They exchange another long look, having one of those silent conversations. You stay here, Father finally says. You keep the pregnancy completely secret. Only the three of us know, and whoever absolutely must know for your safety. We'll also need to bring in a healer we trust implicitly, Mother says. Old Mara, Father suggests. She delivered you, Avery. She is loyal to this family above all else, and she knows how to keep her mouth shut. Mother nods. I'll send for her tonight under the guise of treating your ongoing recovery from, she pauses delicately. From your ordeal in the north. And when the baby is born? My voice shakes. How do I explain a child? The court already watches my every move. They'll know the moment my scent changes, the moment my body starts to show. We'll figure that out when we get there, Father says. Right now, we focus on keeping you and the baby alive and safe. Everything else can wait. But Logan, I can't finish the sentence. The thought of him finding out, of what he might do, terrifies me. Logan rejected you and sent you home, Mother says firmly. As far as the world knows, your connection to him ended the moment he severed the bond. There is no reason for him to ever know about this child unless we tell him. And we want to tell him, Father adds. Not until we have a plan to protect both you and the baby from whatever consequences might follow. I sink back in my chair, feeling the weight of this new secret settle onto my already burdened shoulders. A child. Logan's child. Growing inside me even as the bond between us lies shattered and broken. Our pup, Luna whispers fiercely. We'll keep our pup safe. No matter what it takes. No matter what, I echo out loud. Mother pulls me into her arms, and I let myself be held like a child. We'll get through this, she murmurs. I promise you, Avery. We'll find a way. But as I cling to her, feeling my father's hand settle on my shoulder, I can't shake the fear that's wrapped around my heart. Because I know the truth they're not saying, there might not be a way through this that doesn't end in tragedy. Avery. The contraction started 3 hours ago. I've been hiding in these chambers since my belly started to show, living behind the lie that I'm too traumatized from my time in the north to face the court. Father announced it with such conviction that no one dared question him. They have no idea what I've really been hiding. I'm pacing between the bed and the window while old Mara prepares her supplies. Elena holds my hand through each wave of pain, her grip steady even when mine threatens to crush her fingers. You're doing wonderfully, Princess, Mara says in her cracked, ancient voice. She has been my secret keeper throughout this pregnancy, the only healer allowed near me. The pup is eager to meet you. Another contraction rips through me, and I double over with a gasp. Luna surges forward, lending me her strength, and I feel my wolf's fierce protectiveness flooding through our connection. Our pup, she whispers. Almost here. Stay strong. Her voice is stronger now than it's been since the rejection. She started speaking again around month 4, the moment she felt the pup move inside me. Her maternal instinct overpowered even the devastation of our severed bond. I am strong, I grit out through clenched teeth. My body has changed so much. The pregnancy scent Mara warned me about manifested around 12 weeks, but Father had healers spread word that I was being treated with strong herbs that altered my natural scent. No one questioned it. Another contraction hits, stronger this time, and I cry out despite trying to stay quiet. The windows are spelled for silence, but I still worry someone will hear. You need to get in the bed now, Mara says firmly. The pup is coming. Elena helps me onto the bed, and I grip the sheets as another wave crashes over me. The pain is unlike anything I've experienced, even worse than the bond rejection. This is my body tearing itself apart to bring new life into the world. I can't do this, I gasp between contractions. It's too much, You can and you will. Mother appears beside the bed, taking my other hand. Her eyes are fierce with the same strength I've seen her show in court. You are a princess of the Eastern Kingdom, Avery. You will survive this. The labor continues for what feels like hours. Time blurs into a haze of pain and pushing, of Mara's steady instructions and Elena's encouraging whispers. Luna paces frantically in my mind, desperate to help but unable to do anything except lend me her strength. One more push, Mara says. I can see the head. One more, princess. I bear down with everything I have left, screaming as my body splits open. Then suddenly, the pressure releases, and I hear it. A baby's cry. It's a boy, Mara announces, tears streaming down her weathered face as she holds up the tiny, squirming infant. A beautiful, healthy boy. Mother makes a choked sound beside me as Mara quickly cleans the baby and wraps him in soft cloth. Then she is placing him in my arms, and I'm staring down at the most perfect thing I've ever seen. He has a thick head of dark hair, still damp from birth. His skin is pale, almost luminescent in the candlelight. But it's his eyes that make my breath catch. Ice blue eyes. Logan's eyes. The phantom pain of the rejection flares in my chest, sharp and sudden. Even newborn and unfocused, they're unmistakably his father's that same piercing blue that haunted my dreams throughout the entire pregnancy. Oh, I breathe, touching his tiny cheek with trembling fingers. Hello, little one. He turns toward my touch, his rosebud mouth opening and closing. Luna surges forward with overwhelming maternal instinct, and I feel her fierce love mixing with my own, drowning out the ache of the severed bond. Our pup, she whispers, awe in her voice. Perfect. Ours. He looks just like him, Elena says softly, worry threading through her words. She's right. Anyone with eyes will know who this child's father is the moment they see him. What will you name him? Mother asks. I stare down at my son, at this tiny miracle created with a man who despises me. A child born from one night of desperate passion, from a bond that was marked and then shattered. Azrael, I say quietly. His name is Azrael. Help of God, Mother repeats. A strong name. He'll need to be strong. I press a kiss to his forehead. With the blood he carries, he'll need all the strength he can get. Elena helps me with the feeding, and when Azrael latches on, his tiny hand grips my finger with surprising strength. Something in my chest cracks wide open. I've spent months terrified of this moment. Would I see Logan and feel only pain? Would I resent this innocent child? But looking down at Azrael now, I feel only overwhelming love. He's mine. Regardless of who his father is or how he came to be, he's mine to protect. He's perfect, I whisper. Absolutely perfect. Mara finishes her work as father slips into the room. He stops when he sees the baby in my arms, his expression carefully controlled. Then he moves closer, and his face softens. May I? He asks quietly. I pass Azrael to him, and father cradles the baby with practiced ease. He has your chin, father says. And your mother's nose. His jaw tightens. But his father's eyes. Anyone who sees him will know. One look and they'll recognize northern blood. I know. My voice comes out stronger than I feel. But he is still my son. Our family. And I won't let anyone hurt him because of who his father is. No one will hurt him, Mother says fiercely. Father carefully hands Azrael back to me. For now, he stays hidden. Just like the pregnancy. No one can know about him until we figure out how to handle this. How long can we keep a baby secret? Elena asks. Babies cry. They need things. People will notice eventually. We'll say he is a foundling, Mother says. A child left at the palace gates that Avery has taken under her protection. It's not uncommon for nobility to adopt orphans. And when he grows up looking exactly like the Ice King? I can't keep the bitterness from my voice. We'll deal with that when the time comes, father says firmly. Right now, we focus on keeping you both alive and safe. Azriel falls asleep in my arms, and I trace his features with my finger, memorizing every detail. I love you, I whisper to him. No matter what happens, no matter what anyone says, I love you. You're mine, and I will always protect you. Luna echoes the sentiment in my mind. Our pup. Forever ours. As the night deepens and everyone leaves me alone with my son, I hold him close and let the tears come. Not from pain or fear, but from overwhelming love. Your father doesn't he know you exist, I whisper to my sleeping son. And I don't know if I'll ever tell him. But you need to know something, Azriel. You are wanted. You are loved. And you will never, ever have to doubt that. Avery. I smooth my hands over the deep emerald silk of my gown, checking my reflection one final time before leaving my chambers. The dress is formal enough for a royal representative but practical enough to move in, high neckline, long sleeves, fitted bodice that flows into a fuller skirt. Mother insisted on the color, saying it brings out my eyes. What she really meant is that it makes me look strong. Regal. Like a princess who hasn't spent the last 5 years hiding in her own palace. Elena appears in the doorway, Azriel's small hand clasped in hers. My son gods, he has gotten so tall, is dressed in a simple tunic and trousers, his dark hair freshly combed. Those ice blue eyes find me immediately, and he breaks into a grin that makes my chest ache. Mama. He bounces on his toes. Is it true? The tournament is really happening here? Yes, sweetheart. I kneel down to his level, ignoring the way the movement pulls at my carefully arranged hair. The Eastern Kingdom is hosting this year. But you still need to stay close to Elena. Can I watch the warriors? His eyes are bright with excitement. Please? We'll see. I tuck a strand of hair behind his ear, my stomach twisting. Now go with Elena. I need to finish getting ready. He throws his arms around my neck one more time before Elena leads him out. I watch them go, then sink onto the edge of my bed, my hands trembling. The peace tournaments. They're finally here. In my home. It's been 2 years since the tournaments began. Before that, it was constant warfare, the North and South tearing each other apart, the East and West getting dragged into the conflict through old alliances and new grudges. Resources depleting. Casualties mounting. Entire villages burned. I remember the reports coming in, Father's face growing grimmer with each one. Mother pacing the war room, trying to find diplomatic solutions that no one wanted to hear. The breaking point came when 3 of the 4 kingdoms lost major supply routes in the same month. Suddenly, everyone was starving. Everyone was desperate. That's when the military advisors stepped in. All 4 kingdoms, sitting down together for the first time in years, and they proposed something radical, the peace tournaments. Instead of full-scale war, disputes would be settled through ritualized combat between champions. Controlled. Regulated. With rules that all 4 kingdoms agreed to honor. Father signed the treaty immediately. So did Logan. I remember that first tournament 3 years ago. I attended from the Eastern delegation box, my stomach in knots the entire time, scanning the crowds for a glimpse of silver-streaked black hair. But Logan didn't come. He sent representatives instead, and I didn't know whether to feel relieved or disappointed. The tournament worked, though. Disputes were settled. Tensions eased. Resources started recovering. Logan attended the second tournament. I heard the reports from our delegates, the Ice King in all his cold glory, watching the matches without a flicker of emotion. I didn't go that year. Couldn't bring myself to face him. Or the year after that. Or the one after that. But this year, the tournament is being hosted here. In the Eastern Kingdom. In my father's palace. Which means I can't hide. Can't make excuses. And it means Logan is coming here. To my home. Where my son lives. Luna stirs uneasily. Dangerous. This is dangerous. I know, I mutter, standing up and smoothing my gown again. But what choice do we have? At least Azriel 1T stand out. He has been part of the Eastern court his entire life, introduced as a ward after his parents, distant nobles, supposedly died in a border raid when he was an infant. The staff knows the story, the nobles have accepted it. No one questions why the princess takes care of an orphan child. It's seen as charitable. Kind. No one looks close enough to wonder why those ice blue eyes seem so familiar, or why I guard him so fiercely. Hopefully, that's enough reason for Logan not to notice one small boy among the many children of the court. A knock at the door announces my parents' arrival. Father S dressed in his formal robes, the crown of the Eastern Kingdom on his head. Mother looks effortlessly elegant in deep blue and gold, every inch the queen. They're hosting the tournament this year, which means endless ceremonies, formal dinners, and diplomatic meetings. And Logan sleeping under our roof. Ready? Father asks, though his expression says he has been dreading this day for months. Mother pulls me aside while father examines one of the tapestries on my wall, giving us privacy. The northern delegation arrived an hour ago, she says quietly. Logan is here. My heart stutters. Already? They're being settled in the West Wing. Opposite side of the palace from your quarters. Her eyes search my face. Are you certain you can handle this? Having him here? I don't have a choice. I grip her hand. This is my home. I'm not going to hide in my chambers for a week because he is visiting. And if he sees Azriel? Mother S voice drops even lower. At the banquets, in the corridors this palace isn't that large. Azriel will stay in the family wing during formal events. Elena knows to keep him away from the main halls. I force confidence into my voice. Logan has no reason to wander into the children's areas. But if he does, he won't recognize him. The words taste like a lie. 5 years, mother. Logan rejected me and moved on. He is not looking for ghosts. Mother doesn't look convinced, but father clears his throat. The opening ceremony begins in an hour. We need to get to the arena. We make our way through the palace and out toward the arena. The afternoon sun is bright, and the crowds are already gathering nobles from all 4 kingdoms, warriors preparing for the tournament, common folk allowed in for the opening ceremony. The energy is electric. Remember, father says as we climb the stairs to the royal boxes. You represent the Eastern Kingdom. Strength and composure. I know. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. The royal boxes are elevated platforms that overlook the arena floor, positioned at the 4 cardinal points. East, west, north, south. Each kingdom has their own box, draped in their colors and filled with their highest-ranking nobles. We enter the eastern box, and I take my seat between my parents. Across the arena, directly opposite us, the northern box sits empty. Waiting. The western delegation has arrived, someone murmurs behind us. I glance to the right and see the western royals taking their seats, their box draped in deep purple and gold. The southern delegation. To the left, the southern box fills with their nobles in red and bronze. My hands grip the arms of my chair. Any moment now. The northern delegation. The crowd's noise shifts, becoming louder, more excited. I force myself to breathe as figures begin filing into the northern box across the arena. And then I see him. Logan enters the box, and even from this distance, his presence is commanding. He is dressed in black and silver, his formal robes bearing the Northern Kingdom's crest. His silver-streaked black hair catches the sunlight. He is broader than I remember, harder battle-hardened and cold. 5 years of warfare and tournaments have carved away anything soft, leaving only the Ice King. He takes his seat in the center of the northern box, flanked by his advisors and warriors. His posture is perfect, his expression unreadable even from across the arena. Luna surges forward in my mind, whining desperately. Mate. Our mate. He is here, he is right there. Stop, I hiss under my breath. He is not. But then Logan's gaze sweeps the arena, and it lands on me. The world stops. Even across the distance, even with hundreds of feet separating us, I feel it. That connection that shouldn't exist anymore, that bond that was supposed to be severed and dead. It flares to life like someone lit a match in the darkness, sharp, sudden, undeniable. Heat floods through me. My wolf goes absolutely wild, howling and clawing to get out, to get to him. The hollow space where the bond used to be suddenly isn't hollow anymore. It's pulling, aching, burning with a need I haven't felt in 5 years. Mate, Luna screams. Our mate, he is alive, the bond. No, I dig my nails into the arms of my chair, trying to anchor myself. It's not possible. He rejected us. The bond is broken. But it doesn't feel broken. It feels like it's trying to snap back together, like two magnets being forced apart finally given the chance to reconnect. Across the arena, Logan's posture changes. It's subtle, just a slight stiffening of his shoulders, a tightening of his jaw. But I see it. I see the moment it hits him too, the moment he feels whatever this is. His hands grip the arms of his chair. His eyes, those ice blue eyes, are locked on mine with an intensity that steals my breath. For just a second, his mask slips. I see something raw flash across his face, recognition, shock, maybe even pain. Then it's gone. He looks away, turning his attention to one of his advisors, his expression carefully blank. But his hands don't relax. His knuckles are white where he is gripping the chair. He felt it. I know he did. Avery? Mother's voice breaks through the fog. Are you all right? You're shaking. I am. My whole body is trembling, my heart pounding so hard it hurts. Luna is still howling in my mind, still trying to break free. I'm fine. The lie tastes bitter. Just it's been a long time. Mother follows my gaze across the arena to where Logan sits, rigid and controlled. Her expression tightens. The bond? It shouldn't be possible. I force myself to look away from him, to focus on the arena floor where the ceremony is about to begin. He rejected me. It should be dead. Should be, Mother echoes quietly. But is it? I don't answer because I don't know. All I know is that seeing him again, being this close to him, has awakened something I thought was buried forever. And across the arena, the Ice King sits frozen in his seat, fighting the same battle I am. Logan. I shouldn't be following her. I've spent the entire opening ceremony fighting the urge to cross the arena and demand answers. That pull, that connection I felt the moment our eyes met, it shouldn't exist. I rejected her 5 years ago. Severed the bond completely. It should be dead, buried, forgotten. But the second I saw her sitting in that eastern box, dressed in emerald silk with her dark hair pinned up to expose that pale throat, something in my chest came alive. Like a dormant beast waking from a long sleep, hungry and furious. My wolf has been clawing at my consciousness ever since, demanding I go to her, find out why the bond feels like it's trying to snap back into place. Your Majesty? Commander Thane's voice breaks through my thoughts. The banquet is about to begin. I'll be there shortly. I wave him off without taking my eyes off the eastern box across the arena. Avery has stood, smoothing her gown with trembling hands. Even from this distance, I can see she is shaken. Good. She should be. She is not the only one fighting ghosts today. She turns and says something to her mother before slipping out of the box. Instead of heading toward the main palace where the banquet is being held, she veers off toward the east wing. My feet are moving before I consciously decide to follow. I keep my distance, staying in the shadows as she walks through the palace corridors. She is moving with purpose, not the casual stroll of someone heading to change clothes or freshen up. She is going somewhere specific. We pass through the main halls and into what looks like the family wing, quieter, less formal, with children's laughter echoing from somewhere ahead. A nursery area, maybe. Or a playroom for noble children during formal events. Avery stops at a set of double doors and pushes them open. I hang back, watching as she disappears inside. This is insane. I should turn around, go to the banquet, forget whatever compulsion is driving me to stalk my ex-mate through her own palace like some obsessed fool. But my wolf won't let me leave. He is practically vibrating with need, pushing me forward even as my rational mind screams that this is a mistake. I move closer to the doors, staying just out of sight, and peer through the gap. The room is large and bright, filled with children of various ages. Servants and caretakers supervise while the young ones play, noble children, I assume, kept occupied during the adult events. Toys are scattered across plush rugs, and paintings cover the walls at child height. Avery weaves through the chaos until she reaches a boy playing alone in the corner with wooden soldiers. She kneels beside him, and even from here, I can see the softness in her expression. Something about the child makes my wolf stir uneasily. He is small, maybe 5 years old, with dark hair that catches the light as he moves. His back is to me, his attention focused on arranging his toy soldiers in careful formations. Avery says something to him, and he looks up at her. My chest tightens for reasons I don't understand. There is something familiar about the shape of his face, the way he tilts his head when he listens to her. The boy nods at whatever Avery said, then stands. She takes his small hand in hers with the kind of practiced ease that speaks of years of doing this. Years of caring for him. They start walking toward the door, toward me, and I press myself back against the wall. The boy is chattering now, his voice high and excited, though I can't make out the words. Avery laughs at something he says, and the sound hits me like a physical blow, genuine and warm and nothing like the screams I last heard from her. I hold my breath as they emerge from the room, passing within a few feet of where I stand in the shadows. And that's when I see his face. Pale skin. Delicate features that echo his mother's. And eyes. Ice blue eyes. My eyes. The air leaves my lungs in a rush. My hand shoots out to grip the wall, needing something solid to anchor me because the floor has just dropped out from beneath my feet. No. It's not possible. Lots of people have blue eyes. Northern bloodlines aren't uncommon in noble families. This doesn't mean. Then his scent hits me. Pine and snow. My scent. Mixed with Avery's wildflowers and something else, something uniquely his own. But there is no mistaking the foundation this child carries northern bloodline as clearly as if I claimed him myself. My wolf goes absolutely feral. Pup, he roars, throwing himself against my consciousness with enough force to make me stagger. Our pup. Ours. No, I breathe, but they've already turned the corner. I stand there, back pressed against the wall, my entire body shaking. My mind is trying to catch up, to process what I just saw, what I just smelled, but the pieces won't fit together. They can't fit together. That child. That boy who can't be more than 5 years old. 5 years old. The timeline crashes over me like a wave. 5 years since I marked her. Our pup, my wolf insists, still clawing frantically. She was carrying our pup. We sent her away while she carried our pup. She would have told me, I say out loud, my voice hoarse. If she'd been pregnant, she would have. But even as I say it, I know it's a lie. Why would she tell me? Why would she trust me with anything after what I did? The memory slams into me, Avery on the floor of that tower room, screaming as I spoke the words of rejection. The way her body convulsed with pain as the bond tore apart. How I stood there, frozen and resolute, while she shattered. She was carrying him. When I watched her break, when I sent her home in disgrace, she was already pregnant with my child. Follow, my wolf demands. Follow our mate. Protect our pup. My feet are moving before I consciously decide, following the path they took. Every instinct I have is screaming, some primal part of me that has nothing to do with politics or duty and everything to do with the scent of my own bloodline walking away from me. They're heading deeper into the family wing, away from the formal areas where guests are allowed. They stop at a set of doors. A woman is waiting there, a lady in waiting by her dress, and Avery says something to her before leading the boy inside. The door closes behind them with a soft click. I stand in the corridor, staring at that closed door, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. I have a son. An heir. And she kept him from me for 5 years. Your Majesty? I turn to find Thane approaching, his expression concerned. How long have I been standing here? You've missed the first course, he says carefully. King Aldrich is asking. I need information. My voice comes out rougher than intended. About Princess Avery. Specifically, about any children in her care. Thane's eyes narrow. Children? There's a boy. Dark hair, about 5 years old. He was in the nursery area during the ceremony. Find out everything you can about him. Who he is, where he came from, and why Avery is caring for him. Of course. Thane doesn't ask questions, just nods and disappears down the corridor. I force myself to walk away from her door before I do something reckless like kick it down and demand answers. My hands are shaking from rage or shock or something else entirely, I don't know. The banquet hall is already full when I arrive. Noble families from all 4 kingdoms mingle, the atmosphere carefully diplomatic despite centuries of bad blood. I take my seat at the northern table, ignoring the concerned looks from my advisors. Across the hall, the Eastern royal family sits at the head table. Avery's seat is empty. King Aldrich notices my arrival and nods in acknowledgement. Queen Alara's eyes are sharp, assessing, and I wonder if she knows. If she has been in on this secret all along. Apologies for my lateness, I say when a servant approaches with wine. My voice is steady, controlled. No one would guess that my entire world just imploded. I was delayed. The dinner passes in a blur. I eat without tasting, speak when spoken to without really hearing. My wolf is going insane, torn between the protective instinct toward a child I never knew existed and fury at Avery for keeping him from me. Thane returns midway through the third course, leaning down to whisper in my ear. The boy's name is Azrael. He is registered as a ward of the Eastern Crown, supposedly orphaned 5 years ago when his parents died in a border raid. Princess Avery took him in as an act of charity. Parents who died in a border raid. I set down my wine glass very carefully. How convenient. The records show they were minor nobles from a distant province. No living relatives. No one to contest the princess's guardianship. And no one questioned why she suddenly appeared with a child after returning from the north? Thane's silence is answer enough. I look up at the head table again, where Avery's seat remains conspicuously empty. She kept my son from me. My heir. My blood. And tomorrow, she is going to answer for it. Avery. The banquet hall buzzes with conversation and laughter as nobles from all 4 kingdoms mingle. I stand near the eastern wall, a glass of wine I haven't tea touched warming in my hand, watching the crowd with forced calm. Since the opening ceremony yesterday, I've been hyper-aware of Logan's presence in the palace. Every glimpse of him across crowded rooms intensifies that impossible pull, while Luna whines constantly about our mate being so close yet untouchable. I've kept Azrael far from the main halls, terrified of a chance encounter that would unravel 5 years of secrets. You're doing that thing again, Elena murmurs beside me, her own glass raised to her lips. What thing? That thing where you look like you're about to bolt. She nods toward the crowd. Relax. He is on the other side of the room talking to the southern delegation. You're fine. I glance across the hall and find him immediately, because of course I do. Logan stands with a group of southern nobles, his posture rigid, his expression the same cold mask he has worn since the tournament began. He hasn't looked at me once since that first moment in the arena. He is pretending I don't exist. Good. That makes 2 of us. I need to check on Azrael, I say abruptly, setting my untouched wine on a passing servant's tray. He has been in the children's area for hours. The caregivers have him, Elena reminds me, her expression softening. He is fine. I know. But I promised I'd come get him before the evening festivities end. I'm already moving toward the door, desperate for an excuse to leave this suffocating room. I'll be right back. I slip out before she can protest, grateful to escape the oppressive atmosphere of forced diplomacy and fake smiles. The corridor outside is blissfully empty and quiet. The children's area is in the family wing, far enough from the main festivities that the noble children can play without disturbing their parents' negotiations. It's a large room filled with toys, books, and several attentive caregivers who watch over the youngest members of the court. When I arrive, the door is slightly ajar, and I can hear children's laughter inside. My chest loosens. Azrael's laugh stands out among the others, bright and uninhibited in a way he never is around strangers. He is usually so careful, so aware of his place as a ward in the Eastern Court. The noble children tolerate him because of me, but they never fully accept him. He has learned to be quiet, polite, almost invisible in crowds. But here, in the safety of the children's area where rank matters less, he is free to just be a child. I push the door open and scan the room. There are perhaps a dozen children ranging from toddlers to young teenagers, all playing various games. The caregivers stand along the walls, ready to intervene if needed. Then I spot him. Azrael is in the corner, crouched on the floor with building blocks scattered around him. He is constructing something elaborate, a castle, maybe, or a fortress. His dark head is bent in concentration, and even from across the room, I can see his tongue poking out slightly, the way it always does when he is focused. But he is not alone. A tall figure crouches beside him, broad shoulders hunched to fit at child height. My heart stops. No. Logan's back is to me, but I recognize that silver-streaked black hair anywhere, that commanding presence even when he is folded down to a 5-year-old's level. He is saying something to Azrael, pointing at the blocks, and my son is nodding enthusiastically. Terror freezes me in place. This can't be happening. Logan isn't supposed to be here. He has no reason to wander into the children's area. He doesn't have kids, doesn't care about. Azrael looks up at something Logan says, and even from across the room, I see it. Those ice blue eyes meet identical ones. The same sharp features. The same angle of the jaw. My son, looking at his father for the first time. And he has no idea. Luna goes absolutely insane in my mind. Our mate. He with our pup. They're together, this is what we've needed. No, I snap back at her, my legs finally unfreezing. This is a disaster. I cross the room quickly, my heart pounding so hard I can barely hear over it. Neither of them notices me approaching. Azrael is too excited about whatever he's building, and Logan is too focused on my son. Our son. Impressive engineering for someone your age, Logan is saying, his voice that same deep rumble I remember from 5 years ago. Something in my chest cracks at the sound of it. You have good spatial reasoning. Thank you, sir, Azrael says politely, the way I've taught him to address nobility. His little face is lit up with pride at the compliment. Do you like building things too? I prefer destroying them, typically. There's the barest hint of dark humor in Logan's tone. But I can appreciate good construction when I see it. Azrael giggles at the Ice King's grim joke, and the sound makes my throat tighten. He sounds so happy, so comfortable with this stranger who's crouched beside him. If only he knew. Azrael. My voice comes out sharper than I intend. Both of them turn toward me, and the world narrows to 3 people. Logan rises to his full height slowly, meeting my eyes with an intensity that steals my breath. Mama. Azrael bounces to his feet, grinning. He is completely oblivious to the tension crackling between the adults. Look what I built. This man was helping me. He knows all about fortresses and defensive architecture and... It's time to go, sweetheart. I move to his side and place my hand on his shoulder, positioning myself between him and Logan. Say goodbye. But I'm not finished. Now, Azrael. Something in my tone must register because he stops protesting. He turns back to Logan and gives a little bow. Gods, when did I teach him to bow like that? Thank you for your help, sir. It was nice to meet you. Logan doesn't respond immediately. He is staring at Azrael with an intensity that makes me want to grab my son and run. His eyes trace every feature, the dark hair, the pale skin, the ice blue eyes, not with confusion, but with possessive certainty. Say goodbye, Azrael, I repeat, my hand tightening on my son's shoulder hard enough that he squirms slightly. Goodbye, Azrael chirps, then tugs on my hand. Can we go get dessert before bed? Yes, sweetheart. Let us go. My voice sounds steadier than I feel. I turn to leave, desperate to get Azrael away from here, away from Logan's calculating stare. But Logan's voice stops me before I've taken 2 steps. Princess Avery. His tone is perfectly neutral. But I hear the edge underneath, sharp as a blade. How old is your ward? Ward. The word cuts through me like a blade. I don't turn around. Can't bear to see his face, to see the accusation and fury I know will be there. 5. He turned 5 last month. The silence that follows is deafening. I can practically hear Logan doing the math, counting back the months to when we. To that one night. The claiming. The marking. The desperate passion that neither of us could resist. The night that created Azrael. Interesting, he says, something dangerous in his voice. Very interesting timing. My hand tightens on Azrael's shoulder, and he looks up at me with confusion in those damning ice blue eyes. Mama? Why does the man sound angry? He is not angry, baby. The lie comes easily after 5 years of practice. He is just surprised. Surprised about what? Nothing important. I force myself to start walking again, pulling Azrael toward the door. Let us go get that dessert. We make it 3 steps before Logan speaks again. He has your chin. His voice is still controlled, but barely. Each word sounds like it's being torn from his throat. And your mother's knows. I freeze. Luna whimpers in my mind, torn between the instinct to protect our pup and the desperate need to go to our mate. Azriel, oblivious to the tension, tugs on my hand again. Mama? Can we go? But his eyes. A pause that feels like an eternity. His eyes are northern. The accusation hangs in the air between us, unspoken but crystal clear. My heart stops. Luna howls in agony, knowing we've been caught, knowing the secret we've guarded for 5 years has just been ripped open. Yes, baby. My voice comes out strangled. I can't look back. If I look back, if I see his face, I'll either break apart or say something I can't take back. Let us go. I don't look back as I leave the children's area, practically dragging Azriel behind me. But I can feel Logan's stare burning into my back, can sense his shock and fury rolling off him in waves even from across the room. The supposedly dead bond pulses between us like an open wound. He knows. After 5 years of hiding, of protecting this secret with everything I have, Logan knows he has a son. And I have no idea what he is going to do about it. Avery. I managed to keep my composure long enough to get Azriel his promised dessert and tuck him into bed. He chattered the whole time about the nice man who helped him build his fortress, completely oblivious to the way my hands shook or how I kept glancing at the door. Now, an hour later, I pace my chambers like a caged animal, my hands shaking as I press them against my stomach. Luna 1T stopped whimpering in my mind, a constant stream of anxiety that makes it impossible to think straight. He knows, I whisper to the empty room. Gods, he knows. Elena sits on the edge of my bed, watching me wear a path in the carpet. Maybe he 1T. 1T what? Demand answers? I spin to face her. You saw his face. He knows Azriel is his. The knock at my door makes us both freeze. Princess Avery. A guard's voice. The Ice King requests your presence in the East Garden. Immediately. My stomach drops. Tell him. He said if you refuse, he'll come to you. The guard's tone suggests he is not thrilled about delivering that threat. His words, Your Highness. Elena stands. I'll stay with Azriel. I nod, too terrified to speak. My hands smooth over the burgundy dress I changed into after fleeing the children's area, a nervous habit I can't break. The high neckline suddenly feels like it's choking me. The East Garden is private, tucked away from the main palace grounds. Mother comes here when she needs peace. The perfect place for a conversation no one else should hear. Logan stands with his back to me, staring at the fountain in the center. The moonlight catches on his silver-streaked hair, and even from here, I can see the tension in his shoulders. His hands are clasped behind him, knuckles white. You wanted to see me. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. He doesn't turn around. How old did you say he was? 5. And when's his birthday? I know where this is going. No, there's no point in lying. Last month. Last month. He finally turns, and the fury in his ice blue eyes steals my breath. Which means you were pregnant when I sent you home. I didn't know until after. I lift my chin, refusing to cower. Not that it would have mattered to you. You kept my son from me for 5 years. His voice is cold. Controlled. Deadly. My heir. Your heir? I laugh, and it sounds bitter even to my own ears. He is mine. I carried him. I birthed him. I raised him while you were here living your life. He carries northern blood. Logan takes a step closer. My blood. That makes him mine as much as yours. He is a child, not a possession. He is the future of the Northern Kingdom. Each word is clipped. Precise. And you kept him from me. What did you expect me to do? Anger flares hot in my chest. Come crawling back to beg the man who threw me in a dungeon to acknowledge his bastard? His jaw clenches. I had every right to imprison you, but this isn't about us. No. It's about Azriel. I step forward. And you're not taking him from me. I'm his father. You're nothing to him. The words come out sharp. He doesn't know you. Doesn't he need you? He is happy here. He is my heir. Logan's voice drops dangerously low. Every law says I have a right to him. Laws. I shake my head. Of course that's all you care about. Not that he is a child who doesn't know you exist. Just that he is your property by law. He belongs in the Northern Kingdom. He belongs with his mother. Then you'll both come north. He says it like it's already decided. Like I have no say in the matter. Terror floods through me. No. That wasn't a request. I don't care. My hands clench into fists. I'm not bringing my son to your kingdom. I'm his faff. You're a bastard. The word explodes from me. A cruel, cold bastard who thinks he can take whatever he wants. His eyes flash. Careful, princess. Or what? You'll throw me back in your dungeon? I take another step forward, fury drowning out fear. You'll grab me by the throat again? Threaten to have me whipped? You're being dramatic. I'm being realistic. My voice shakes. I know exactly who you are, Logan. I spent days as your prisoner, remember? I know how you treat people you have power over. That was different. It wasn't he. I cut him off. You're the same man who dragged me through your castle in chains. I see him flinch, just slightly. And now you want me to bring my son into that? To put him under your control? He is my blood. He is my everything. My voice breaks. I'm not going back to your kingdom. Logan stares at me for a long moment. You don't have a choice. I do. My voice shakes with fury. And I'm choosing to keep him far away from you. His expression goes cold. Blank. You have until the tournament ends to decide come to Winterhold willingly, or I petition your father for custody. The threat hangs in the air. Father would have to consider it. A king demanding his heir? The political ramifications alone would force his hand. You're a monster, I whisper. Perhaps. He turns toward the garden entrance. But I'm a monster who just found out he has a son. Get used to it, Avery. Because I'm not leaving without him. He disappears into the shadows, leaving me alone in the garden with Luna howling in my mind. I sink onto one of the stone benches, my whole body shaking. Not with sadness. With rage. 5 years. 5 years of keeping Azrael safe from exactly this. From being used as a political pawn. From a father who sees him as property, not a person. And now that father knows he exists. He won't take our pup, Luna snarls. We'll kill him first. We can't, I reply, but the thought is tempting. He is too powerful. Then we run. Where? I laugh bitterly. He is a king with armies. Where could we go that he wouldn't find us? Luna doesn't answer because we both know the truth. There is nowhere. No escape. Logan will take Azrael. Maybe not today. Maybe not tomorrow. But eventually, he'll find a way to claim what he sees as his. And there is nothing I can do to stop him. Through the remnants of our broken bond, I feel his presence moving through the palace. That cursed pull trying to drag me toward him even as I hate every fiber of his being. I press my hand to my chest where the bond used to be. Where it still tries to be, despite the rejection. I hate you, I whisper to the darkness. I hate you so much. But hate one to protect Azrael. And that terrifies me more than anything else. Avery. I can't breathe. I've been pacing my father's study for the past hour, ever since I left Logan standing in that garden. I pulled them away from the ballroom to discuss the situation. They're devastated to learn that our careful protection of AZ has failed. Mother stands abruptly, moving to the window. There has to be something we can do. Some way to fight this. Fight a king's legal claim to his own son? Father shakes his head. What grounds would we use? That he rejected Avery, Mother's voice rises. That he threw her in a dungeon, marked her, and then severed the bond. That he has no right to claim anything from her after what he did. The council won't care about that. Father moves to his desk, pulling out legal texts. Mate bonds and custody are separate issues under werewolf law. His treatment of Avery, however reprehensible, doesn't negate his paternal rights. So we just hand over our grandson? Mother spins to face him. Let a 5-year-old boy be taken by a man he doesn't know? I didn't say that. Father starts flipping through pages. But we need to understand what we're up against. Logan has the law on his side. If we fight him directly, we lose. Then we don't fight him directly. I say, my mind racing. We find another way. A loophole. Something he hasn't considered. Like what? Mother asks. I pace the length of the study, thinking. Logan wants Azrael. He has legal rights as the father. But what if those rights became complicated? What if I got married? Both my parents freeze. What? Father's voice is sharp. What if I married someone else? Before the tournament ends? The idea takes shape as I speak. Would Logan still be able to force Azrael and me to move to Winterhold if I had a husband here? Father sets down the book he is holding, his expression shifting from shock to consideration. It's not without precedent. A married woman's children could be considered part of her husband's household, especially if the marriage happened before any formal custody claim was filed. You can't be serious. Mother's voice rises. You would marry a stranger just to? Yes. I meet her eyes. At this point, Mother, what choice do I have? Let Logan take Azrael alone? Or walk back into his kingdom and live under his control? Marriage is forever, Avery. Her voice shakes. You can't just. I already have a forever commitment. I gesture toward where Azrael sleeps. To my son. Everything else comes second. But to marry someone you don't love, someone you don't even know. Love? The word comes out bitter. I thought I loved Marcus, and look how that turned out. Mother looks at Father, her expression pleading. Aldrich, tell her this is madness. But Father is already moving back to his desk, pulling out more texts. It might work, he says slowly. If the marriage happened before Logan files any formal petition. If the husband formally acknowledged Azrael as his ward. The legal claim becomes muddied. Muddied isn't good enough, Mother snaps. But it gives us grounds to fight. Father looks up at me. It wouldn't stop Logan entirely, but it would complicate his claim significantly. Give us time to find a more permanent solution. Time is what we need. I move to his desk. The tournament ends in 2 days. If I married someone tomorrow. You'd need someone willing to take this on. Father's voice is grim. Someone who understands they'd be directly opposing the Ice King. You'd need someone willing to oppose the Ice King, Father says grimly. Someone with enough standing that it can't be dismissed as fraud. Lord Kingston Gravehood, Mother says suddenly. I look up. Who? From the Western Territories. Mother moves to Father's desk. He has been widowed for 3 years. No children from his first marriage. His estate is substantial, his bloodline impeccable. Would he agree to it? I ask. Knowing what it means? He has been seeking stronger ties with the East, Father says slowly. And he has no love for the Northern Kingdom. Their trade disputes have cost him considerably over the years. So he has reason to oppose Logan. A flicker of hope sparks in my chest. This might actually work. Father is already writing. I'll send the message now. This is moving very fast. My heart races. I haven't even. I know. But it's the only way to protect him. And if Lord Kingston refuses? Then we find someone else. Mother's expression is grim. But Avery, you need to be absolutely certain. Once you're married, that's it. Even if we find another solution later, you'll still be bound to this man. I close my eyes, seeing Azrael's face. His bright smile when he shows me his latest creation. The way he reaches for my hand when he is frightened. His ice blue eyes so like his father's looking at me with complete trust. I can't let Logan take him. Can't let my son grow up in that cold fortress, learning to be the Ice King's heir, forgetting what it means to be just a child who has loved. I'm certain. My voice doesn't shake. Send the message. Today. Father nods and moves toward the door to summon a messenger. He hands him a hastily written note. To Lord Kingston, Gravehood of the Western Territories. Mark it urgent. The messenger bows and disappears down the corridor. Mother stands and pulls me into her arms. I'm sorry, she whispers. I'm so sorry it's come to this. I let myself be held, but I don't cry. Can't afford to break down now. How long until we hear back? A few hours if he is in the palace for the tournament, Father says. Longer if he has already returned to his estate. And if Logan finds out what we're planning? The silence that follows is answer enough. Avery. The chapel is small and private, tucked away in the eastern wing of the palace where few would think to look. There are no guests, no celebration, no flowers decorating the altar. Just me, Lord Kingston Gravehood, and the elder who will perform the ceremony. And my parents, standing as witnesses to this desperate gamble. I smooth my hands over the ivory silk of my dress, one of Mother S, hastily altered to fit me. It's beautiful, with delicate embroidery along the bodice and sleeves that flow like water. Under different circumstances, I might have loved wearing it. But this isn't a real wedding. This is survival. Lord Kingston stands beside me at the altar, tall and composed in formal dark gray. He is handsome in a refined way, golden hair, warm brown eyes, a kind smile. When he arrived yesterday in response to Father's urgent message, he listened to our situation without judgment and agreed immediately. I understand what you're asking, he said quietly. A marriage in name only. Protection for you and your son. I can offer that. Didn't he ask for details about Logan, didn't he demand explanations? Just accepted the terms and agreed to wed me before the tournament ends tomorrow. I should be grateful. I am grateful. But standing here beside him, about to speak vows that will bind us for life, all I feel is hollow. Luna paces restlessly in my mind. Wrong. This is wrong. He is not our mate. I know, I whisper back. But it's the only way. Once we're married, Lord Kingston will formally claim Osriel as his ward. The legal complications will tie Logan up for months, maybe years. By the time he can challenge it, we'll be long gone to the Western Territories. It has to work. The elder opens his ceremonial book, his ancient voice carrying in the quiet chapel. We are gathered here in the sight of the moon goddess to witness the union of Princess Avery of the Eastern Kingdom and Lord Kingston Gravehood of the Western Territories. My hands tremble slightly. Lord Kingston notices and gives me a reassuring smile, but it doesn't reach his eyes. He knows this isn't what either of us wanted. Marriage is a sacred bond, the elder continues. A joining of two souls, two families, two destinies. It is not to be entered into lightly, but with full knowledge of the commitment being made. I swallow hard. Commitment. For the rest of my life, I'll be bound to this kind stranger who agreed to save me out of political interest and perhaps pity. If anyone here knows of any reason why these two should not be wed, speak now or forever hold your peace. The chapel doors explode open. The sound echoes like thunder through the small space, and I spin around, my heart stopping. Logan stands in the doorway, and the temperature in the room plummets. He is in his formal tournament attire, black and silver, that makes him look every inch the Ice King. But it's his eyes that freeze me in place. Ice blue and absolutely lethal as they sweep the chapel, taking in the scene with devastating accuracy. The fury that crosses his face makes my blood run cold. Stop this ceremony. His voice is cold. Controlled. But I hear the rage simmering underneath. Now. The elder freezes, his book trembling in his hands. Father steps forward, his expression hardening. King Logan, this is a private ceremony. You have no right. No right? Logan's laugh is sharp and humorless. You're marrying off the mother of my son to steal my heir, and you think I have no right? He stalks into the chapel, and I notice Commander Thane and northern warriors behind him, hands on their weapons. Step away from him, Avery. Now. You can't just burst in here and I start. I can do whatever the fuck I want when you're trying to steal my son. This marriage is legitimate, Mother says, but even she sounds uncertain now. Lord Kingston has agreed. I don't give a damn what Lord Kingston agreed to. Logan's attention shifts to him, predatory and lethal. You have 10 seconds to walk out of this chapel. Or I'll have my men drag you out. Your choice. You're threatening a lord of the Western Territories, Lord Kingston begins. I'm promising the annihilation of the Western Territories if you don't get away from her. Logan moves closer, and Lord Kingston actually takes a step back. You want Eastern alliances because your trade with the North has bled you dry? Marry her, and I'll make sure you starve come winter. Every port. Every trade route. Gone. His eyes are wild now, barely controlled fury. But that's not even the best part. The best part is what I'll do to you personally for thinking you could touch what's mine. Avery is not property, father says, his hand moving toward his sword. Pull that blade, and this becomes a bloodbath. Logan doesn't even look at him, his eyes still locked on Lord Kingston. Your daughter is the mother of my heir. My son. My blood. And this fucking charade ends now. The law, mother starts. The law? Logan finally tears his gaze away to look at her, and his smile is terrifying. The law says Azrael carries my blood. Northern blood. That makes him mine. And I will go to war with every kingdom in this realm before I let some desperate Western lord claim him as his ward. He turns back to me, and the possessiveness in his eyes steals my breath. You have until dawn to bring Azrael to my delegation. Both of you. Willingly. And if I refuse? My voice shakes, but I force the words out. Then I take him anyway. His voice goes soft, deadly. You think marrying some Western lord will keep me from my son? All it will do is prove you'd rather defy me than be his mother. So when I take Azrael to Winterhold, you'll stay here with your new husband. And I'll make sure he forgets you ever existed. You can't. I can, and I will. He leans closer, and I smell pine and snow and rage. You had years to come talk to me. Work something out like adults. Instead, you hid, you ran, and now you're trying to trap some fool into saving you. The accusation hits like a slap. My throat tightens, but I force myself to hold his gaze. He straightens, addressing the entire chapel now. Dawn. My delegation. Both of them. Or I march my army to these gates and take what's mine by force. His eyes sweep across my parents, Lord Kingston, the terrified elder. And anyone who tries to stop me will learn exactly why they call me the Ice King. You'd start a war over this? Father's voice is tight. I deburn this entire kingdom to ash for my son. Avery. I stare at the open trunk on my bed, my hands shaking as I fold another one of Azrael's shirts. Dawn is only an hour away. After he stormed out of the chapel yesterday, father spent the night trying to find legal loopholes while mother held me as I cried. But we all knew the truth. There is no fighting this. Not without war. Mama? Azrael's small voice comes from the doorway. Why are you crying? I touch my face and realize tears are streaming down my cheeks. I wipe them away quickly and turn to find him clutching his stuffed wolf, the one Elena made him when he was 3. His eyes are wide with confusion and fear. Come here, sweetheart. I abandon the packing and cross the room, kneeling in front of him. My heart fractures at how small he looks, how frightened. We need to talk about something important. He walks toward me slowly, and I guide him to the small sofa by the window. He climbs up beside me, still clutching his stuffed wolf. Am I in trouble? His voice is so small it breaks my heart. I heard Grandpapa yelling earlier. And the servants keep whispering and looking at me funny. No, baby. Never. I take his free hand in both of mine. But something has happened, and I need to tell you the truth about something. Something I should have told you a long time ago. He tilts his head, waiting. Luna whimpers in my mind. This is going to hurt him. I know, I whisper back. But he deserves the truth. I take a deep breath. Do you remember the man from the children's area? The one who helped you build your fortress? Azrael nods. The tall one with the scary face. But he was nice about my soldiers. Yes, him. My throat tightens. His name is Logan Frost. He is the king of the Northern Kingdom. I know. I asked him if he was really a king. Azrael swings his legs, not understanding yet why I'm telling him this. Well, sweetheart, King Logan is, the words stick in my throat. How do I tell my 5-year-old that the father he has never known exists? That I've been lying to him his entire life? Mama? Azrael's voice pulls me back. What's wrong? You look sad. I'm not sad, baby. I cup his face in my hands, memorizing every feature. Do you remember how I told you that your papa died before you were born? In a border raid? He nods slowly. I lied. The confession tastes like ash. Your papa didn't he die? He is alive. Azrael's eyes go wide. He is? Yes. I brush his dark hair back from his forehead. And he is King Logan. the man from the children's area. Yes, your father. For a moment, Azrael just stares at me. Then his lower lip starts to tremble. But you said he was dead. I know. I'm so sorry. Tears blur my vision. I told you that because it was safer. Because I was trying to protect you. From my papa? His voice cracks on the word, testing it out. Why? Is he bad? No. Yes, not bad. The lie comes easier than the truth would. But yes, very powerful, and very important, and I was scared of what might happen if he knew about you. Did he not want me? The question is so small, so broken, that I want to gather him up and never let go. Oh, baby, no. I pull him into my lap, holding him tight. Didn't he know about you? I never told him. That's my fault, not his. You are wanted, Azrael. So wanted. He is quiet for a long moment, his face pressed against my shoulder. When he finally speaks, his voice is muffled. Is that why we're leaving? Because he found out about me? Yes. I stroke his hair. He wants to know you. To be your papa. And that means we need to go live with him for a while. In the Northern Kingdom? He pulls back to look at me. Where it's cold and snowy. Yes. Will grandmama and grandpapa come? Not right away. My heart clenches. But they'll visit. I promise. Azrael looks down at his stuffed wolf, his small fingers tracing the worn fabric. Is he nice? My papa? The question nearly destroys me. How do I answer that? He can be, I say carefully. Yes, complicated. But he wants to know you very much. Will he still like me? Azrael's voice is tentative, hopeful. Now that he knows he's my papa? I think he'll like you even more now, I say gently. He enjoyed helping you build your fortress, didn't he? He did. Azrael nods slowly. He said I was good at it. And that won't change just because he knows you're his son. I stroke his hair. If anything, I think he'll be even happier to spend time with you. What if I don't like him? The question is whispered, scared. Then you don't like him. I tilt his chin up so he's looking at me. You don't have to love him right away, Azrael. You don't even have to like him. All you have to do is be yourself, and I'll be right there with you. Always. Promise? His eyes, those damning ice blue eyes, search my face. I promise. I press a kiss to his forehead. Nothing will ever change how much I love you. He throws his arms around my neck. I love you too, Mama. We stay like that for a long moment, holding each other while my world crumbles around us. Then Elena slips into the room, her face pale and tear-stained. Princess, she says quietly. Your parents are here. They want to say goodbye before, she can't finish the sentence. I stand, keeping my hand on Azrael's shoulder. Go pack your favorite toys, sweetheart. Whatever you want to bring. He nods and scampers off toward his room, and I watch him go with my heart breaking. Mother and father enter moments later, and the instant mother sees the trunks, she makes a choked sound. Don't, I say quickly, moving to embrace her. Please don't cry. You'll make me cry, and I can't. But she is already sobbing into my shoulder, her body shaking. This is my fault. I should have fought harder. Found another way. There was no other way. I hold her tighter. Father stands in the doorway. Dark circles shadow his eyes, and his formal robes look hastily thrown on. If he hurts you, Father's voice drops dangerously low. If he does anything. Then what? I pull back to look at him. You'll start a war? Get more people killed? His jaw clenches, but he doesn't answer because we both know the truth. Logan holds all the power here. He has the law on his side, the military strength to enforce it, and the cold ruthlessness to follow through on every threat he made. Mother wipes her eyes, reaching into her pocket. I brought something for you. She pulls out a delicate silver chain with a small pendant. Your grandmother gave this to me when I married your father. It's meant to protect the wearer and give them strength. She fastens it around my neck, and the cool metal settles against my skin. Keep it with you. Always. I will. I touch the pendant, feeling the intricate designs under my fingertips. A sharp knock on the door makes us all freeze. The door opens before anyone can answer, and Logan fills the doorway. He is dressed in traveling leathers black and silver, weapons at his hip. His blue eyes sweep the room, taking in the half-packed trunks, my tear-stained face, my parents' protective stance. The moment he enters, pain lances through my chest. The supposedly dead bond flares to life with devastating force. I gasp, my hand flying to my chest as Luna surges forward inside me, a sound tearing from her a mix between a growl and a howl. Logan freezes in the doorway, his own hand shooting up to his chest. His eyes widen slightly, and I see the moment it hits him, too. That impossible pull. For a heartbeat, we just stare at each other. Both feeling what shouldn't exist. Then his expression hardens into ice. It's time. His voice is cold, controlled. Dawn approaches. My men are waiting in the courtyard. We're not ready, Mother starts. You've had hours. Logan's eyes don't leave mine. That's more consideration than I needed to give. She is packing her son's entire life into trunks, Father snaps. Show some compassion. Compassion? Logan's laugh is sharp. I've shown nothing but restraint. I could have taken him the moment I discovered his existence. Instead, I gave her time to prepare. How generous, I spit, clutching my chest as another wave of bond pain rolls through me. A few hours to pack 5 years of memories. You had 5 years to tell me he existed. Logan takes a step into the room, and the bond pulls harder. Don't talk to me about time. The air between us crackles with tension. Luna is going insane in my mind, torn between the urge to attack him and the desperate need to close the distance. Where is he? Logan asks. Where is Azrael? With Elena. I force myself to stand straight despite the pain. And before you meet him, before you say one word to our son, we need to establish some rules. He laughs. Actually laughs. The sound is cold and sharp. Rules? You think you're in a position to set rules? He is my son. He is our son. Logan takes a step closer. And in a few hours, he LLB in my kingdom. You don't dictate terms to me. I want to argue that I am his mother, that I've raised him, that I know what's best. But what hasn't he been said between us that I could say right now? We've already torn each other apart with words. There is nothing left but the same circular accusations. The silence stretches between us, thick with years of pain and anger, and that cursed bond trying to pull us together even as we tear each other apart. Finally, Logan speaks, his voice carefully controlled. Bring him here. It's time I met my son. I hold his gaze for a long moment, letting him see that I'm not doing this because he commanded it. I'm doing it because Azrael deserves to meet his father, even if that father is him. Then I move to the door and open it. Elena is in the hallway with Azrael, who is clutching his stuffed wolf and looking very small. Azrael, sweetheart. Come here. He walks toward me slowly, his eyes darting to Logan with a mixture of fear and curiosity. I kneel down beside him, one hand on his shoulder. My parents move to stand behind us, a united front. Azrael, this is King Logan. My voice is gentle despite the turmoil inside me. Your father. Logan takes a step forward, and I see him consciously soften his expression. He crouches down, making himself less imposing. It's the first considerate thing I've seen him do. Hello, Azrael. His voice is softer than I've ever heard it. It's nice to officially meet you. Azrael looks up at me, seeking permission. I nod, and he takes a tentative step forward. Hello. His voice is barely a whisper. Mama says you're my papa. I am. Logan's expression shifts into something I can't quite read, wonder mixed with possessiveness. And I'm very happy to know you. Were you really dead? Azrael asks suddenly. Mama said you died in a border raid, but then she said it wasn't true. Logan's eyes flick to me, and I see the accusation there. But when he looks back at Azrael, his expression is patient. I wasn't dead. Your mama was protecting you the best way she knew how. He pauses. Sometimes adults make mistakes, even when they're trying to do the right thing. The generosity of his words surprises me. Do you live in a real castle? Azrael's fear is slowly being overtaken by curiosity. With towers and everything? I do. It's called Winterhold. A small smile touches Logan's lips. It has many towers. And it snows there even in summer sometimes. Real snow? Azriel's eyes widen. I've only seen snow once. Then you'll see it often now. Logan shifts slightly. Do you like the snow? I don't know. I couldn't play in it last time because Mama said I'd get sick. He looks at me. Will I get to play in the snow at your castle? We'll see, I say carefully. I think you should definitely play in the snow, Logan says, and I can hear him trying to win our son over. Every boy should know how to build a proper snow fort. Azriel's face lights up. Snow forts? Like my wooden fortress? Exactly like that. Only much bigger and colder. Logan's smile grows slightly. I could teach you, if you'd like. Really? Azriel looks at me again. Mama, can he teach me? If you want him to. I stroke his hair, my heart breaking. Just then, the first hints of gray light appear on the horizon outside the window. Logan stands. It's time to leave. I release a shaky breath and glance at Elena, who has been waiting silently by the door. She understands immediately, moving to retrieve our traveling cloaks from where they've been laid out in preparation. She helps Azriel into his, her hands shaking as she fastens the buckles. Be good, sweet boy, she whispers, kissing his forehead one last time. She helps me into my cloak next, and I squeeze her hands a silent thank you for everything. Father scoops up Azriel one final time, holding him close without words. When he sets him down, his eyes are bright with unshed tears. Mother touches my face, then pulls back, unable to speak. We need to go. Logan's voice cuts through the moment. Now. I take Azriel's hand, and we walk out of my chambers. Out of the palace I've called home my entire life. Each step feels like walking to my own execution. Avery. The Northern Kingdom is exactly as cold as I remember. I pull my cloak tighter around my shoulders as the carriage winds through mountain passes lined with snow-covered pines. Azriel sits pressed against my side, his small face glued to the window as he takes in his first real view of winter. Mama, look. He points at a frozen waterfall cascading down the cliff face. It's like glass. I see it, sweetheart. I smooth his hair, trying to keep my voice steady even though my heart is racing. We've been traveling for 3 days. 3 days of Logan maintaining careful distance, riding with his guards while Azriel and I stay in the carriage with Commander Thane as our escort. He checks on us at night, asks if we need anything, then disappears again before I can say more than a few words. Is that it? Azriel's voice breaks through my thoughts. Is that the castle? I lean forward to look, and my stomach drops. Winterhold rises from the mountainside like something carved from ice itself. Dark stone towers pierce the gray sky, and massive walls surround the fortress. Snow blankets everything, making the whole structure gleam coldly in the weak afternoon light. It hasn't changed. And it's going to be our prison. That's it, I say quietly. It's huge. Azriel bounces in his seat, all childish excitement. Do you think there are secret passages? Every castle has secret passages. I don't know, baby. The carriage slows as we approach the main gates. I catch sight of Logan ahead, sitting tall in his saddle as he signals the guards. The gates swing open, revealing a massive courtyard filled with people. My chest tightens. They're all here to see us. Mama? Azriel looks up at me, sensing my tension. Are you scared? A little. I want to lie to him. Not anymore. But we'll be okay. I promise. The carriage rolls to a stop, and I hear Logan dismount. Footsteps crunch through snow, and then the door opens. He stands there in dark blue traveling leathers, his eyes meeting mine for the first time since we left the Eastern Kingdom. The bond flares hot and insistent, and I see him flinch slightly before his expression goes blank. We're here. His voice is carefully neutral. I can see that. I lift Azriel down from the carriage, keeping my hand on his shoulder as we step into the cold. The crowd in the courtyard has gone silent, all eyes on us. I force my spine straight, lifting my chin the way Mother taught me. I may be a forced here, but I'm still a princess. Logan gestures toward a group of servants waiting near the entrance. They'll show you to your quarters. Our quarters? I repeat. yours and Azriel S. Something flickers in his expression. You'll have rooms in the family wing, befitting your status as the mother of my heir. The way he says it makes it clear he's not doing this for me. This is about Azriel. Come, sweetheart. I take Azriel's hand and start toward the entrance, acutely aware of every eye following us. A woman steps forward from the group of servants. She is older, maybe 50, with gray hair pulled back severely and sharp eyes that take in everything. Princess Avery. I am Helga, head of the household staff. If you'll follow me? Her tone is polite but cold. I nod, and we follow her into the fortress. The interior is as imposing as the exterior. High ceilings, stone walls, minimal decoration. Everything is practical, functional, beautiful in its austerity but completely lacking warmth. Just as last time. The family wing is this way. Helga leads us up a massive staircase and down a long corridor. King Logan's chambers are in the eastern tower. Yours are in the southern wing. Far apart. Of course. She stops at a set of double doors and pushes them open. Your chambers, princess. The room beyond is larger than I expected. A sitting area with a fireplace, windows overlooking the mountains, doors leading to what must be bedrooms and a bathing chamber. It's furnished richly but simply no unnecessary luxury, just quality. The smaller bedroom connects to yours, Helga continues. For the young lord. His name is Azriel, I say firmly. Of course. For Lord Azriel. She doesn't smile. Your trunks will arrive shortly. Dinner is served in the great hall at sunset. You're expected to attend. What if I'd rather eat in my rooms? You're expected to attend, she repeats, and there's steel under the politeness. King Logan wishes you to meet the court. Of course he does. Put me on display so everyone can see what the Ice King dragged home. Fine. I move further into the room, pulling Azriel with me. Is there anything else? A lady's maid will be assigned to you tomorrow. Until then, I've left bell pulls in each room. Ring if you need anything. She pauses at the door. Welcome to Winterhold, princess. The door closes behind her with a soft click that sounds like a cell locking. Azriel immediately runs to the windows, pressing his face against the glass. Mama, I can see everything from here. The whole courtyard and the mountains and... Azriel. I cross to him, kneeling so we're eye level. I need you to listen to me very carefully. His excitement dims. What's wrong? We're in King Logan's home now. His kingdom. And not everyone here is going to be happy we're here. I cup his face gently. So I need you to be careful. Don't wander off alone. Don't talk to strangers unless I'm with you. And if anyone is ever unkind to you, you come tell me immediately. Understand? Because Papa's people don't like us? The word Papa hits me like a punch. He is already calling Logan that, already accepting this man as his father after knowing him for 3 days. Some of them don't, I say carefully. But that's not your fault. None of this is your fault. Is it yours? The question is so innocent, so honest, that tears prick my eyes. I don't know, sweetheart. Maybe. He throws his arms around my neck. I don't care what they think. You're the best mama. I hold him tight, breathing in his familiar scent. At least I still have this. At least they can't take him from me completely. A knock at the door makes us both pull apart. I wipe my eyes quickly before calling, come in. A young servant enters, struggling with one of our trunks. More servants follow with the rest of our belongings, and soon the sitting room is filled with boxes and bags containing our entire lives. Is there anything else you need, my lady? The young servant asks nervously. No, thank you. They file out, and I'm left staring at the trunks. Everything I own, reduced to a few boxes in a strange castle far from home. Can I explore my room? Azriel asks. Stay where I can see you. He scampers through the connecting door, and I hear his delighted gasp. Mama, there's a bed big enough for 3 people. And toys. Someone left toys. I follow him into the smaller bedroom and find he's right. The room is clearly designed for a child, scaled down furniture, shelves at the right height, and a chest full of wooden toys and books. Logan's doing. It has to be. Something in my chest twists. He thought about making Azriel comfortable. Actually considered what a 5-year-old might need in a strange place. These are mine? Azriel holds up a wooden horse. I think so. This is the best room ever. He throws himself onto the bed, and I can't help but smile despite everything. At least one of us is happy here. Sunset comes too quickly. I dress in one of the formal gowns Mother packed, deep burgundy with long sleeves and a high neckline. Conservative enough for a northern court but rich enough to show I'm still royalty, even if I'm forced here. Azriel looks adorable in a small tunic and trousers, his dark hair combed back from his face. He keeps tugging at the collar. It itches. I know, baby. But you need to look nice for dinner. Why? It's just food. Because we're meeting your father's court. And first impressions matter. A knock at the door makes my stomach drop. I open it to find Commander Thane waiting, dressed in formal attire. Princess. The king sent me to escort you to dinner. We're ready. I take Azriel's hand, and we follow Thane through corridors that all look the same. Stone walls, minimal decoration, cold efficiency. The great hall is already full when we arrive. Long tables fill the space, and nobles in formal dress occupy every seat. Conversations die as we enter, all eyes turning to stare. I force myself to keep walking, head high, while Luna bristles defensively in my mind. At the head of the room sits Logan at a raised table. He has changed into formal robes midnight blue with the northern crest embroidered on his chest. His eyes track our progress across the hall, expression unreadable. Thane leads us to seats at the high table, just to Logan's right. Close enough to show we're important but not beside him. The message is clear, we're here because of Azriel, not me. I help Azriel into his chair before taking my own. The nobles closest to us murmur among themselves, not bothering to hide their stares. Ignore them, I whisper to Azriel. They're being rude, he whispers back. I know. But we're going to be polite anyway. Logan stands, and the hall falls silent. Tonight we welcome Princess Avery of the Eastern Kingdom and my son, Azriel, to Winterhold. His voice carries easily through the space. They will be staying with us for the foreseeable future. I expect you all to treat them with the respect due to their positions. The way he says it makes it clear this isn't a request. He sits back down, and the conversation slowly resumes. Servants begin bringing out food, roasted meats, winter vegetables, and hearty bread. It smells delicious, but my stomach is too knotted to eat. Azriel digs in enthusiastically, completely unfazed by the hostile atmosphere. He adapts quickly, Logan says quietly beside me. It's the first thing he has said directly to me since we arrived. He has 5. Everything is an adventure. I don't look at him, focusing instead on cutting Azriel's meat. You picked the southern wing chambers. I didn't pick anything. Your staff assigned them. His eyes narrow slightly. I told them to offer you a choice. Well, they didn't. I keep my voice level. Helga showed me to the southern wing and said those were my chambers. No other options mentioned. Something flickers across his face, surprise, then anger, but not directed at me. His jaw tightens. I see. Does it matter? I cut another piece of meat, not looking at him. You got what you wanted. We're here. Azriel is here. Where I sleep is irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. His voice drops lower. But we'll discuss it later. The conversation dies, and we eat in tense silence while the court watches our every move. A man approaches the high table during the second course, moving with the kind of confidence that commands attention. He is tall and aristocratic with golden hair and amber eyes that sweep over me with open appreciation. Your Majesty. He bows to Logan, but his eyes stay on me. I couldn't wait any longer to meet your guests. Lord Cassius. Logan's voice is carefully neutral. Princess Avery and Lord Azriel, may I present Lord Cassius Blackwood, one of my senior advisors. Before I can respond, Cassius reaches for my hand and brings it to his lips. The kiss lingers a moment too long, his warm breath against my skin. Princess. His voice is smooth. The North has never seen such beauty grace these halls. Heat floods my cheeks. After the cold reception from Helga and the hostile stares all evening, the compliment catches me completely off guard. Beside me, Logan goes very still. You're too kind, Lord Cassius. I try to pull my hand back, but he holds it gently. Not kind. Honest. His thumb brushes across my knuckles. I hope Winterhold is treating you well? If not, I'd be happy to show you the more welcoming parts of the fortress. The offer hangs in the air. Lord Cassius. Logan breaks the silence. I'm sure the princess is tired from her journey. Perhaps your hospitality can wait. Of course. Cassius finally releases my hand, but his eyes stay locked on mine. Though I must say, if I'd known such a captivating woman was arriving, I would have ensured a proper welcome. The court can be rather cold to outsiders. He leans closer, and I catch his scent, something expensive and warm, nothing like the pine and snow that is Logan. If you ever need a friend here, princess, someone who understands what it's like to navigate these halls, you need only ask. That's very kind of you, I manage. Cassius shifts his attention to Osriel, crouching to his level. And you must be Osriel. I hear you're quite the architect. Osriel's eyes light up. Do you like building things? I do, actually. Perhaps I could show you the fortress blueprints sometime? They're quite fascinating. Really? Osriel looks at me for permission. We'll see, I say carefully. Lord Cassius straightens, still smiling. Of course. No pressure. I simply wanted to extend my welcome. Moving to a new place can be difficult, especially for children. If there's anything you need, anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask. That's very kind. I mean it. Not at all. He glances at Logan. With your permission, Your Majesty? Logan nods, his expression unreadable. But as Cassius walks away, I catch Logan's eyes following him, something calculating in his gaze. Avery. I wake to the sound of Osriel's laughter filtering through the connecting door. For a moment, I'm disoriented. The room is too cold, the bed too large, the light from the window hitting at the wrong angle. Then memory crashes back. We're in Winterhold. In Logan's fortress. This is our life now. I throw back the covers and pad barefoot to Osriel's room, pushing the door open quietly. He is sitting cross-legged on his bed in his nightclothes, and Logan is crouched beside him, showing him something. My breath catches at the sight the Ice King in casual trousers and an untucked shirt, his silver-streaked hair slightly mussed, looking almost normal. And this is the Northern Crest, Logan says, pointing to something I can't see. The wolf represents strength and loyalty. The mountains behind it show our endurance through harsh winters. Why is the wolf howling? Osriel traces whatever he is looking at with his finger. Because wolves call to their pack. They're strongest together, not alone. Logan's voice is patient, gentle in a way I've never heard from him. That's what it means to be Northern. We protect our own. Am I Northern now? Osriel asks. Or am I still Eastern? You're both. Logan shifts to sit on the edge of the bed. Your mother's blood and mine. That makes you special. Our mate, Luna whispers, stirring in my mind. Being gentle with our pup. I push down the ache in my chest and knock on the doorframe. Both of them turn, and Logan's expression immediately shifts, that softness disappearing behind his usual cold mask. Mama. Osriel bounces on the bed. Papa was showing me my crest. I'm going to have my own seal and everything. That's wonderful, sweetheart. I step into the room, very aware of how thin my nightgown is under my robe. But you should let your father get back to his duties. I'm sure he is very busy. Actually, I was hoping to spend the morning with Osriel. Logan stands, and the movement brings him closer to me. The bond pulls tight, and I see his jaw clench. If that's acceptable to you. The way he says it makes it clear he doesn't actually need my permission, but he is asking anyway. Doing what? I thought I'd show him the training yards. Let him see what the warriors do. His eyes meet mine, challenging. He is 5 years old. Which is why I'm showing him, not throwing him into combat. Logan's jaw tightens. Unless you'd prefer I keep him locked in his chambers? Osriel looks between us, his earlier excitement dimming. I don't have to if you don't want me to, Mama. I force a smile. No, baby. You should spend time with your father. I look at Logan. Keep him safe. He is my son. The possessiveness in his voice is unmistakable. Of course I'll keep him safe. Can I get dressed first? Azrael asks. Of course. Logan moves toward the door, pausing beside me. His scent hits me pine and snow and something that makes Luna whine. I'll wait in the corridor. He leaves, and I help Azrael dress in warm clothes suitable for the cold training yards. My hand shakes slightly as I tie his boots. Mama? He tilts his head. Are you mad at Papa? No, sweetheart. Why would you think that? Because you always look sad when he asks here. The observation hits harder than it should. I'm not sad. Just adjusting. To having a papa? To everything. I brush his hair back from his forehead. But that's not your problem to worry about. You just focus on having fun, okay? He throws his arms around my neck. I love you. I love you too, baby. More than anything. When I open the door, Logan is leaning against the wall opposite, arms crossed. He straightens when he sees us. Ready? He asks Azrael. Ready. They start down the corridor together, and I watch them go, my son's small hand reaching up to hold his father's larger one. The sight makes something in my chest crack. Our family, Luna whispers. This is what it could have been. Stop, I mutter, closing the door before I do something stupid like cry. I spend the morning unpacking, trying to make these cold stone chambers feel like home. It's impossible. Everything here is too stark, too practical, too northern. A knock at the door interrupts my brooding. Come in. A young woman enters, curtsying quickly. Princess Avery? I'm Mira. Helga assigned me as your lady's maid. She is younger than Elena, maybe 20, with warm brown hair and nervous green eyes. She keeps her gaze down, clearly terrified. It's nice to meet you, Mira. Helga said to tell you that Lord Cassius requested your presence for tea this afternoon. In the solar. She twists her hands together. If you're willing, my lady. Lord Cassius. The charming advisor from last night who actually treated me like a person instead of an unwanted guest. What time? 2 hours, my lady. I glance at the trunk still half unpacked. Then I suppose I should make myself presentable. The solar turns out to be a bright room in the western tower, all windows and pale stone that makes it feel less oppressive than the rest of the fortress. Lord Cassius stands when I enter, his amber eyes lighting up. Princess Avery. Thank you for accepting my invitation. He gestures to a small table set with tea and delicate pastries. I thought you might appreciate some civilized company. That's very kind of you. I take the seat he offers, grateful for the warmth radiating from the fireplace. He pours tea with practiced ease. I hope you're settling in well. The fortress can be rather unwelcoming to newcomers. That's one word for it. I accept the cup he offers. Everyone keeps staring like I'm about to steal the silver. You must forgive them. Cassius settles into his own chair. They're not used to outsiders, and the circumstances of your arrival were complicated. Because I'm the woman who destroyed the peace treaty 5 years ago? The bitterness leaks through despite my best efforts. Because you're the woman who captured the Ice King's heart. His tone is gentle. That's far more threatening to them than any political scandal. I nearly choke on my tea. I did no such thing. Logan, doesn't he have a heart to capture? Doesn't he? Cassius tilts his head. He has never brought a woman to Winterhold before. Never claimed an heir. And yet here you are, residing in the family wing with your son. That speaks volumes. It speaks to his possessiveness over Azrael. Nothing more. If you say so. He doesn't sound convinced. But regardless of his motivations, you're here now. And you deserve allies. Why are you being so kind to me? I study him over the rim of my cup. What do you gain from befriending the woman everyone here blames for their dead soldiers? Perhaps I simply enjoy the company of an intelligent, beautiful woman who isn't cowed by the Ice King's reputation. His smile is warm, genuine. Or perhaps I remember what it's like to be an outsider in this court. You're one of his senior advisors. How could you possibly be an outsider? My family earned their position through service, not birth. He refills my cup without being asked. The older noble families never let me forget it. I know what it's like to walk into a room and have conversations die. To feel eyes judging your every move. The understanding in his voice eases something in my chest. It's exhausting. It is. But it gets easier. He leans forward slightly. If you let people help you. Let me help you navigate the court. Introduce you to those who are more open-minded. And what do you want in return? Your friendship. He says it simply. Nothing more. I promise. I want to believe him. Everything about Lord Cassius seems genuine, his warmth, his understanding, his easy charm. He is so different from Logan's cold calculations. Something is wrong, Luna mutters. I don't like him. You don't like anyone here, I shoot back. He is being nice. That's all. But she continues to pace uneasily in my mind. Tell me about yourself, I say, changing the subject. You said your family earned their position. What did they do? My father was a military commander. He died in battle when I was young, and Logan took me in, trained me. There is something in his expression I can't quite read. I owe him everything. Which is why I want to make sure those under his protection are cared for. Including unwilling guests? Especially unwilling guests. His smile returns. You didn't choose to be here, princess. The least I can do is make your stay more pleasant. We talk for over an hour about his childhood, my life in the Eastern Kingdom, books we've read, places we'd like to visit. It's easy, comfortable in a way nothing has been since I arrived. When I finally leave the solar, my cheeks hurt from smiling. Don't trust him, Luna insists. Something is off. You're being paranoid. Or I'm being cautious. Her tone sharpens. That man wants something. I can feel it. I ignore her and make my way back toward my chambers. But as I turn a corner, I nearly collide with Logan. He is covered in snow, his cheeks slightly flushed from cold, and Azriel is on his shoulders, laughing as Logan ducks under a low doorway. Mama. Azriel waves. We built snow forts. And I learned to throw snowballs. Papa says I have good aim. That's wonderful, sweetheart. I catch Logan's eyes briefly. Something unreadable flashes there before his expression goes neutral. Did you have fun? So much fun. Azriel bounces on Logan's shoulders. And the warriors showed me their swords and let me watch them train. They're so fast. Logan carefully lifts Azriel down. He did well. Paid attention. Asked good questions. There is something almost proud in his voice. I'm glad. I kneel down to Azriel's level. You must be freezing. Let us get you warmed up before dinner. Can we go back tomorrow? Azriel looks up at Logan hopefully. Papa said maybe I could try throwing snowballs at targets. If your mother agrees. Logan's eyes meet mine, and the bond pulls tight between us. We'll see, I manage, standing. Come on, sweetheart. As we start toward our chambers, I feel Logan's eyes on us. When I glance back, he is still standing there in the corridor, covered in snow, watching his son walk away with an expression I can't quite read. I keep walking. That night at dinner, Lord Cassius sits closer to our end of the table. He makes polite conversation with Azriel about snow forts and asks me about my afternoon with genuine interest. And through it all, I feel Logan watching us, his expression unreadable but his knuckles white where they grip his goblet. Good, I think viciously. Let him see someone treating me with kindness for once. But Luna whimpers in my mind, caught between her distrust of Cassius and her desperate need for our maid's attention. I ignore them both and smile at something Cassius says, letting myself enjoy the small moment of feeling wanted. Even if my wolf insists something is wrong. Logan. I watch Avery gesture animatedly while telling Cassius some story, more relaxed than I've seen her since she arrived. My jaw clenches hard enough to ache. It's been 2 weeks since she arrived at Winterhold. 2 weeks of watching her settle in not with me, but with him. Every dinner is the same. Cassius finds his way to her end of the table, leans in close, whispers things that make her eyes light up. And I sit here pretending not to notice while my wolf tears at my consciousness. Your Majesty? Commander Thane's voice breaks through my thoughts. The supply reports from the eastern border? What about them? I don't take my eyes off Avery. She is wearing deep blue tonight, the color bringing out the violet in her eyes. Her dark hair is pinned up, exposing that pale throat where my mark used to sit. The rejection scar has faded to silver, barely visible, but I know exactly where it is. They're requesting additional rations before the heavy snow hits. Thane follows my gaze across the hall. Shall I approve it? Fine. Whatever. I finally look at him. Is there anything else? His expression suggests he wants to say something about my distraction, but he is smart enough to keep his mouth shut. No, Your Majesty. He retreats, and my attention snaps back to Avery. Cassius has moved closer to her, his hand resting on the table near hers. Not touching, but close enough that it might as well be. She laughs at something he says, her whole face transforming with genuine warmth I haven't seen directed at me once since she arrived. My wolf snarls in my mind. That's our mate. We need to stop him. She is not our mate anymore, I mutter under my breath. I rejected her, remember? Doesn't matter. She is still ours. I drain my goblet and signal for more wine. The servant who refills it keeps her eyes down, probably sensing my foul mood. Azriel sits between Avery and me, chattering about the snow fort we built earlier. He is completely oblivious to the tension crackling through the hall, to the way his mother look at me, to the way Cassius keeps finding excuses to lean close and whisper things that make her smile. Papa? Azriel tugs on my sleeve. Are you listening? Of course. I force myself to focus on my son. What were you saying? Commander Thane said I'm getting good with the practice targets. Can I try the moving ones tomorrow? I almost say yes automatically, then catch myself. 2 weeks ago I told her she didn't get to dictate terms about our son. But I started asking her permission the very next day once I realized she fights me less when she thinks she has control. It's been working. Mostly. Ask your mother. Azriel turns to Avery. Mama? Can I? She tears her attention away from Cassius, surprise still flickering across her face like it does every time I defer to her. You'd think after 2 weeks she'd stop being shocked by it. Moving targets? That seems advanced. It's supervised, I say. He ready. I suppose that's fine. I will. Azriel bounces in his seat. Thank you, Mama. She smiles at him, all warmth and love, then her expression goes carefully neutral when her eyes meet mine. Was there anything else? No, I look away first, hating myself for it. The meal continues with painful slowness. I force myself to eat, to participate in conversations with the nobles seated near me, to pretend I'm not acutely aware of every time Cassius makes Avery laugh. When dinner finally ends, I stand abruptly. Azriel, time for bed. But I'm not tired. Bed. My tone brooks no argument. Avery rises immediately, protective instinct flaring in her eyes. I'll take him. We'll both take him. I step around the table before she can protest. The three of us walk through the corridors in tense silence, Azriel between us, holding both our hands. It should feel right, father, mother, and child. Instead, it feels like walking on shattered glass. When we reach Azriel's chambers, Avery immediately moves to help him into his nightclothes. I stand in the doorway, watching as she goes through what must be their nightly routine, helping him wash up, combing his hair, tucking him into bed. Story? Azriel asks hopefully. Of course. She settles on the edge of his bed, and I find myself moving closer, drawn by something I can't name. She tells him a story about a brave wolf who defended his pack through a terrible winter. Her voice is soft, soothing, and I watch Azriel's eyes grow heavy. By the time she reaches the ending, he is asleep. She stands carefully, smoothing his dark hair back from his forehead. When she turns, she startles to find me still there. I thought you left, she whispers, moving toward the door. We need to talk. I follow her out into the sitting room, closing Azriel's door behind us. About what? She crosses her arms, defensive. About Cassius. Her eyebrows rise. What about him? He is spending a lot of time with you. He is being friendly. She shrugs. So? So, nothing. Just noticed. She stares at me for a moment, clearly confused by the pointless observation. Okay. Well, I'm going to bed now. Right. I step aside. Good night. She disappears into her chambers, and the door closes with a soft click. I stand there for a long moment, realizing how stupid that sounded. But I couldn't help myself. Watching them together, seeing her comfortable with him when she is so guarded with me. My wolf paces restlessly. The bond pulls at my chest. And I have no idea what to do about any of it. The next morning, I'm woken by a knock on my door. I drag myself out of bed, having slept poorly, and find Commander Thane waiting. What is it? My voice is rougher than usual. Lord Cassius has requested permission to take Princess Avery riding this afternoon. He thought it might help her acclimate to the territory. The words hit me like a physical blow, but I keep my expression neutral. Did he? He is waiting for your approval. Thane's expression is carefully neutral. Shall I grant it? It's a reasonable request. Cassius is my senior advisor. Avery should learn the territory. There is no logical reason to refuse. But the thought of them alone together, riding through the forest, talking and laughing where I can't see them. Assign guards to accompany them, I hear myself say. Your Majesty, for a simple ride within our borders. That's an order, Thane. He studies me for a moment. Of course. And how many guards would you like assigned? 4. No, 6. I turn away from his knowing look. The western trails can be dangerous. The western trails can be dangerous. Of course, Your Majesty. There is something in Thane's tone, not quite amusement, but close. Anything else? Make sure they stay within sight of the fortress. The words come out before I can stop them. And they're to return before dark. Understood. Thane bows and turns to leave, then pauses. Should I inform them these are security protocols? Or personal orders? I glare at him. Just relay the instructions, Commander. After he leaves, I dress quickly and head down to the training yards where I promised to meet Azrael. My son is already there, bundled in warm clothes, his eyes bright with excitement as he watches the warriors prepare for their morning drills. Papa. He runs over when he sees me. They said I can stand on the platform so I can see everything. Did they? I ruffle his dark hair, trying to focus on him instead of imagining what Avery and Cassius might be talking about right now. That's very kind of him. We spend the morning watching the warriors spar. Azrael asks endless questions about technique, about strategy, about why certain moves work better than others. I answer patiently, grateful for the distraction. But my eyes keep drifting toward the fortress entrance, watching for Avery and Cassius to emerge for their ride. When they finally do, my wolf nearly takes over. Avery is dressed in riding clothes, dark trousers and a fitted jacket that shows off her figure. Her hair is braided down her back, and she is laughing at something Cassius said. He helps her mount her horse, his hands lingering on her waist longer than necessary. The warriors continue their drills, but I'm no longer watching. My attention is locked on Avery and Cassius as they ride toward the gates, 6 of my guards following at what Cassius probably thinks is a discreet distance. Papa? Azrael tugs on my hand. Did you see that move? The big warrior jest. Not now, Azrael. The sharpness in my tone makes him flinch, and immediately I regret it. I kneel down to his level. I'm sorry, son. I just need to focus on something for a moment. He follows my gaze and spots his mother riding away. Is Mama going somewhere? Just for a ride. I force myself to look away, to focus on him. Now, tell me about this move you saw. But even as I listen to Azrael's excited explanation, my mind is elsewhere. Imagining Avery and Cassius alone together in the forest. Imagining him making her laugh, making her feel safe, giving her everything I can't. The bond pulls tight in my chest, and my wolf snarls with possessive fury. She is ours, he insists. Stop this. She is not ours anymore, I repeat, but the words ring hollow even to my own ears. Because the truth is, bond or no bond, rejection or not, Avery will always be mine. Avery. I smooth my hands over the burgundy silk of my gown, watching my reflection in the mirror with a critical eye. 3 weeks of court dinners, and I still can't shake the feeling of being watched not just by the hostile nobles, but by Logan himself. His eyes track my every move, especially when Cassius is near. The dress is beautiful, mother packed well, but I wonder if it's too formal for a casual court dinner. Or not formal enough. I have no idea what the expectations are here. Stop fidgeting, Luna mutters. You look fine. Fine isn't exactly what I'm going for. I adjust the neckline for the third time. I need to look. I don't know. Like I belong here. We don't belong here. We never will. She's not wrong, but that doesn't help my current situation. The exhaustion doesn't help either. I barely slept more than a few hours each night, my mind too busy replaying every interaction, every hostile glance, every moment I feel Logan's presence through that bond that shouldn't exist anymore. A soft knock interrupts my spiral. Come in. Mira enters, her green eyes nervous as always. Princess? Lord Cassius sent word asking if you'd like to join him for a walk through the library before dinner. He said he has some books he thinks you'd enjoy. My stomach does an odd little flip at the mention of his name. It's been happening more lately, this strange warmth that spreads through me whenever Cassius is near. At first, I thought it was just gratitude for his kindness in this cold place, but the feeling has been intensifying over the past week. Becoming harder to ignore. Tell him I'd be delighted. Over the past weeks, Cassius has become my only real ally here. While the rest of the court treats me like a dangerous curiosity, he has introduced me to the few open-minded nobles, defended me in subtle ways during court sessions, and made this cold fortress feel slightly less hostile. Mira curtsies and disappears, leaving me to finish getting ready. I pin my hair up, leaving a few dark strands to frame my face. Simple. Elegant. Not trying too hard. When I emerge from my chambers, Osriel is playing in the sitting room with the wooden soldiers Logan gave him. He has been obsessed with them for days, arranging elaborate battle formations. Mama. He looks up, his ice blue eyes bright. Look what Papa taught me. This is how the Northern Army defends against siege attacks. I kneel beside him, examining the careful arrangement of wooden figures. That's very impressive, sweetheart. You've been paying close attention. Papa says I'm a natural strategist. He moves one of the soldiers forward with careful precision. He is taking me to watch the real army train tomorrow. He says I need to learn about leadership and duty since I'm his heir. The word heir sits uncomfortably in my stomach. Osriel has fully embraced Logan as Papa now that battle was lost in the first week. But hearing him parrot phrases like leadership and duty reminds me that Logan isn't just being a father. He is training his successor. That sounds wonderful. I kiss the top of his head. I'm going to the library with Lord Cassius before dinner. Be good for Mira, okay? Okay. He is already back to his soldiers, completely absorbed. I find Cassius waiting in the corridor, dressed casually in dark trousers and a deep green shirt that brings out the amber in his eyes. He smiles when he sees me, and that strange warmth spreads through my chest again. Princess Avery. He offers his arm. Thank you for joining me. I know the fortress can feel rather oppressive, but the library is one of the few places that feels alive. I take his arm, grateful for the solid warmth of him. I'd love to see it. I've been meaning to explore more, but I haven't wanted to wander into places I'm not welcome. You're welcome everywhere. His voice is gentle. Though I understand why you might not feel that way. The court has been, he pauses, choosing his words carefully. Less than welcoming. That's a diplomatic way to put it. We start down the corridor, passing servants who still avert their eyes when they see me. Except when I'm with Cassius, then some actually nod respectfully. It's like his presence grants me temporary acceptance. I'm the woman who destroyed the peace treaty. I don't expect them to throw me a celebration. You were barely more than a girl when that happened. Cassius glances at me. And from what I understand, you had your reasons for running. Does that matter? People still died because of my choices. People die in wars for all kinds of reasons. Most of them political and beyond any one person's control. He guides me down a staircase I haven't seen before. You carry too much guilt for something that was inevitable anyway. How can you say that? The treaty would have ended the war. Or delayed it. He shrugs. The tensions between kingdoms run deeper than one arranged marriage could fix. Eventually, something else would have sparked conflict again. I want to believe him, but Luna stirs uneasily. Don't trust him. Something's wrong. You keep saying that, but he has been nothing but kind. That's what worries me. We reach the library, and I forget my wolf's paranoia the moment the doors swing open. The space is massive, 3 stories of books reaching toward a vaulted ceiling painted with stars. Sunlight streams through tall windows, warming the rich wood and leather furniture scattered throughout. It's beautiful. I move forward, drawn to the nearest shelf. My fingers trace the spines, reading titles I haven't seen since leaving the Eastern Kingdom. Stories and histories I used to lose myself in when life at court became too much. I thought you'd like it. Cassius follows me, his presence comfortable rather than overwhelming. The Northern Kingdom may lack warmth in many ways, but they always valued knowledge. This library has texts dating back centuries. I could spend days here. I pull out a leather-bound volume on werewolf history, flipping through pages carefully preserved by time and magic. Then you should. He leans against the shelf beside me. Consider this your sanctuary. No one will bother you here, and you're free to come and go as you please. The offer is so generous, so unexpected, that tears prick my eyes. Thank you. You have no idea how much that means. I think I do. His voice softens, and I remember what he told me during our first tea together. That's why I wanted to show you this place. Everyone needs somewhere they can breathe. The kindness in his words makes my throat tighten. For the first time since arriving at Winterhold, I don't feel like an unwanted intruder. We spend the next hour exploring the shelves, Cassius pulling down books he thinks I'll enjoy. He knows exactly what I like: history, philosophy, stories about strong women who changed their worlds. It's almost uncanny how well he reads me. You should take these to your chambers. He hands me a stack of 5 books. Start with the top one. It's about a queen who united 3 warring kingdoms through diplomacy rather than force. Sounds like wishful thinking. I accept the books, their weight solid and comforting in my arms. Or inspiration. His fingers brush mine as he adjusts the stack, and that warmth floods through me again. Stronger this time. Almost dizzying. I pull my hand back quickly. We should probably head to dinner. Don't want to be late. Something flickers across Cassius's expression: disappointment, maybe? But it's gone so fast I might have imagined it. Of course. I'll walk you to the Great Hall. As we make our way through the fortress, I notice again how the servants react differently when I'm with Cassius. Why are you doing this? I ask quietly. Helping me. Being kind. What do you gain from it? Does kindness need to have an ulterior motive? He glances at me, genuine confusion in his amber eyes. In a royal court? Usually. Then perhaps I'm simply a better man than most courtiers. He stops walking, turning to face me fully. Or perhaps I see someone who deserves friendship, and I have the ability to offer it. Not everything has to be a political calculation, Avery. The use of my name instead of my title sends another wave of that strange warmth through me. I grip the books tighter, trying to anchor myself. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so suspicious of someone who has only shown me kindness. You've learned to be cautious. That's not a fault. He starts walking again. But I hope, in time, you'll trust that my friendship is genuine. We reach the great hall where nobles are already gathering for dinner. The evening sun slants through the high windows, painting everything in shades of gold and shadow. Cassius guides me to my usual seat at the high table, and I notice how his hand hovers near the small of my back, not touching, but close enough that I can feel his warmth. Logan is already seated, and his eyes snap to us the moment we enter. His expression is carefully neutral, but his knuckles are white where they grip his goblet. Thank you for the books, I say to Cassius, setting them carefully on the table beside me. Anytime. He takes his own seat, which has somehow migrated even closer to mine over the past few weeks. I hope you enjoy them. Azriel arrives moments later with Mira, and he immediately climbs into the chair between Logan and me. Mama. Papa said tomorrow I get to see the war room. With all the maps and strategy boards. That's wonderful, sweetheart. I smooth his hair, acutely aware of Logan watching us. He is doing very well with his lessons, Logan says, his voice formal. Quick learner. Good instincts. Of course he is. I force a smile. He is brilliant. Takes after his mother, then. The compliment catches me off guard. I look up to find Logan's ice blue eyes on mine, something unreadable in their depths. Or his father, I manage. You're the military genius, after all. Military strategy is taught. Logan's jaw tightens. Intelligence is inherited. Before I can respond, Cassius leans closer. Speaking of intelligence, I was just telling the princess about some fascinating texts in the library. Have you read the historical accounts of the Kingdom Wars? Logan's attention shifts to him, and something dangerous flashes behind his controlled expression. I'm familiar with them. Then perhaps you could join us sometime for a discussion. I'm sure your insights would be valuable. Cassius's tone is perfectly polite, but I sense an undercurrent I can't quite identify. Perhaps. Logan's voice drops several degrees. Though I'm sure you're perfectly capable of entertaining the princess on your own. The air between them crackles with tension. Azriel, oblivious, continues chattering about tomorrow's plans while I sit frozen, unsure what just happened. Dinner progresses with painful slowness. I pick up my food, hyper-aware of Cassius on my left and Logan on my right, with Azriel between us like a buffer that's not nearly wide enough. Halfway through the meal, Cassius leans close again. There's a particularly beautiful view from the western tower at sunset. If you'd like, I could show you tomorrow afternoon? That sounds lovely. The words come out before I fully process them. Logan's fork clatters against his plate. Princess Avery will be busy tomorrow afternoon. I turn to stare at him. Will I? You expressed interest in touring the military facilities. His voice is tight. I assumed you'd want to accompany Azriel and me. Did I? I don't remember expressing any such interest. You mentioned wanting to understand northern defenses better. Logan's eyes bore into mine. Or was I mistaken? He's lying, Luna mutters. But let him. Stay away from Cassius. I think you might be confusing me with someone else. I keep my voice level. But if you think it would be educational for me to join you, I'm happy to. Excellent. Logan's smile doesn't reach his eyes. We leave at noon. Cassius's expression remains pleasant, but I catch a flash of something, frustration? Before it's smoothed away. Another time, then. The view will still be there. Avery. I wake to Azriel bouncing on my bed, already dressed and vibrating with excitement. Mama. Is it time yet? Can we go see Papa's army? I groan and pull the pillow over my face. It's barely dawn, and my son is ready to spend the entire day with Logan. A day I suspect has more to do with keeping me away from Cassius than any genuine tour. Which might not be a bad thing if you think about it, she mutters, stretching lazily in the back of my mind. I roll my eyes. Sometimes you forget what he did to us. She doesn't reply, settling back like she's relieved to avoid the conversation. I throw off the covers and ruffle Azriel's hair. Give me a few minutes to get ready, sweetheart. But we're going to miss it. He bounces harder. Papa said we're leaving early. We won't miss anything. I promise. I slide out of bed and move to the window. Snow is falling again, thick flakes that make the training grounds below look like something from a painting. Somewhere out there, Logan is probably already awake, probably already planning every detail of this tour. My stomach twists part dread, part something I refuse to name. I dress carefully in practical riding clothes, dark trousers, a fitted burgundy tunic, and sturdy boots. Nothing fancy, but the tunic brings out my eyes and fits well enough that I don't look like I'm trying too hard. Or trying at all. I'm definitely not thinking about how Logan will see me. Mira helps me with my hair, braiding it back from my face in a style that won't come loose if we're outdoors all day. You look lovely, princess, she says softly. Thank you. I study my reflection, then look away quickly. The burgundy does bring out the violet in my eyes. The cut of the tunic shows my figure without being inappropriate. I look good. I hate that I care. When I emerge, Azriel is already waiting by the door, practically vibrating. A knock announces Logan's arrival, and my heart does something stupid in my chest. I open the door. He is dressed for the outdoors in black leather and a fur-lined cloak, looking every inch the warrior king. His ice blue eyes sweep over me, and something flashes in their depths before his expression goes neutral. But I saw it. That flicker of heat before he locked it down. Ready? His voice is carefully controlled. As I'll ever be. Azriel rushes past me. I'm ready. Let us go. Logan's expression softens when he looks at our son, and something in my chest aches at the sight. Eager, are we? Commander Thane said the northern wolves are the best fighters in all 4 kingdoms. Azrael bounces. Is that true? It's true. Logan places a hand on Azrael's shoulder, the gesture natural and easy. And today you'll see why. We make our way through the fortress and out into the cold morning. Snow crunches under our boots as we walk toward the training grounds beyond the main walls. The air bites at my exposed skin, and I pull my cloak tighter. Warriors are already assembled when we arrive, and they straighten immediately when they see Logan approaching. Your Majesty. Commander Thane bows. The battalions are ready for demonstration. Good. Logan guides Azrael to a raised platform overlooking the training field. Stand here where you can see everything. I follow them up, hyper-aware of Logan's proximity. The platform is small, meant for commanders to oversee drills, and standing this close makes my skin prickle with awareness. His scent hits me despite the cold air, pine and snow, and something that makes Luna stir restlessly. Below us, warriors begin their demonstrations. First in human form, hand-to-hand combat, weapons training, formations that flow like water. Azrael watches with wide eyes, asking endless questions that Logan answers patiently. Why do they move like that? To avoid presenting a target. See how they keep low and shift positions constantly? And that move, the one where he flipped the other guy? Center of gravity. Use your opponent's weight against them. I listen to Logan explain military strategy to our 5-year-old son, his voice patient and clear. He is good at this, teaching, explaining, making complex concepts simple enough for a child to understand. This side of him, the teacher, the father, it's so different from the cold king I first knew. Now, Thane calls out below. Shift to wolf form. The warriors begin to shift. Close fall away as bodies transform human to wolf in seconds. Soon, the field is filled with wolves of various sizes and colors, their eyes glowing with intelligence and purpose. Azrael gasps. They're huge. Northern wolves are larger than most. Logan points to a massive gray wolf in the center. That's Thane. See how the others follow his lead? Wolves can speak to each other in their minds when they're in wolf form. The wolves move through drills, attack formations, defensive positions, coordinated strikes that showcase both their individual power and their ability to work as a unit. It's beautiful and terrifying at once, this display of controlled violence. Papa, Azrael tugs on Logan's hand. Can you shift? I want to see your wolf. Logan glances at me, something questioning in his eyes. Like he is asking permission even though he doesn't need it. I nod slightly. Stay here with your mother. He steps off the platform and moves toward the field. My breath catches as Logan begins to strip. Right there. In front of everyone. His cloak falls first, dropped carelessly onto the snow. Then his shirt. My eyes follow the movement of fabric sliding over skin, revealing the broad planes of his chest, the defined muscles of his abdomen. Scars mark his torso, pale lines against tan skin that speak of decades of battle, but they don't diminish the raw power of his body. Heat floods through me despite the cold air. I remember those muscles. Remember the feel of that skin under my hands, my lips. Remember how his body felt pressed against mine, moving over me, inside me. I force my eyes away, face burning. He strips off his boots and then his pants, and I absolutely do not look as he stands there completely naked and utterly unself-conscious in front of his warriors. The cold doesn't seem to affect him at all. Then he shifts. His wolf explodes into being massive, midnight black with silver streaks through his fur that match the hair on his head. He is easily the largest wolf on the field, radiating dominance and power that makes every other wolf instinctively drop their heads in submission. Luna surges forward in my mind with a desperate whine. Our mate. Stop, I mutter under my breath, but I can't tear my eyes away. The wolf, Logan's wolf, turns toward us. Ice blue eyes lock on mine across the distance, and the intensity in that gaze steals my breath. Then he moves, joining the other wolves in their demonstrations. He is magnificent. All lethal grace and raw power, moving through attack patterns with a fluidity that shouldn't be possible for something so large. The other wolves follow his lead instinctively, responding to his presence like he is conducting a symphony of violence. He is showing off, I realize. Showing our son what he is capable of. What Azrael might become someday. Wow, Azrael breathes beside me, completely entranced. He is amazing. Yes, I whisper. He is. After several minutes of demonstrations, the wolves shift back to human form. I watch God's help me, I watch as Logan's body reforms. Wolf to human in a seamless transition that leaves him standing there naked and perfect in the snow. He doesn't rush to dress. Just stands there for a moment, catching his breath, sweat gleaming on his skin despite the cold. Then he moves to retrieve his clothes with unhurried grace. He pulls on his pants, the leather molding to his body as he fastens them. But he doesn't reach for his shirt. Just leaves it lying in the snow as he turns to give orders to his warriors, his chest and arms exposed to the cold air. My mouth goes dry. Every movement makes his muscles flex, his shoulders, his chest, his abdomen. I watch the play of light and shadow across his skin, watch the rise and fall of his breathing, and I cannot stop remembering what that body felt like against mine. Mama? Azriel's voice breaks through my trance. Are you okay? Your face is really red. Just cold, sweetheart. The lie comes easily, even as heat pools low in my belly. Logan returns to the platform, still gloriously shirtless, and climbs up beside us. The space feels even smaller now. I'm acutely aware of every inch of exposed skin, of the heat radiating from his body, of how close he is standing. What did you think? He is asking Azriel, but his eyes flick to me for just a second. That was the coolest thing ever. Azriel bounces. When can I shift like that? Not for a few more years. Logan's expression softens. Your wolf will emerge when you're ready. Until then, you train in human form. The wind picks up, and my cloak slips off my shoulder. I reach to adjust it, but Logan is faster. His hand catches the fabric, pulling it back into place, and his fingers brush against my collarbone. We both freeze. The touch is electric, his warm fingers against my cold skin, that simple contact sending heat racing through my entire body. His hand lingers for a heartbeat too long, his eyes locked on mine with an intensity that makes my breath catch. Then he pulls back. You should stay warm. Thank you. My voice comes out breathier than I intended. He turns away, descending the platform to speak with Thane, but I see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hands clench into fists at his sides. Luna whimpers in my mind. Touch him again. Need to touch him again. Stop it, I hiss under my breath. But she is not wrong. That brief contact has left me wanting more, my skin still tingling where his fingers brushed my collarbone. Mama? Azriel tugs on my hand, pulling me back to reality. Can we see the wolf shift again? Perhaps later, Logan says, his voice tight. It's almost time for... Your Majesty. Thane approaches with several warriors. The men were hoping. He glances at me. They'd like to see the princess's wolf. To see what bloodline the young prince carries. My stomach drops. I don't think. You don't have to, Logan says quietly, and there is something almost gentle in his tone. Only if you're comfortable. I look at Azriel, whose eyes have lit up with excitement. Can I see your wolf, Mama? Please? Luna stirs in my mind, more alert than she has been in days. Yes. Show them. Show him. All right. I take a breath. But everyone turns around while I undress. Logan immediately barks an order, and every warrior on the field turns their backs. He moves to stand between me and them, providing an additional shield with his body. Thank you, I whisper. His eyes meet mine. Always. The word hangs between us for a moment before I turn away, moving behind an equipment shed for privacy. My hands shake as I strip off my clothes, folding them carefully on a wooden crate. The cold air bites at my exposed skin, raising goosebumps across my arms and legs. Then I let Luna emerge. The shift is swift and smooth. I've done this thousands of times. My wolf form materializes, smaller than Logan's but still substantial for a female. My fur is dark brown with hints of red that catch the light, and my eyes remain violet even in wolf form. When I step out from behind the shed, the warriors turn back. I hear their murmurs of approval. I'm clearly from strong bloodlines, Luna's form elegant and powerful despite being smaller than the males. But it's Logan's reaction that captures my attention. His eyes lock on my wolf with an intensity that steals my breath. Something raw crosses his face: recognition, desire, possession before he locks it down. But I saw it. That unguarded moment when his control slipped. Luna moves toward the center of the field, hyper-aware of every eye on us. But mostly aware of Logan, still standing there shirtless and perfect, watching us with those ice-blue eyes. Azriel runs over, his face lit up with wonder. "Mama, you're so pretty. Look at your fur." Luna nuzzles his hand gently, making him giggle. But even as I interact with our son, I'm aware of Logan's gaze tracking our every movement. "Beautiful," I hear him say, so quietly I almost miss it. Luna's head snaps toward him, and our eyes meet across the field. Something passes between us, that impossible pull that shouldn't exist, that bond trying to claw back together despite the rejection. Thane clears his throat. "Thank you, princess." The men are honored. I shift back behind the shed, my body reforming into human shape. I'm shaking as I dress, my skin hypersensitive from the shift and from the weight of Logan's stare. When I emerge, fully clothed, Logan is putting his shirt back on. The loss of all that exposed skin should be a relief. Instead, I feel bereft. "Avery." I slam my chamber door behind me and lean against it, my hands shaking. I can still see it. Every detail burned into my brain like someone branded it there. Heat floods through me at the memory, and I hate myself for it. His wolf was magnificent. All that raw power and lethal grace. And then watching him shift back, watching his body reform, all those muscles and scars on display. "Stop," I mutter, pushing off the door. "Stop thinking about it." But I can't. My traitorous mind keeps replaying the moments. Luna stirs restlessly. "We should have stayed and gone to lunch with them." "Absolutely not." I push off the door and pace to the window. I can barely think straight around him as it is. "Because you're fighting what we both want. What we want doesn't matter." I press my forehead against the cold glass. He made his choice 5 years ago. This, I gesture vaguely at my chest where the bond keeps trying to reform. "This doesn't change anything." "Doesn't it?" Luna's voice is quieter now. "He touches us differently now. Looks at us differently. It doesn't matter how he looks at me. I'm not going through that again." Luna goes quiet, but I feel her disagreement like a weight in my chest. I stare out at the snow-covered mountains, trying to cool the heat still burning through me. Logan and Azriel are probably having lunch together right now, building their bond while I hide in my chambers. I need a distraction. Something to get out of my head before I do something stupid. The library. I'll go to the library. Lose myself in books like I always do when the world becomes too much. The corridors are blessedly empty as I make my way to the library. Most of the court is at lunch. I push open the heavy doors and breathe in the familiar scent of old paper and leather. The library is my sanctuary here, the one place that feels safe. I'm running my fingers along the spines of history texts when I hear footsteps behind me. "Princess Avery." Cassius's warm voice makes me turn. "I didn't expect to find you here at this hour. Shouldn't you be at lunch?" I wasn't hungry. I pull out a random book, not even looking at the title. "What about you?" "Same reason." He moves closer, amber eyes studying my face. "Are you all right? You seem tense." The concern in his voice does something to my chest. "Just a long morning." "The military tour?" He leans against the shelf beside me. I heard Logan put on quite the demonstration. Heat floods my face. It was educational. Something flickers in his expression. "You're blushing." I am not. The denial comes too quickly. "You are." His voice gentles. "What happened?" "Nothing." The warriors shifted. Logan showed Azriel some formations. I gripped the book tighter. "It was fine." "Avery." He says my name like it matters, like I matter. "Talk to me." "What's wrong?" The genuine care in his tone cracks something in my defenses. "It's nothing. I'm just confused about I cut myself off." I can't tell him about what happened. But as I stand there struggling for words, warmth floods through me. It starts in my chest and spreads outward, washing away the confusion and frustration from this morning. Like stepping into sunlight after being in shadow for too long. The feeling is so unexpected, so overwhelming, that I actually stumble. Cassius catches my elbow immediately. "Avery? What is it?" I don't. The warmth intensifies, and suddenly everything feels right. Safe. Like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. I don't know. I just felt. Felt what? His hand stays on my arm, steady and grounding. Warm. I look up at him, seeing the concern in his amber eyes, the way he is looking at me like I'm something precious. Safe. His expression shifts into something I can't quite read. You feel safe with me? I do. The admission comes easily because it's true. I'm happy you do. He guides me to one of the reading chairs near the window. Cassius settles into the chair across from me, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. Tell me what's really bothering you. Not the polite version. The truth. This morning was difficult. I grip the book tighter. Being around him is complicated. I thought the rejection would make it easier, but it's not. It's worse somehow. Because the bond is trying to heal? Cassius suggests carefully. I nod, grateful he understands without me having to explain the details. Something like that. And how does that make you feel? He pauses. About him, I mean. Do you still have feelings for him? No, I don't, and I actually never did. I didn't know this, actually, I don't know your story, princess. Of course, there are rumors, but if you don't mind. Can you tell me? He tilts his head. Tears prick my eyes at his question. I still remember that night with Marcus. You don't have to, Cassius says quickly, seeing my distress. I shouldn't have. No, it's okay. I wipe my eyes, surprised that I actually want to tell him. You've been honest with me. I can be honest with you. He nods, waiting. Everyone knows I fled the arranged marriage. But what they don't know is, I take a shaky breath. I ran with Marcus. My childhood friend. I thought he loved me. That we could be happy together. Cassius doesn't interrupt, just nods for me to continue. That night, in a cottage far from the palace, he tried to force himself on me. Avery Cassius's voice is soft with sympathy. I fought back. Hit him with a candlestick and ran. The memories flood back, the pain, the terror, the betrayal. I ran straight into Logan's patrol. He captured me, threw me in his dungeon, blamed me for every death that followed when the war reignited. Gods. Cassius leans forward. And then he discovered you were mates? I nod. We couldn't fight the bond. One night, we gave in. He marked me. My hand goes to my throat where the rejection scar sits. And the next morning, he rejected me. Said his duty came before anything else, even his mate. So you never had a chance to develop real feelings, Cassius says quietly. You went from one nightmare with Marcus directly into captivity with Logan. Exactly. Relief floods through me that he understands. The mate bond made my body respond to Logan, but my heart? I never trusted him enough to let him near it. How could I, after everything? You couldn't. Cassius reaches across and takes my hand. We sit in comfortable silence for a moment, his thumb absently tracing circles on my hand. I should check on Osriel, I finally say, starting to stand. But Cassius doesn't release my hand. Instead, he stands with me, closing the space between us. I expect to feel that electric heat, the way I do when Logan gets too close. That overwhelming, consuming pull that makes my skin feel too tight. But this is different. Warm instead of burning. Comforting instead of terrifying. You deserve to feel safe, Avery. He is close now, close enough that I can see the amber flecks in his eyes. After everything you've been through, you deserve peace. And I promise to give you that. The words stick in my throat. Thank you. He squeezes my hand gently before releasing it, stepping back. Go check on Osriel. I'll see you at dinner. I nod and turn to leave. That was dangerous, Luna finally speaks up, her tone wary. Telling him about the past. He is my friend, I reply. It's okay for him to know. Is it? Or did the warmth make you want to tell him? I pause mid-step. What are you saying? I'm saying this warmth isn't normal. It's getting stronger every time you're near him. I start walking again, my mind spinning. Maybe that's because it means something. Means what? I hesitate, almost afraid to say it out loud. What if this is a second chance mate bond? Luna goes completely still in my mind. What? Second chance bonds. The words come faster now, like I've been holding this thought back and finally letting it free. The moon goddess grants them to wolves who've been rejected. It's rare, but it happens. Avery, no. It would explain everything, I cut her off. The warmth. The safety I feel with him. The way it's gotten stronger over time. Why I wanted to tell him my story, why being with him feels right in a way nothing else has since. That's not what this is. Luna's voice is firm, almost desperate. How do you know? I stop outside my chambers. You can't explain the warmth either. I don't need to explain it to know something is wrong with it. She paces anxiously. It's too strong, too sudden. Real bonds don't work like this. Maybe they do when you've already been destroyed by one mate. I push into my chambers, closing the door behind me. Maybe the moon goddess knew I needed something immediate. Something strong enough to help me survive here. But we already have a mate. Her voice cracks slightly. Rejected or not, Logan is our true mate. Then what is this? Frustration bleeds through. Because it feels real, Luna. Luna is quiet for a long moment. I don't know. Exactly. I press my hand to my chest where the warmth still pulses. You can't explain it because there is no other explanation. This is a second chance bond, Luna. It has to be. It doesn't feel right. Her voice is small, uncertain. My instincts are screaming that something is wrong. Your instincts told you to trust Logan, I snap. And look where that got us. Marked, rejected, and raising his child alone for 5 years. The words hit her like a physical blow, and I immediately regret them. But I don't take them back. I'm trying to protect us, she whispers. By keeping us alone? By telling me to ignore the one good thing that has happened since we came to this frozen hell? I shake my head even though she can't see it. No. I'm not doing that. If the moon goddess is offering me a second chance, I'm taking it. And if you're wrong? If this isn't what you think it is? Then I'll deal with the consequences. My voice hardens. But I'd rather take that risk than spend the rest of my life wondering what if. Luna retreats into the back of my mind, hurt and confused. I feel her disagreement like a weight on my chest, but I push it aside. She doesn't understand. Cassius is offering me hope again. Real, tangible hope. A chance at the happiness I thought I'd lost forever. And my wolf-esque paranoia isn't going to make me give that up. I press my hand to my chest, feeling the warmth still pulsing there. It's real. I know it is. Luna just needs time to accept it. Logan. I stare at the duty roster on my desk, my jaw clenched so tight it aches. Cassius has requested the afternoon off. Again. The third time this week. To escort Princess Avery through the Eastern Gardens, Thane reads from the formal request, his tone carefully neutral. He believes the fresh air would be beneficial for her adjustment to Winterhold. My quill snaps in half. Thane doesn't react to the broken wood in my fist, just continues standing at attention like he doesn't notice I'm about to lose my mind. Deny it. I throw the ruined quill aside. Tell Cassius I need him for the afternoon supply meeting. Your Majesty, the supply meeting isn't until next week. Move it up. I pull out a fresh piece of parchment. Today. 2 o'clock. Mandatory attendance for all senior advisors. Thane's expression doesn't change, but I see the question in his eyes. Of course. Shall I inform Princess Avery that her plans have changed? No need. I start writing the order. Cassius will handle that himself when he realizes he is required elsewhere. Understood. Thane takes the parchment when I finish. Is there anything else? Yes. I lean back in my chair. I want a full report on Cassius's activities over the past 3 weeks. Who he is meeting with, where he goes, what he discusses. Now Thane's eyebrows rise slightly. Your Majesty? That wasn't a request, Commander. With respect he pauses. Lord Cassius is your most trusted advisor. Investigating him without cause could create tension in the court. Then do it discreetly. I wave him off. And Thane? The cause is that I'm ordering it. He bows and leaves, and I'm alone with my thoughts again. Lunch is torture. I sit at the high table, Osriel chattering beside me about the snow fort we're building, while Avery sits to my right. And 3 seats down, Cassius leans in close to whisper something that makes her laugh. Papa? Osriel tugs on my sleeve. You're squishing your bread. I look down to find I've crushed the roll in my hand, crumbs falling onto my plate. Sorry, son. Are you mad about something? His ice blue eyes study my face with that unsettling perception 5-year-olds sometimes have. No, the lie comes easily. Just thinking about this afternoon's meeting. The one Mama's not going to? He tilts his head. She seemed sad when you told her. She really wanted to see the gardens with Lord Cassius. The words hit harder than they should. Did she? She told me all about it this morning. Lord Cassius knows where all the winter roses grow, and he was going to show her the ice sculptures by the frozen fountain. Osriel takes a bite of his meat. But you need him for boring meetings instead. Some things are more important than gardens, I say, hearing how hollow it sounds. Not to Mama. Osriel shrugs. She loves flowers. Back home, she had a whole garden. She used to take me there every morning. Something in my chest twists. Didn't he know that? Didn't he know she loved gardens, loved flowers? Down the table, Cassius says something else that makes Avery's face light up. His hand rests on the table near hers, not touching, but close enough that it might as well be. My wolf loses it completely. Touch her and lose the hand, he snarls, pushing at my consciousness so hard I have to grip the edge of the table. Your Majesty? Thane appears at my elbow. The supply meeting begins in an hour. Lord Cassius has been informed. Good. I don't take my eyes off Cassius. Make sure every senior advisor attends. No exceptions. Of course. I watch as Cassius leans over to Avery, sees his mouth form an apology. She nods, disappointment clear on her face even from here. Then she glances up the table at me, and for a moment, our eyes meet. The supply meeting is exactly as boring as I intended it to be. I drag out every discussion point, ask for clarification on details that don't matter, request additional reports that aren't needed. Cassius sits across from me, his expression perfectly neutral, but I see the tension in his shoulders. Good. Let him be frustrated. 3 hours later, when we finally adjourn, the sun is already setting. Too late for garden walks. Too late for Cassius to make up the afternoon with Avery. Your Majesty. Cassius approaches as the other advisors file out. Might I have a word? Walk with me. I head toward the corridor, not waiting to see if he follows. He does, his footsteps measured behind me. I noticed the supply meeting was moved up rather suddenly. Issues arose that needed immediate attention. Of course. His tone is still respectful, but I hear the edge underneath. It's just that I had prior commitments this afternoon. Your duty to the kingdom comes before personal engagements, Lord Cassius. Naturally. He pauses. Though I can't help but notice this is the 3rd time my plans with Princess Avery have been disrupted by sudden meetings. I stop walking and turn to face him. Are you implying something? Not at all, Your Majesty. But his amber eyes are sharp, calculating. I simply want to ensure I'm not neglecting my duties by spending time with your guest. The way he says guest makes my blood boil. Princess Avery is the mother of my heir, I say coldly. Not a guest. Of course. My apologies. He inclines his head. Then perhaps you could clarify the appropriate level of attention I should pay her? I've been trying to make her feel welcome, as you commanded when she first arrived. But if my efforts are causing conflict. Your efforts are noted. I cut him off. But perhaps you should focus more on your actual duties and less on entertaining the princess. Something flashes in his expression, triumph, maybe, or satisfaction. Like I've confirmed exactly what he suspected. As you wish, Your Majesty. He bows. Will that be all? Yes. I dismiss him with a wave. He leaves, and I'm left standing in the corridor, wondering what the hell I'm doing. Sabotaging my own advisor's schedule because I can't stand watching him with my rejected mate. This is madness. I find Avery in her chambers that evening, reading to Osriel before bed. I pause in the doorway, watching as she acts out different voices for the characters, making our son giggle. She is beautiful like this, unguarded, and soft. Papa. Osriel spots me and waves. Come listen. Mama S doing the dragon voice. I don't want to interrupt. Please? Azriel's eyes are wide and hopeful. Avery glances up, her expression cooling instantly when she sees me. But she doesn't object, just shifts slightly to make room on the bed. I settle on the edge, careful not to sit too close. The bond pulls tight between us, that constant ache I've learned to live with. She continues reading, her voice changing for each character. A brave knight, a wise wizard, a fearsome dragon. Azriel is entranced, leaning against her side with complete trust. When she reaches the end, the knight defeating the dragon and saving the kingdom, Azriel yawns widely. Time for sleep, sweetheart. She kisses his forehead. Say goodnight to your father. Good night, Papa. Azriel wraps his arms around my neck. Can we work on the snow fort tomorrow? Of course. I ruffle his hair. Sleep well, son. Avery tucks him in with practiced efficiency, and then we're both standing in the dim light of his chamber, the silence stretching between us. Thank you for watching him this afternoon, she finally says, her voice carefully neutral. It wasn't a burden. I'm sure it wasn't. She moves toward the door to her own chambers. Though it's interesting how that urgent meeting appeared exactly when I had plans. I follow her, unable to stop myself. It was necessary. Was it? She turns to face me, and there's steel in her violet eyes. Or did you just not want me spending time with Cassius? Don't be ridiculous. I'm not. She crosses her arms. This is the third time you've sabotaged my plans with him. The third time you've found some urgent duty that required his immediate attention. I don't control the kingdom's schedule around your social calendar. Don't you? She takes a step closer, and the movement brings her close enough that I can smell her scent wildflowers and something that makes my wolf go insane. Because from where I'm standing, it seems like you're going out of your way to keep me away from the one person here who has actually been kind to me. Kind to you? The words come out harsher than I intend. Is that what you think he is doing? Yes. She lifts her chin. Unlike everyone else in this frozen hell, Cassius treats me like a person. Like I matter. He listens when I talk, remembers things I tell him, makes me feel. She cuts herself off. Makes you feel what? I close the distance between us before I can stop myself. Safe. The word is barely a whisper. He makes me feel safe. The admission hits me like a blade between the ribs. And I don't. She stares at me for a long moment, then nods slowly. No. You don't. The simple agreement, without anger or accusation, somehow hurts worse than if she screamed at me. That's going to change. The words come out before I can stop them. Her eyebrows draw together. What? Mark my words, Avery. I hold her gaze. That's going to change. What are you talking about? Confusion flickers across her face. You can't just. Good night, princess. I turn toward the door before I say something else I can't take back. Logan, wait. But I'm already gone, closing the door between us before she can ask questions I don't have answers for yet. Avery. I close the door and lean against it, my hand pressed to my chest where the bond keeps trying to reform. What did he mean by that? I whisper to the empty room. Luna stirs weakly. He meant what he said. Things will change. That's not helpful. I push off the door and move to the window, staring out at the snow-covered mountains. The fortress is quiet at this hour, most of the court already asleep. My skin feels strange. Not quite uncomfortable, but different. Like there's energy humming just beneath the surface. I rub my arms, trying to shake off the sensation. It's probably nothing. Just stress from the conversation with Logan. I need sleep. Everything will make more sense in the morning. But as I climb into bed, the restless feeling doesn't fade. If anything, it intensifies. My nightgown feels too constricting, the blankets too heavy. I kick them off, staring at the ceiling. Luna is unusually quiet, but I can feel her awareness. Like she is waiting for something. What? I ask her silently. She doesn't answer, and that somehow makes me more uneasy. I close my eyes and try to force myself to sleep. Tomorrow. I'll deal with whatever this is tomorrow. Avery. I've been lying here for hours since Logan left, staring at the ceiling, trying to sleep. The strange, restless feeling from earlier has gotten worse. Much worse. I press my palms flat against my thighs, trying to stop the trembling. The sheets beneath me are soaked with sweat despite the freezing air streaming through the window I threw open an hour ago. My skin burns. Not the pleasant warmth I feel around Cassius. This is different, deeper, more insistent. Like fire racing through my veins, pulling low in my belly until I want to claw out of my own skin. Luna paces frantically in my mind, whining and circling, unable to settle. Heat. We're going into heat. No, I shake my head even though she can't see it. That's not possible. Not now. You can feel it. Stop denying it. My breasts feel heavy and sensitive, nipples hardening against the thin fabric of my nightgown. The ache between my thighs is becoming impossible to ignore. She's right. I know she's right. Heat. My first heat cycle in years. The last one was right after Osriel was born, and it passed quickly since I was still healing from childbirth. Before that was with Logan. This can't be happening. Not in Winterhold. Not when Logan is just a few corridors away. I slide my hand down my stomach, beneath the waistband of my underwear. Maybe if I can take the edge off, make it bearable. My fingers find that sensitive bundle of nerves, and pleasure shoots through me. I bite my lip to keep from crying out, my hips arching off the bed. I try to picture Cassius. His warm amber eyes, his gentle smile, the safety I feel when he is near. But the moment I close my eyes, all I see is ice blue. Logan's eyes. His hands. His body. The memory of that one night 5 years ago crashes over me with devastating force. His mouth on my skin, his hands gripping my hips, the way he looked at me like I was something he wanted to devour. Yes, Luna moans. Our mate. Need our mate. No, I pull my hand away, panting. No, that's not, we don't want him. But my body doesn't care what my mind wants. The ache intensifies, becoming painful. I curl onto my side, pressing my thighs together so hard it hurts. It's the second chance bond with Cassius, I whisper into the darkness. That's why the heat came. It's triggering because of the new bond. That's not what this is. Luna's voice is sharp, desperate. You know that's not what this is. Then what? I sit up, my hands shaking. Why now? Because we're around him again. Our true mate. The bond is trying to heal, and being near him is making our body respond. I refuse to believe that. I stand on trembling legs, my nightgown clinging to my sweat-soaked skin. Then why can you feel him right now? Why do you know exactly where he is in this fortress? I freeze because she's right. I can feel him, that constant awareness of his presence, like a compass always pointing north. He is awake. Somewhere in the eastern tower, probably in his chambers. The ache between my legs intensifies at the thought, and I bite back a whimper. I need Cassius. I move toward my wardrobe, pulling out a robe. He is my second mate. He can help. He is not our mate, Luna insists, but I ignore her. I shrug into the robe over my nightgown, my hands fumbling with the tie. Everything feels wrong, the fabric against my overheated skin, the emptiness inside me, the desperate need clawing at my insides. I need relief. I wrench open my chamber door and step into the corridor. The cool stone should help, but it doesn't. If anything, the contrast makes my burning skin feel worse. I lean against the wall for a moment, trying to catch my breath. A servant rounds the corner and freezes when she sees me. Her eyes widen, and I watch her nostrils flare slightly. She can smell it. The heat. Princess? Her voice is uncertain. Do you need? I'm fine. I push off the wall, forcing myself to stand straight. I just need some air. I don't wait for her response, just start walking. My bare feet are silent on the cold stone as I make my way through the corridors. Cassius's chambers are in the western wing. I remember Mira mentioning it once when delivering messages. Every step feels like moving through honey. My body is working against me, wanting to turn around, to go east instead of west. Luna fights me the entire way, pulling in the opposite direction. Wrong way. Wrong way. Our mate is the other direction. Cassius is our mate, I grit out under my breath. 2 more servants pass me, their expressions shifting from surprise to concern to something else when they catch my scent. By tomorrow, everyone will know. The gossip will spread like wildfire, the Eastern princess in heat, wandering the halls half-dressed. I don't care. I just need to reach Cassius. The ache is getting worse, waves of need rolling through me with increasing frequency. My thighs are slick now, my breathing shallow. Every movement makes the fabric of my nightgown drag across my sensitive nipples, sending jolts of pleasure pain straight to my core. I finally reach Cassius's door and knock, the sound echoing in the quiet corridor. Nothing. I knock again, harder. Cassius? Please, I need. Still nothing. My hand finds the door handle, and I turn it. Unlocked. I push inside, desperate, but the chambers are empty. His bed is made. No fire in the hearth. No sign he has been here all evening. No, the word comes out as a whimper. No, no, no. Where are you? Luna is practically howling now, throwing herself against my consciousness. He is not coming. He can't help us. We need our real mate. He is our real mate, I insist, but even I can hear how weak it sounds. Another wave of heat crashes over me, so intense I have to grab the doorframe to stay upright. My vision blurs at the edges, and for a moment, all I can do is breathe through the pain. The warmth I feel around Cassius is completely absent. There is no comfort, no safety. Just this burning, desperate need that is consuming me from the inside out. I stumble back into the corridor, my robe coming loose. I should go back to my chambers, lock myself in until this passes. But my body has other ideas. Luna guides me, pulling me through corridors I don't recognize. Maybe toward the library. Or the solar. Places where I might find him. But everywhere I go is empty. My fever is spiking now. I can feel sweat trickling down my spine, between my breasts. My hair is plastered to my neck, and I'm trembling so hard my teeth chatter despite the fire in my veins. I need to get outside. Need cold air, space to breathe. I push through a door and find myself in one of the courtyards. Snow covers everything, and the frigid air hits me like a shock to the system. For a moment, it helps. The cold against my burning skin provides a brief reprieve. I lean against the stone wall, pressing my overheated cheek against the frozen surface. My breath comes out in visible puffs, and I watch them dissipate into the night air. Then I smell it. Pine and snow. My entire body goes rigid. No. Not him. Anyone but him. I turn slowly, and there he is. Logan stands at the edge of the courtyard, dressed in simple black trousers and an untucked white shirt. His silver-streaked hair is loose, falling around his shoulders. He must have been walking the grounds, unable to sleep. His ice-blue eyes lock onto mine, and he goes completely still. For one long moment, we just stare at each other. Then his nostrils flare slightly, and I watch his expression shift from surprise to something darker. Avery. His voice is rough, strained. You're in heat. It's not a question. I open my mouth to speak, but no words come out. My body has taken over completely now, responding to his presence with a force that terrifies me. Luna screams in my mind, "Mate! Our mate is here! Finally, finally, finally!" I need to find Cassius, I think desperately, even as my body betrays me, leaning into Logan's touch. He is my. Another wave hits me, stronger than all the others. My knees buckle, and I start to fall. Logan moves. He crosses the courtyard in 3 strides, catching me before I hit the ground. His arms wrap around me, and the moment his skin touches mine, everything explodes. The bond flares between us with devastating force, that golden thread that is supposed to be dead suddenly blazing to life. Heat, need, and desperate hunger crash over me like a tidal wave. My robe has slipped off one shoulder, and his bare hand is against my arm. The contact sends electricity racing through my entire body. I look up at him, and his eyes are dark, pupils blown wide. I can see him fighting for control, see the war raging behind that icy exterior. Please, I whisper, and I don't even know what I'm begging for. Make it stop. Make it better. Touch me. Don't touch me. My vision blurs, darkness creeping in at the edges. The heat, the confusion, the overwhelming presence of him this close, it's too much. Logan, his name on my lips is the last thing I manage before everything goes black. Logan. She collapses into my arms, and her scent hits me like a physical force, heat mixed with her natural wildflowers, so potent it makes my head spin. My wolf surges forward with a roar of pure possession. Our mate needs us. Claim her. Not like this, I mutter, scooping her fully into my arms. I need to get her somewhere private and safe. I carry her through empty corridors, moving fast. My chambers are closer than hers. I shoulder open the door and kick it shut behind us. The room is dark except for the dying embers in the fireplace, but I know every inch of it. I lay her on my bed as gently as I can. She whimpers at the loss of contact, her body instinctively seeking heat, comfort, her mate. The sound makes something in my chest crack. Her nightgown is soaked with sweat, clinging to every curve. I force myself to look away, reaching for her robe that needs to come off. It's tangled around her, restricting movement. My hands shake slightly as I work the fabric free. She shifts restlessly, her breath coming in short gasps, and I catch the full force of her scent again. Gods. The heat is strong. Stronger than I've ever felt from any female. I toss the robe aside and move to the wash basin across the room. The water is cold. I splash some on my own face first, trying to clear my head, before soaking a cloth and wringing it out. When I return to the bed, I press the cool fabric to her forehead. She sighs at the contact, some of the tension leaving her face. I should leave. Get a female servant to tend to her. This is dangerous, her in heat, me barely holding on to control. But even the thought of leaving her makes my wolf snarl with fury. I sink into the chair beside the bed, the cloth still pressed to her forehead. Her eyes flutter open. For a moment, she just stares at the ceiling, confused. Then her gaze slides to me, and panic flashes across her face. She tries to sit up quickly, the cloth falling to her head. Where? You fainted. I keep my voice carefully controlled, my eyes on her face and nowhere else. You're in my chambers. She looks around wildly, taking in the dark wood furniture, the massive fireplace, the weapons mounted on the walls. Why did you bring me here? You were in the courtyard in heat. I wasn't leaving you there. She tries to sit up, her arms crossing over her chest. I need to. Another wave of heat hits her. I watch her curl in on herself, gasping, her whole body trembling. The scent intensifies, and my wolf throws himself against my consciousness so hard I have to grip the arms of the chair. I move to the bed without conscious thought. Let me help you. Now she shakes her head frantically, pressing herself back against the headboard. You can't. I don't want. Her eyes change. One moment they're violet and terrified, the next they're glowing with her wolf-esque presence. When she speaks again, it's not Avery's voice, it's deeper, more primal, desperate. Please. We need you. It hurts. Please touch us. Her wolf has taken control. Then just as quickly, Avery shoves her back. Her eyes clear, and she is scrambling off the bed, putting distance between us. No. I don't want you to touch me. The rejection hits harder than it should. But I understand. Your wolf wants me, I say quietly, staying where I am. But you don't. She nods, tears streaming down her face. I can't. After everything, I just can't. Silence stretches between us. She is standing there in just her nightgown, trembling with fever and need, and every fiber of my being is screaming to cross the room and make her mine again. But you're in pain. I'll manage. Her voice cracks. You'll suffer for hours, maybe days, without mating. Another wave hits her. She crumples, catching herself on the bedpost with a whimper that makes my chest ache. Let me make you a deal. She looks up at me, hair plastered to her face, eyes wide. What deal? I 1T claim you. 1T take what you don't want to give. Each word costs me, but I force them out anyway. But I can ease the pain. Help you through the worst of it. How? There are ways to relieve heat without full mating. I hold her gaze, letting her see I'm serious. I can touch you. Make you come. It won't cure the heat completely, but it will take the edge off. Make it bearable. She stares at me, torn between pride and desperation. Why would you do that? Suspicion colors her voice. What do you get out of it? Nothing. The truth. Because you're suffering, and despite everything between us, I can't watch you hurt when I can help. Her wolf pushes forward again, her eyes glowing as she tries to take control. Please, please, please. Avery fights her wolf, her own need. I watch the war rage across her face, wanting to accept but hating that she needs me, that her body betrays her this way. Another wave crashes over her. This one makes her cry out, her knees buckling completely. Okay. The word is barely audible. Okay, help me. I move toward her slowly, giving her time to change her mind. She doesn't back away, just stands there trembling as I close the distance between us. Tell me if you want me to stop. I reach out carefully, my hand cupping her face. Anytime. You say stop, and I stop. She nods, leaning into my palm despite herself. I start with touching her face, trailing my fingers along her jaw, her neck. She's burning up, her pulse racing under my fingertips. My wolf is practically purring with satisfaction at finally being allowed to touch our mate. I kiss her throat where my mark used to be. She gasps, her hands flying up to grip my shoulders. Not pushing me away, holding on. You're so beautiful like this, I murmur against her skin. Her breath hitches, but she doesn't respond. Just holds tighter as I work my way down her throat, pressing open-mouthed kisses to the sensitive skin. I reach for the hem of her nightgown. May I? She nods, and I pull the fabric up and over her head in one smooth motion. She is completely bare beneath it. For a moment, I just look at her. Every curve, every line. She is thinner than I remember. 5 years of stress and motherhood have changed her body slightly. But she is still the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Logan, her voice shakes. I know. I guide her back to the bed, laying her down gently. I've got you. I start with her shoulders, my hands sliding down her arms, relearning every inch of skin. She is tense at first, holding herself rigid, but gradually she starts to relax under my touch. My hands move to her breasts. They're fuller than before from carrying Osriel, from nursing him. I cup them gently, and she arches into my palms with a gasp. Sensitive, I note, my thumbs brushing over her nipples. She doesn't answer, just bites her lip to keep from making noise. I bend down and take one nipple into my mouth. The sound she makes is pure need, her hands fisting in my hair. I work her with my tongue, my teeth, while my hand tends to her other breast. She is writhing beneath me now, her hips moving restlessly. I kiss my way down her stomach, pausing at the faint silver lines that mark where she carried our son. Stretch marks. I press my lips to each one, and she makes a choked sound above me. When I reach the apex of her thighs, I look up at her. Still okay? She nods frantically, beyond words now. I spread her legs gently and nearly lose all control at what I find. She is slick and swollen, her body desperate for relief. The scent of her arousal mixed with heat is overwhelming. So wet for me, I breathe, my fingers trailing through her folds. She gasps, her hips jerking at the contact. I start slowly, just circling that sensitive bundle of nerves while I watch her face. She is fighting her response, trying not to give me the satisfaction of seeing how much she wants this. But her body betrays her. Her hips move against my hand, seeking more pressure, more friction. I slide one finger inside her, and she cries out. That's it, I murmur, working her with steady strokes. Let go. Stop fighting it. She shakes her head stubbornly, even as her body clenches around my finger. I add a second finger, stretching her, and her resistance crumbles. She is gasping now, her hands gripping the sheets so hard her knuckles are white. Then I lean down and taste her. She breaks completely. Her first orgasm crashes through her with devastating force. I feel her whole body seize, her inner walls clamping down on my fingers as she comes with a cry that makes my wolf howl with satisfaction. But the heat demands more. I start moving my fingers slowly, working her back up. She whimpers, her body oversensitive but unable to resist. I add my mouth back to the mix, tongue circling that bundle of nerves while my fingers curl inside her. I can't, she gasps, her hands fisting in my hair. It's too much. You can. I don't let up, keeping the pressure steady and relentless. Just let go. Her thighs start trembling. I feel her body coiling tighter, fighting the building pleasure because it's overwhelming. I shift the angle of my fingers, finding that spot deep inside that makes her back arch off the bed. Logan, my name is a broken plea. That's it, I murmur against her skin. Give it to me. The second orgasm builds slowly, then crashes over her all at once. She is crying now, tears streaming down her face from the intensity of it. I kiss my way back up her body, giving her a moment to breathe. She is trembling, exhausted, but I can feel the heat still burning through her veins. One more, I whisper against her ear. Just one more, and the fever will break. She shakes her head weakly. I can't take any more. Please. Yes, you can. I slide my arms under her and lift her from the bed. She makes a small sound of protest, but doesn't fight as I carry her the few steps to the wall. The cool stone will help with her fever. I press her back against it gently, and she gasps at the contrast cold stone against her burning skin. Her legs are shaking too badly to support her weight. Wrap your legs around me, I murmur, my hands gripping her thighs. I can't hold on. I've got you. I lift her easily, positioning her so her back is supported by the wall and her weight is in my hands. I want to let you fall. Her arms come around my neck instinctively, clinging. This position puts us face to face, more intimate than anything we've done so far. She can't hide from me here, can't look away. I shift my grip, spreading her thighs wider, and she whimpers as the movement opens her completely. Look at me, I say quietly. Her eyes meet mine, violet and glassy with exhaustion and need. I slide one hand between us. The angle is completely different, like this, deeper, more intense. When my fingers slide into her, gravity helps, and she gasps at how much fuller it feels. Logan, she buries her face against my neck, unable to hold my gaze. I've got you, I repeat, adjusting my grip so I can work her properly while still supporting her weight. Just hold on to me. She does, her arms tightening around my shoulders as I move my hand. Every thrust of my fingers makes her body slide slightly against the wall, the cool stone a constant contrast to her fevered skin. Her thighs are trembling violently where they're wrapped around my waist. She is too exhausted to help, too wrung out to do anything but take what I give her. I curl my fingers inside her, pressing deep, and her whole body jerks in my arms. No more, she sobs against my shoulder. I can't, there's nothing left. There is. I keep the rhythm steady, relentless. My other hand grips her ass, holding her exactly where I need her. One more, and then you can rest. She is crying now, soft, broken sounds that make my chest ache. But her body is responding despite her protests, inner walls starting to flutter around my fingers. I shift slightly, changing the angle, and she makes a sound I've never heard from her before, raw and desperate and completely undone. Give in, I murmur against her ear. I'm right here. I want to let you fall. Her body goes rigid in my arms, every muscle locking up. For a heartbeat, she doesn't even breathe. Then she breaks. This orgasm tears through her differently. She can't arch away from it, can't escape the intensity. Pinned between my body and the wall, she has nowhere to go as wave after wave crashes over her. She sobs my name into my shoulder, her whole body shaking with the force of it. I feel the heat fever finally break. I carry her back to the bed and lay her down gently. She immediately curls into my chest, her face pressed against my shoulder. Sleep, I murmur, stroking her damp hair back from her face. I've got you. She is too exhausted to resist. Within minutes, her breathing evens out, her body going completely limp against mine. I hold her as she sleeps, feeling the bond between us pulse with new strength. It's not whole, the rejection left scars that haven't healed. But for the first time in 5 years, it doesn't feel completely dead either. Avery. My eyes open slowly, consciousness returning in fragments. Warm. I'm so warm. The scent hits me first, pine and snow, surrounding me completely. Then the weight across my waist. An arm. Heavy and possessive. My brain catches up all at once. Logan S. Chambers. His bed. His arm wrapped around me like I belong here. Memory crashes back with devastating clarity. The heat. His hands. The wall. Coming apart for him over and over until I couldn't remember my own name. Mortification floods through me so fast I feel dizzy. I need to leave. Now. I hold completely still, listening to his breathing. Deep and even. Still asleep. Moving carefully, I start extracting myself from his hold. His arm tightens reflexively, pulling me closer, and I freeze. But then he shifts slightly, and I use the moment to slip free. The cold air hits my bare skin, raising goosebumps. My nightgown, where is it? I spot the white fabric crumpled on the floor near the wall. Heat floods my face as I remember how it got there. How he pulled it over my head, how I let him, how I wanted. Stop. Don't think about it. I grab the nightgown and pull it on with shaking hands. The wrinkled fabric clings to my skin. I look around for my robe, but it's nowhere in sight. It must be somewhere in his chambers from when he took it off. Doesn't he matter? I just need to get back to my chambers before he wake up. I move to the door on silent feet, easing it open just enough to slip through. The corridor beyond is dim, dawn light just starting to filter through the high windows. The fortress is quiet, most people still sleeping. Good. Maybe I can make it back without being seen. I keep to the shadows, moving quickly. My bare feet are silent on the cold stone. My hair is wild, I can feel it tangled around my shoulders. His hands did that, fisting in the strands while I... No. Stop. I round a corner too fast, and slam directly into someone. Hands catch my shoulders, steadying me before I can fall. I look up, an apology already forming on my lips. The words die in my throat. Cassius stares down at me, his amber eyes wide with surprise. Then his gaze sweeps over me, taking in every detail. Wild hair. Bare feet. Wrinkled nightgown. Coming from the direction of Logan's chambers. His nostrils flare slightly. I watch his expression shift. Surprise, then understanding, settling into something carefully controlled. Princess Avery. His voice is perfectly even, but there's an edge underneath. Good morning. My stomach drops. Lord Cassius. I was just what? What possible excuse is there? His eyes drop to my neck, my shoulders. Linger there for a moment before returning to my face. I know what he sees. The marks along my neck and collarbone where Logan's mouth worked my skin. Heat floods my face. I should explain, I start desperately. You don't owe me an explanation. But his jaw is tight, his hand still gripping my shoulders. It's not what you think. He just looks at me for a long moment, his amber eyes searching my face. Then he releases my shoulders and steps back slightly. I open my mouth, but no words come out. I need to get back to my chambers, I finally manage, my voice barely above a whisper. Of course. The corridor is narrow. I have to squeeze past him, and his body is rigid as I brush against him. As I pass, I catch something in his expression. Just for a second something cold flashes across his face. Gone so quickly, I almost miss it. Princess? His voice stops me when I'm a few steps away. I turn back, dread pooling in my stomach. His smile is perfectly in place, polite and concerned. But it doesn't reach his eyes. I hope you're feeling better. I heard you were unwell last night. My stomach drops. He knows. He knows exactly what happened, and he's letting me know that he knows. The gentle concern in his tone makes it so much worse. I betrayed him. My second chance mate, the one person who has shown me kindness here, and I spent the night with another man. I'm fine. The words come out strained. I can't meet his eyes. Thank you. I flee before he can say anything else, practically running down the corridor. I don't look back. I reach my chambers and close the door behind me, hands shaking. A sharp knock makes me jump. Come in. Mira enters, her expression bright with barely contained excitement. Princess, someone is here to escort you. My stomach drops. Escort me where? I can't say. She moves to my wardrobe. But you should get cleaned up and dressed. Something practical. Practical? Dread pools in my gut. Mira, what's going on? I really can't say, Princess. His Majesty's orders. She pulls out simple trousers and a fitted tunic in deep green. His Majesty's orders? My heart pounds. Why? Where are we going? I was only told to bring you somewhere after you got ready. She holds out the clothes. Please, Princess. I'll get in trouble if we're late. I want to press further, but the genuine worry in her eyes stops me. Whatever this is, Mira truly doesn't know more than that. 20 minutes later, I'm cleaned, dressed, and being led through corridors I haven't explored before. We pass through the main halls and head outside. The morning air is crisp, snow crunching under our boots. Mira leads me around the fortress to a section of the outer walls I've never seen. She stops at an iron gate set into the stone. Beyond it, I catch glimpses of an overgrown courtyard, weeds pushing through cracked pavement, wild vines climbing the walls, everything covered in a light dusting of snow. What is this? I ask. Mira pushes open the gate with a rusty squeal. This is going to be your garden, princess. I freeze. My what? She gestures at the neglected space. Your garden. His Majesty ordered it prepared for you. Well, not prepared exactly. More like, handed over for you to do with as you wish. My brain can't process what she is saying. A garden? For me? His Majesty's orders. She grins. I'll leave you to it. Before I can ask what that means, she disappears back through the gate. I stand there, confused and overwhelmed, staring at the abandoned courtyard. It's not much to look at now. Years of neglect have reduced it to little more than a weed patch. But the bones are good. High walls to protect against harsh winds, good drainage, and even some remnants of raised beds along the edges. It could be beautiful. Osriel told me you had a garden back home. I spin around so fast I nearly lose my balance. Logan stands near the storage shed in the corner, partially hidden in shadow. He is dressed casually, work clothes, not the formal attire I'm used to seeing him in. Simple dark trousers and a gray shirt with the sleeves rolled up, revealing his forearms. His silver-streaked hair is tied back, and dirt already smudges one of his hands. He has been here a while. Waiting for me. Our eyes meet, and heat floods through me. Not the burning fever from last night, but something worse, embarrassment mixed with memory. He has seen every inch of me. Touched me in ways no one else ever has. Made me beg and cry and forget my own name. And now he is standing here offering to garden with me like it's perfectly normal. He sees my blush. The corner of his mouth quirks up in something that is almost a smirk. I want to die. He mentioned it once during lunch, he continues, his voice carefully neutral despite that knowing look. Said you spent every morning there with him. I still can't speak. Just stare at him while my face burns hotter. I meant what I said. His expression shifts, becoming more serious. You told me I don't make you feel safe. That Cassius does. His jaw tightens. I want to change that, Avery. And I thought, maybe if we spent time together. Doing something normal. Building something that is yours. He gestures at the overgrown courtyard. Maybe you could start to feel comfortable around me. The honesty in his voice steals my breath. I can't believe he is trying to make me feel safe. That he cares whether I'm comfortable around him. It's absurd. Surreal, but also, thoughtful. Kind. You're planning to spend the whole day gardening? I manage to ask. Yes. I almost laugh. The image of the Ice King covered in dirt, pulling weeds, is too ridiculous. You'll get bored within an hour. His jaw sets. I won tea. Right. The skepticism bleeds through. Because the feared ruler of the Northern Kingdom regularly spends his time doing manual labor in abandoned courtyards. I do now. He doesn't look away. Unless you'd prefer to work alone? I should say yes. Should send him away and maintain the distance between us. But looking at this overgrown space, imagining trying to tame it by myself. And maybe, just maybe, I want to see if he means it. If he is truly willing to put in the effort to earn my trust. To prove he can be someone I don't have to fear. Fine. I lift my chin. Let us work together. Avery. The first hour is painfully awkward. We start by clearing the worst of the weeds, working in tense silence. Every time our hands accidentally brush while reaching for the same plant, I jerk back like I've been burned. He notices, keeps more distance after that. Conversation is stilted when we attempt it. I ask about which plants can survive northern winters. He knows more than I expected, rattling off names and growing requirements without hesitation. My mother taught me, he says quietly when I comment on his knowledge. I look up from the weeds I'm pulling, surprised. It's the first personal detail he has ever volunteered about his family. She loved gardens. His hands keep working, not meeting my eyes. Said they were proof that beauty could survive even in the north. That harsh conditions didn't mean everything had to be cold and dead. The vulnerability in his voice catches me off guard. What happened to her? Died when I was 12. Some kind of illness the healers couldn't cure. His jaw tightens. After that, my father had all her gardens destroyed. Said they made me weak, keeping them alive for her memory. Logan. It's fine. He straightens, brushing dirt from his hands. It was a long time ago. But I see it's not fine. The loss still sits heavy in his eyes, even after all these years. We work in silence for a while longer, but it's different now. Less hostile, more companionable. As the morning wears on, we fall into a natural rhythm. I plan where different sections should go, and he executes the heavier work. He asks questions about my old garden, what I grew, how I arranged everything. I tell him about teaching Osriel to plant seeds, watching his face light up when the first sprouts appeared. Logan smiles at that. A real smile, not his usual cold smirk. He mentioned that, too. Said you made it seem like magic. My chest aches at the thought of Logan and Osriel talking about me when I'm not there. Building their relationship while I'm not watching. He loved that garden. Sometimes I find him out there at dawn, checking on his plants. He talks about going back to visit it. Logan's expression softens in a way I've never seen. But he also said he wants to help you build this one. Make it even better. The image of the three of us working here together makes something crack in my chest. He'd like that. So would I. The quiet honesty in his voice steals my breath. By midday, we've cleared most of the weeds and started marking out plots for different sections. I'm arranging stones along one border when he comes over to inspect my work. That's not going to hold, he says, tilting his head. Excuse me? I look up at him. I know what I'm doing. Sure you do, princess. There's a teasing note in his voice I've never heard before. Just like you knew what you were doing when you tried to carry that rock twice your size. My face heats. I loosened it. You just finished the job. Right. His lips twitch. And I suppose you also loosened the branch you got tangled in earlier? That was the branch's fault for being poorly placed. He actually laughs, and the sound does something dangerous to my heart. I grab a handful of dirt, intending to threaten him with it playfully. But my grip is too loose, and some of it flicks off my fingers directly at his face. Time stops. Did I just throw dirt at the Ice King? Logan freezes, dirt speckling his cheek. His eyes go wide with surprise. I didn't mean, I start desperately. Then he grins. Slow and dangerous. You did not just throw dirt at me. It was an accident. He grabs his own handful. This one TB. Don't you dare, Logan. He throws it. Hits my shoulder perfectly. I gasp, then laugh. Actually laugh. Grab more dirt and fling it back at him. Suddenly, we're in a full dirt fight, circling each other around the garden like children. He is faster, but I'm more accurate. Dirt flies everywhere, coating us both. He grabs the water bucket. Don't you dare. He splashes me. I shriek as cold water soaks through my tunic, then grab the other bucket. You're dead. I chase him around the garden, both of us laughing like we've lost our minds. The Ice King, running from me while covered in mud. It's absurd and perfect, and I can't remember the last time I felt this light. I corner him near the tool shed and raise the bucket triumphantly. Avery, he warns, but his eyes are dancing. Think about what you're doing. I am thinking. I tip the bucket. I'm thinking revenge. Water cascades over him. He is drenched instantly, his shirt plastered to his chest. I'm triumphant for exactly 3 seconds before he lunges for my bucket. I try to run. He catches my wrist, probably just meaning to stop me from throwing more water. But I spin instinctively, lose my balance on the wet ground. We go down together. He twists at the last second, taking the impact himself. We hit the muddy earth with a wet squelch, him on his back, me landing on top of him. For a heartbeat, we just lie there, breathing hard. Then somehow I end up on my back with him braced above me, his hands pinning my wrists gently into the soft earth above my head. We're both covered in mud and soaked through. Our breath mists in the cold air between us. And neither of us is laughing anymore. The playfulness drains away, replaced by something heavier. I'm acutely aware of every point where his body touches mine. The weight of him, the strength in his arms, the way his wet shirt clings to the muscles I spent last night touching. His eyes are dark, pupils blown wide, and I watch them drop to my mouth. Memory of last night crashes through me with devastating force. His hands, his mouth, the way he made me come apart. But this is different. This is daylight, I'm in control, and I have a choice. And God's help me, I want him to kiss me. Avery, he breathes my name like a prayer. His thumb strokes the inside of my wrist where my pulse hammers wildly. I should tell him to stop. Should push him away and remember all the reasons this is a terrible idea. But I don't. He leans down slowly, giving me every opportunity to refuse. My eyes flutter closed. His breath ghosts across my lips, warm despite the cold air. Just a heartbeat away from. Princess? We freeze. Cassius stands at the gate, shock written across his face as he takes in the scene. Logan pinning me in the mud, about to kiss me. The way I'm looking at Logan, open and wanting in a way I've never looked at him. I watch something crack behind his carefully controlled expression. Logan pulls back, rising to his feet with lethal grace. Helps me up with one hand while keeping his body slightly between Cassius and me. Protective. Lord Cassius. Logan's voice is cold, controlled. Is there something you need? But Cassius isn't looking at him. His amber eyes are locked on me, and what I see there makes my stomach drop. Not the warm concern I'm used to. Something else. Something that disappeared the moment Logan moved. Did I imagine it? Forgive the interruption, Your Majesty. Cassius's smile is perfectly in place, but it doesn't reach his eyes. I was looking for Princess Avery. I hadn't seen her at lunch and wanted to ensure she was well. The concern sounds genuine, but something feels off. Wrong in a way I can't articulate. I'm fine, I manage, very aware of how I must look covered in mud, hair wild, lips still parted from almost kissing Logan. Cassius's eyes sweep over me, cataloging every detail. When they land on the mud streaking my face, something flickers in his expression. Gone before I can identify it. I see. He takes a step back. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Princess. I'll leave you to your gardening. He turns and walks away before I can respond, his back rigid. The moment he has gone, the warmth drains from the air. Reality crashes back. What the hell am I doing? Cassius is my second chance mate, the one the moon goddess sent to save me from this exact situation. And I just let Logan pin me in the mud, almost kissed him, wanted to kiss him. After everything Cassius has done for me. After he has been the only one here to show me kindness. Guilt crashes over me in waves. I'm the worst person alive. I should go. I start toward the gate without meeting Logan's eyes. Clean up before dinner. Avery. Thank you for the garden. I don't stop walking. It was nice. Working together. I flee before he can say anything else, before I do something even more stupid than I already have. Behind me, I feel his eyes on my back. Feel the bond pulling tight between us, trying to drag me back. I keep walking. Avery. My feet carry me through corridors I don't register, past servants I don't see. I need something real. Something that makes sense. Azrael. I haven't seen him all day, not since last night before the heat took hold. The realization hits me with a fresh wave of guilt. I've been so consumed by my own chaos that I haven't even checked on my son. I find him in the nursery with Mira, hunched over his wooden soldiers with intense concentration. The sight of him loosens something in my chest. Mama. His face lights up when he spots me in the doorway. He scrambles to his feet, nearly tripping over his own toy army. Where were you? I didn't see you all day. I cross the room and pull him into my arms before he can finish standing. Hold him tight against my chest, breathing in his familiar scent, clean soap and something sweet from whatever treat Mira snuck him earlier. He hugs me back, his small hands patting my shoulder awkwardly. Are you okay? I'm fine, sweetheart. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. Just missed you. He pulls back after a moment, his nose wrinkling. Then those ice blue eyes, his father's eyes, go wide with curiosity. Mama, you smell like Papa. My heart stutters. Of course I do. I'm still covered in dirt from the garden, his scent clinging to my skin and clothes from when he pinned me in the mud. Do I? I keep my voice light, casual. Did you play with Papa today? Pure innocence. No idea what he is asking. Something like that. I smooth his dark hair back from his forehead, buying time. We worked in the garden together. The one you're building? He bounces slightly. Can I help tomorrow? Papa said maybe I could plant seeds. The enthusiasm in his voice makes my chest ache. He is already planning our future together, the three of us, working side by side like a real family. I can't think about that right now. We'll see, baby. I press a kiss to his forehead. Be good for Mira, okay? I'll see you at dinner. Okay. He is already turning back to his soldiers, the conversation forgotten. I catch Mira's eye as I stand. She nods, understanding without me having to say anything. She'll keep him safe, keep him occupied. I slip out of the nursery and head for my chambers. I need to wash this day off my skin. The hours crawl by. I pour myself into small tasks, organizing my wardrobe, rearranging the books Cassius gave me, writing a letter to my mother that I'll probably never send. Anything to keep my hands busy and my mind empty. Logan tries to see me twice. The first time, I hear his footsteps in the corridor and slip into my bathing chamber, staying silent until he leaves. The second time, he actually knocks. I call through the door that I'm resting, that I'll see him at dinner. His silence stretches for a long moment before his footsteps retreat. Cowardly. I know it's cowardly. But I can't face him yet, can't look into those ice blue eyes and pretend I don't remember how close I came to kissing him. How much I wanted to. And Cassius. Gods, Cassius. The look on his face when he found us. The way something flickered behind his carefully controlled expression before disappearing. My second chance mate, watching me writhe in the mud with another man. I press my palms against my eyes until I see stars. None of this makes sense. The warmth I feel around Cassius, the pull toward Logan, the heat last night, today in the garden. I'm being torn in two different directions, and I don't know which way is right anymore. You know which way, Luna says quietly. You just don't want to admit it. I ignore her. By the time dinner rolls around, I've managed to compose myself. Or at least convince myself I have. I dress carefully, a deep burgundy gown with long sleeves and a modest neckline. Nothing that draws attention, nothing that invites questions. My hair is pinned up, every strand in place. My face is calm, neutral. I look like a princess who has her life together. The lie is so perfect that even I almost believe it. The great hall is already filling when I arrive. Nobles cluster in their usual groups, conversations flowing around platters of food being set out. I slip into my seat at the high table, acutely aware of the empty chair to my right. Logan isn't here yet. The chair sits empty, and I'm grateful for the reprieve. I need more time before I can look at him without remembering the weight of his body against mine, the heat in his eyes right before we were interrupted. Princess Avery. I turn to find Cassius approaching, and warmth floods through me. But this time it's different, stronger, more insistent. It spreads from my chest outward in waves that make my head spin. This morning it was fading. Now it's back with a force that steals my breath. Cassius takes the seat beside me, his amber eyes sweeping over my face with careful attention. Are you all right? You look flushed. Just warm. I manage a smile. It's nothing. If you're certain. He watches me for another moment, like he is confirming something, then his expression shifts to concern. I wanted to apologize for this afternoon. For interrupting your time with His Majesty. The memory tries to surface, Logan's weight pinning me, his eyes dark, the way I tilted my face up wanting him to close that final distance. But the feeling surges immediately, pushing it down before I can fully grasp it. You didn't interrupt anything important. The words come easily, like something is speaking for me. We were just clearing weeds. It looked like more than that. His tone is gentle, careful. You both seemed rather involved. I tried to remember, was it more? It feels important, like I should hold on to what really happened. But I can't think clearly enough to examine it. It got out of hand. That's all. The dismissal comes automatically, and I'm not even sure if I believe it myself. He is quiet for a moment, studying me. Then his hand moves to rest on the table near mine. Not touching, but close enough that I feel the pull. I stare at that small gap between us. Every instinct screams at me to close it, to reach for him. I slide my hand across the smooth wood until my fingers intertwine with his. Heat explodes through me, racing up my arm and flooding my chest. For a moment, everything else disappears. No. Luna's voice cuts through, desperate. This isn't real. Can't you feel how wrong this is? But I can barely hear her over the certainty filling my head. Cassius's thumb strokes gentle circles on my palm, and he leans closer. Close enough that his voice is for my ears only. I need to ask you something. And I need you to be honest with me. Anything. This feeling between us, he pauses, choosing his words carefully. Have you been feeling it too? My heart pounds. Yes. For weeks now. And it's getting stronger? His eyes search mine. Especially when we're close? Yes. My voice shakes. I thought I was the only one feeling it. You're not. He says it softly, reverently. A second chance mate bond. The moon goddess grants them to wolves who've been rejected. The words I'd been thinking for weeks, spoken aloud by him. Confirmation. I was afraid to say it. Afraid I was wrong. You're not wrong. His hand tightens on mine. We're meant to be together, Avery. The moon goddess gave us this gift. Part of me wants to pull back, to think about this carefully. But something let me hold on to doubt. After everything, after Marcus, after Logan, I never thought I'd feel this again. Neither did I. He brings my hand to his lips, pressing a kiss to my knuckles. But we have to be careful. There are those who understand this bond. Who might try to come between us. Logan. The name comes out flat. He sees you as his, even after rejecting you. Cassius's voice is gentle but firm. He accept that you found someone else. The sensation pulses in agreement. I know. My throat tightens. Which is why I need to know you trust me. Completely. His thumb strokes my hand. Can I count on that? No matter what? Always. Satisfaction flashes across his face before he can hide it. He parts his lips to speak, but instead releases my hand abruptly. I'm about to ask why when I hear his voice. Lord Cassius. Even without turning, I can imagine how clenched Logan's jaw must be right now. I spin around, and he stands at the head of the table. His expression is carefully neutral, but his eyes are locked on Cassius with a glare so deadly it could burn him where he sits. Then he moves. 3 strides bring him to our side. His hand shoots out and grips Cassius's wrist with brutal force. Give me one reason I shouldn't remove that hand from your body for touching my mate. Each word is ice, deadly and absolute. Something flares defensively inside me, but I also recognize the alpha dominance rolling off Logan in waves. Cassius swallows hard, and I watch him fight back a wince. She seemed faint, Your Majesty. I was only steadying her. The lie comes smoothly, but Logan doesn't release him. Instead, he leans down, bringing his face level with Cassius's. Touch her again, and I will remove more than just your hand. Am I understood? Perfectly, Your Majesty. Logan straightens, his eyes finally meeting mine. Whatever he sees in my face makes something shatter in his expression before he locks it down. He takes his seat without another word. The loss of contact with Cassius makes everything dim immediately. Not gone, but weaker. I blink, disoriented. The absolute certainty from moments ago wavers. What just happened? Cassius puts careful distance between us, but his eyes find mine across the space. When they do, the feeling pulses stronger. Dinner is served. I try to focus on eating, but my thoughts feel scattered. The sensation is still there, but it's not the overwhelming force from before. I can actually think now. Why does it keep changing? I glance at Cassius. He is eating calmly, occasionally catching my eye with small smiles. Each time our gazes meet, it surges. Then I look at Logan. He sits rigid, his food barely touched. His knuckles are white where they grip his fork. It's not natural, Luna whispers. The way it comes and goes. That's not how bonds work. I know she's right. Somewhere beneath the influence, I know. Mate bonds are constant. They don't fluctuate based on proximity. But every time I try to examine that thought, the certainty surges and washes it away. What the hell is going on? Logan. I pace my office, unable to sleep. Dinner replays in my mind, not the food, not the politics. Her. Avery's eyes when she looked at Cassius. Glazed. Unfocused. Like she was somewhere else entirely. She's never looked at me like that. Not even during the heat when her body responded to mine. My wolf snarls in my mind. Something is wrong with our mate. I know. This morning in the garden, she was different. Present. Real. We threw dirt at each other like children, and when I pinned her in the mud, I saw want in her eyes. Clear, conscious want. Then Cassius appeared, and everything shifted. That brief moment when I arrived at the table and saw her hand resting in Cassius's. How she sat beside him, leaning closer than necessary. The contrast gnaws at me. And I have noticed it only happens when he's around. Her scent also shifts slightly, not enough for most to notice, but I notice everything about her. I could send him away. Exile him on some diplomatic mission to the far territories. But that won't solve the problem. Whatever this is, it would just return when he does. I need to understand what's happening before I can fix it. A knock interrupts my thoughts. Mira, Avery's maid, stands in the doorway wringing her hands. Your Majesty, forgive the intrusion. Princess Avery asked me to inform you that she won't be attending the hunt tomorrow. She is not feeling well. My chest tightens. Not feeling well, or avoiding Cassius? Avoiding me? Did she say what's wrong? No, Your Majesty. Just that she needs rest. I dismiss her and stand there, torn. Part of me wants to go to her chambers right now, demand to know what's happening. But pushing her when she's under whatever influence Cassius has won't help. Avery. I wake to the sound of boots pounding through corridors, voices raised in excitement. The entire fortress vibrates with energy, anticipation, and excitement mixing into something electric. The annual hunt. Luna stirs in my mind, perking up at the distant howls of wolves eager to run. Hunt day. The pack bonds during hunts. I know. I pull the blankets higher, burrowing deeper into my bed. I'm not going. Why not? It's tradition. I don't feel well. The lie tastes bitter. Truth is, I can't face either of them today. Logan, with his intense stares that see too much. Cassius, with his warm touches that make everything fog over. I need time to think, to sort through the chaos in my head without their presence clouding my judgment. Luna doesn't call me out on the excuse, just retreats with a disappointed huff. I lie there listening to the fortress come alive. Laughter echoes from the courtyard below, wolves calling to each other in excitement. This is what pack life should feel like: unity, joy, belonging. A knock at my door makes me tense. Avery? Logan's voice, rough and low through the wood. I freeze, not answering. Another knock, softer this time. I know you're awake. My back presses against the headboard, heart racing for reasons I don't want to examine. I came to get your blessing. His words are quiet, almost hesitant. Before the hunt. The breath leaves my lungs in a rush. That's what mates do before hunts. The bonded female blesses her male, wishes him a safe return. It's tradition, ritual, sacred. He is asking me to perform a ritual meant for accepted mates. I should open the door. Should say ask him why the hell he is doing such. But I can't move, can't speak past the knot in my throat. Silence stretches. His shadow shifts under the door. I see his feet, the way he rocks forward slightly like he is considering knocking again. Then, stay safe while I'm gone. Footsteps retreat down the corridor. I scramble out of bed and rush to the window, arriving just in time to see him emerge into the courtyard below. His silver-streaked hair is tied back, his posture commanding even in the simple clothes he soon shed. Wolves gather around him, his pack, his people. They bow their heads in respect as he passes, and he touches shoulders, exchanges words I can't hear. Then he shifts, and my breath catches. His massive black wolf emerges. The other wolves fall in line behind him instantly, recognizing their alpha king. He raises his head and howls. The sound echoes off the mountains, pure and haunting. Every wolf in the courtyard answers, their voices rising in a chorus that makes my chest ache. Luna whines in my mind, desperate to join them. To run beside his wolf. Logan's wolf looks up, directly at my window. Our eyes meet across the distance. Even from here, I feel the pulled-up bond trying so hard to repair itself. Then he turns and leads the hunt out through the main gates. Within minutes, the courtyard empties. The fortress goes quiet. I step back from the window, wrapping my arms around myself. My chest aches watching him leave. Luna whines in my mind, desperate for him in a way that terrifies me. I shouldn't he feel like this? Not when the moon goddess gave me a second chance. But I do. And I hate that I do. Hours pass in strange silence. I try to read in the library, but the words blur together. The fortress feels empty with most of the pack gone, including Azrael, who left at dawn with Logan, too excited about watching his first hunt to even say goodbye properly. I wander to the garden Logan and I built, running my fingers over the stones we placed. Dirt still clings to some from our ridiculous fight days ago. Luna is quiet, probably sulking that we're not running with the pack. By mid-afternoon, I end up back in my chambers with a book I'm not really reading. I'm staring at the same page for the third time when my door bursts open. A guard bursts in, his face pale and sweating despite the cold. Princess Avery. My book hits the floor. The king. He gasps for breath. He is hurt. They're bringing him back now. The world tilts sideways. What happened? My voice sounds distant, like it's coming from someone else. How bad? But I'm already moving, already running before he can answer. My feet carry me through corridors that blur together, my heart hammering so hard it hurts. Please. Please let him be okay. I burst into the main hall just as they're carrying him through the doors. Blood. So much blood. It soaks through the makeshift bandages wrapped around his side, staining his shirt dark red. His face is pale, jaw clenched against pain he is trying not to show. Commander Thane and two other warriors support his weight between them. Logan is trying to walk, but his steps are unsteady, and every movement makes his expression tighten. Put me down, he grits out. I can walk. Your Majesty, you need. Thane starts. I said, put me down. They lower him carefully onto a bench along the wall. The moment his weight settles, fresh blood seeps through the bandages. My vision blurs at the edges. The room spins, and I realize I'm not breathing properly. Short, shallow gasps that don't give me enough air. I clamp my hand over my mouth, trying to hold back the panic clawing up my throat. The fortress healer rushes in, his bag of supplies clattering against his hip. He kneels beside Logan immediately, peeling back the blood-soaked fabric. Is he okay? The words burst out of me, high and strained. Is he going to be okay? The healer doesn't look up, too focused on examining the wound. The bleeding needs to stop. Someone, get me clean cloths and boiled water. Now. Servants scatter to obey. I stand there frozen, useless, watching Logan's blood soak through the bandages. Do something. I need to do something. The thought cuts through the panic like a blade. Standing here terrified isn't helping him. But my hands can. I move closer, my vision still blurred at the edges but clearing with each step. Purpose steadies me where terror paralyzed me. Logan's eyes find mine across the room. Even through his pain, something softens in his expression when he sees my face. I'm fine, he says, his voice rough. It's just a scratch. Just a scratch? My voice cracks. You're covered in blood. I've had worse. He tries to sit up straighter, and his face goes white. Fresh blood wells from the wound. Terror and fury war in my chest. Stop moving before you make it worse. The hall goes silent. Everyone freezes, guards, servants, even Thane. No one speaks to the Ice King like that. No one. The realization hits me a second later, but I can't bring myself to care. Not when he is still bleeding. Logan stares at me, surprise written across his features. Then, slowly, he settles back against the wall. As you wish, princess. The healer spreads his supplies out on the bench beside Logan, his movements quick and efficient. I move closer without thinking, my hands already reaching out. Princess? The healer looks up, surprised. I can handle. Tell me what to do. My voice leaves no room for argument. He glances at Logan uncertainly. Let her help, Logan says quietly, his eyes never leaving my face. The healer nods and hands me a clean cloth. Hold pressure here when I remove the old bandage. I take it with shaking hands. The moment he pulls away the soaked fabric, I press down. Blood wells up immediately, hot and wet against my fingers. The healer gives quiet instructions, and I follow them without question. My hands shake the entire time, but they don't stop moving. It's strange how focused I am. How the rest of the world has fallen away until there's nothing but this stopping the bleeding, following instructions, keeping him alive. I haven't thought about Cassius once. The realization flickers through my mind before I shove it away. Not now. I can deal with that later. You don't have to do this, Logan says after a while, his voice softer than I've ever heard it. I ignore him, reaching for fresh bandages. The sight of his blood on my hands makes something in my chest crack open, but I can't stop. Can't leave him. Luna is eerily quiet in my mind, but I feel her presence focused, protective, determined. The healer works quickly, stitching the wound with practiced efficiency. Logan doesn't make a sound, but I see his jaw clench with each pull of the needle. Without thinking, I reach for his hand. His fingers close around mine immediately, gripping tight enough to hurt. The contact sends heat up my arm. This is different from the clinical touching while tending his wound. This is deliberate, intimate. I should pull away. I don't. What happened? I ask, my eyes never leaving the healer's work. Bore. Logan's voice is strained. Charged when we weren't expecting it. Gored me before Thane could intercept. My stomach turns over. You could have died. I didn't. You could have. The words come out fierce, desperate. You could have died out there, and I cut myself off, horrified at what I almost said. Logan's hand tightens on mine. You what? I shake my head, unable to finish the thought. Unable to examine what it means that the idea of losing him made my entire world tilt off its axis. The healer finishes the last stitch and sits back. That should hold. No strenuous activity for at least a week. Rest, fluids, and let someone check the wound twice daily for infection. Fine. Logan starts to stand. I push him back down. What part of rest did you not understand? I need to get to my chambers. Then lean on me. I slide under his arm before he can protest, taking as much of his weight as I can manage. Thane, other side. Between us, we get him upright. He has heavy, solid muscle and dead weight, but I refuse to let go. We make our way through the fortress slowly. Each step sends fresh pain across Logan's face, but he doesn't complain. Just keeps moving, his arm draped across my shoulders, his warmth seeping into my side. By the time we reach his chambers, I'm breathless, and my arms are shaking. But we made it. Thane helps me lower Logan onto his bed. He sinks into the furs with a barely suppressed groan, his face pale and drawn. Thank you, Commander, Logan says. That will be all. Thane bows and leaves, closing the door behind him with a soft click. Silence fills the room. Avery. 3 days since the hunt. 3 days since Thane left us alone in Logan's chambers with nothing but silence and unspoken words hanging between us. I left that night. Told him to rest and fled before either of us could say something we couldn't take back. But I came back the next morning. And the morning after that. The strange thing is how easy it's been without Cassius here. He left the morning after Logan got injured, some urgent family matter that required his immediate presence. I should miss him, should feel that warmth pulling me toward wherever he went. Instead, I just feel clear. Like I can finally think without fog clouding my judgment. And when I look back at that moment in the Great Hall, seeing Logan covered in blood, my world tilting sideways, I realize Cassius didn't cross my mind once. Not once. My supposed second chance mate, and he might as well have not existed. I shove the thought away as I push open Logan's door. I can examine what that means later. I stopped bothering with formalities 2 days ago when I caught him trying to check the supply reports while his stitches were still fresh. Sure enough, he has propped up against his headboard with papers spread across his lap. Absolutely not. I cross the room and snatch the documents before he can protest. The healer said complete rest. The kingdom doesn't stop running because I took a few claws to the ribs. His voice is rough, strained in a way that makes my chest tighten. The kingdom survived before you, and it'll survive a few more days without you micromanaging. I set the papers on his desk, well out of reach. Now lie down properly before you tear those stitches. I'm fine. You're bleeding through your bandages again. I gesture at the red seeping through the white fabric wrapped around his torso. That's not fine. He glances down like he hadn't noticed. Stubborn ass. If you tear those stitches, I will knock you unconscious myself. The threat comes out sharper than intended, but fear makes my voice harsh. Something shifts in his expression, surprise, maybe, or something softer I can't quite name. You'd have to catch me first. You can barely sit up without wincing. I think my odds are good. His lips twitch despite the pain. Fair point. I move to his bedside and start adjusting the pillows behind him, fluffing and rearranging until he can lean back without putting pressure on his wound. My hands brush his bare shoulders more than once, and I try not to notice how warm his skin is, how the simple contact makes Luna purr in contentment. Better? I ask when I'm satisfied with the arrangement. Much. His eyes track my movements as I cross to the table where the healers left his medicine. You don't have to do this, you know. Do what? I measure out the bitter-smelling liquid into a cup. Play nursemaid. He shifts slightly, wincing at the movement. I have servants for this. The servants don't care if you're an idiot about your recovery. I bring the cup to his bedside. Drink. He eyes the medicine with obvious distaste. That tastes like death. Then you should feel right at home, since you keep trying to die. I hold the cup out insistently. Drink, or I'll force it down your throat. You're enjoying this. But he takes the cup, his fingers brushing mine. Immensely. I watch him drain it in one go, his face twisting at the taste. See? Not so bad. Liar. He sets the empty cup on his nightstand. That was vile. But it keeps infection away, so you'll drink it every time I tell you to. I reach for the bowl of broth the kitchen sent up earlier. Now eat. I'm not hungry. I don't care. I dip the spoon into the warm liquid. You need to keep your strength up. Avery. Don't Avery me. I hold the spoon up to his lips. Either you feed yourself, or I feed you. Your choice. He stares at me for a long moment, something unreadable flickering behind his ice-blue eyes. Then he opens his mouth. I feed him slowly, one spoonful at a time. It's oddly intimate, this quiet domesticity between us. No arguing, no tension. Just me making sure he eats while he watches my face like he's memorizing every detail. Why are you doing this? He asks after finishing half the bowl. Because you're hurt. I set the bowl aside. And someone needs to make sure you actually rest. That's not what I meant. His hand catches mine before I can pull away. You could have sent servants. Could have stayed in your chambers and let the healers handle everything. But you're here. Every day. Why? My throat tightens. I don't know. Yes, you do. Yes, right. I do know. But saying it out loud means acknowledging something I'm not ready to face. His thumb strokes across my knuckles, and Luna practically melts at the contact. I should pull away, should maintain distance. But I can't bring myself to move. Your wolf calms around me, I say quietly. I can feel it through the bond. Whatever's left of it. When I'm here, your healing goes faster. So you're here out of duty? His voice drops lower, rougher. Making sure the Ice King doesn't die on your watch. No, the admission slips out before I can stop it. I'm here because the thought of you dying made me forget how to breathe. Silence stretches between us. His eyes search my face, and I see the moment my words fully register. Then he is pulling me closer, his hand sliding from mine to cup my face. Sarah. Don't. I try to pull back, but he holds firm. Not forcing, just anchoring. This is a bad idea. Probably. His thumb brushes across my cheekbone. But I'm done pretending. Then he kisses me. Soft at first, hesitant, like he's giving me space to refuse. But when I don't pull away, when my lips part on a shaky breath, he deepens it. His hand slides into my hair, tilting my head to change the angle, and I make a sound that sounds embarrassingly close to a whimper. Something cracks inside me. Not painful, more like ice thawing after a brutal winter. A weight I didn't know I was carrying suddenly lifts, and for the first time in weeks, I can breathe fully. Everything sharpens into focus: the warmth of his palm against my cheek, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, the way his lips move against mine with devastating tenderness. Real. This is real in a way that nothing ever was. What just happened? Why do I suddenly feel so different? Luna surges forward with a howl of pure relief. Finally. Finally, you're free. Then panic hits. What am I doing? He is kissing me, and I'm letting him. I jerk back, breaking the kiss. Try to pull away entirely. His arm tightens around me, not forcing, just anchoring. Keeping me from running. No, his voice is low, rough. You're not running this time. Logan. I want you, Avery. The words are low, steady, absolutely certain. I want you in my life. Not as the mother of my heir, not out of duty or bond obligation. You. I want you. The confession steals the breath from my lungs. I never expected this. Never expected those words from him after everything between us. After the rejection, the pain, the years apart. But the broken bond purrs at his words, responding in a way I didn't think was possible anymore. I stare at him, my mind racing. What am I supposed to say? I don't even know what I feel right now. The guilt I expect about Cassius, about my second chance, made isn't coming. It's just, not there. I don't know how to explain it, but the absence is so complete that I can't even begin to process what I feel for Logan. Can't sort through any of this properly when everything feels so jumbled. I need time. The words barely make it past my throat. To think. Disappointment flashes across his face before he smooths it away. How much time? I don't know. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. I need time. I'll wait. However long you need. You will? Avery. He says my full name like a prayer. I rejected you once. Threw away the best thing that ever happened to me because I was too much of a coward to choose my own happiness over duty. His jaw tightens. I won't make that mistake again. If you need time to be sure, take it. I'm not going anywhere. My heart warms at his words, thank you. Avery. My legs feel unsteady as I step out of Logan's chambers, closing the door softly behind me. The hallway is cool and quiet, but my skin still burns where his hands touched me. Where his lips pressed against mine. Luna is unusually silent in my mind, but I can feel her presence calm, settled in a way she hasn't been since we arrived at Winterhold. Like something that was out of place finally clicked into position. I press my fingers to my lips, trying to understand what just happened. The kiss wasn't just a kiss. Something broke. Or maybe something repaired itself, I can't tell which. All I know is that the fog I've been walking through for weeks suddenly lifted, and I can breathe clearly for the first time in so long. But clarity brings questions I'm not ready to answer yet. I told Logan I needed time, and I meant it. Time to sort through the mess in my head, to figure out what I actually want versus what the bond wants versus what. I round the corner and slam directly into someone. Strong hands grip my upper arms, yanking me forward to steady me. The déjà vu hits me like a physical force standing in a corridor, having just left Logan's chambers, colliding with someone while my mind is still spinning. Just like that morning after the heat, when I fled his room in nothing but my wrinkled nightgown. Only this time I'm fully dressed. This time I'm not running away in shame. This time everything is different. And so much worse. I look up, and my blood runs cold. Cassius. His amber eyes blaze down at me, and my entire body goes rigid. His hands tighten on my arms, not steadying anymore, but gripping. Hard enough that I know there will be bruises. When did he get back? He wasn't supposed to return for days. My pulse hammers wildly. Can he smell Logan on me? My hair is still slightly disheveled from Logan's hands running through it, my lips probably swollen from his kiss. I must look exactly like what I am, a woman who just left her maid's chambers. I open my mouth to explain. The words line up in my head, and I wait for that familiar warmth to wash over me. The safety I always feel in Cassius's presence, the certainty that he'll understand. But there's nothing. No warmth. No safety. Not even a flicker. Just his iron grip on my arms and something in his eyes that makes my stomach drop. Something is wrong. Very, very wrong. Lord Cassius, I start, my voice coming out thin. Did you kiss him? The words explode from him, so sharp and sudden that I flinch. My mind goes blank. How does he? Answer me. His fingers dig deeper into my arms, and I gasp at the pain. Did you kiss the Ice King? I can only nod, too shocked to form words. His face transforms. The careful control I'm used to seeing shatters completely, replaced by something raw and volcanic. No. No, no, no. Cassius, please, I can explain. Explain? He laughs, high and sharp. What is there to explain? That you betrayed me? That you threw away everything we have for him? I didn't mean to hurt you, I try to pull back, but his grip is unrelenting. Please, you're hurting me. He doesn't seem to hear. His eyes are wild now, unfocused, like he is seeing something I can't. You ruined everything. Do you have any idea how long I've worked for this? How carefully I've planned? Worked for? Planned? That's not how someone talks about a broken heart. Planned what? Confusion bleeds into my voice. But he is not listening anymore, his control fracturing before my eyes. You were supposed to choose me. The bond should have been strong enough by now. You should have been completely mine. The bond. He is talking about the second chance bond like it's something he created, not something the moon goddess granted. That doesn't make sense. Cassius, what are you talking about? It doesn't matter now. His fist slams into the wall beside my head. The impact is so violent that chunks of stone rain down on my shoulder, and I cry out. You kissed him, and that means it's all falling apart. Everything I've built, everything I've done, wasted. Terror floods through me. This isn't the gentle, understanding Cassius I know. This is someone else entirely, someone volatile and dangerous. You're not making sense. I try to keep my voice steady. How did you? Shut up. His fist slams into the wall again, closer to my face this time. Just shut up. I press myself back against the stone, trembling. His eyes snap to mine, and for just a second, something flickers across his face. Surprise? Fear? But it's gone before I can identify it. His chest heaves as he stares at me, rage and something else, desperation? Warring across his features. Then, without another word, he turns and storms down the corridor, his footsteps echoing violently off the stone walls. I stand frozen in the corridor, my back pressed against the cold stone wall where Cassius left me. My arms throb where his fingers dug in. I can already feel the bruises forming dark marks that will bloom purple by morning. But that's not what has me rooted in place, unable to move. It's his words. You ruined everything. Do you have any idea how long I've worked for this? How carefully I've planned? The bond should have been strong enough by now. You should have been completely mine. What does that mean? What did he plan? How do you plan a second chance mate bond? Luna paces frantically in my mind, agitated in a way that makes my skin crawl. Something's wrong. Something's been wrong this whole time. I know, I whisper to the empty corridor. But I don't know. I don't understand any of it. The warmth I always felt around Cassius, that certainty that he was my second chance mate, my gift from the moon goddess, it's just gone. Like it never existed. And now he is talking about planning it, about working for it, like it was something he created instead of something the moon goddess granted. None of it makes sense. My legs finally unlock, and I stumble down the corridor. I need to get to my chambers. Need to think. Need to. I don't even know what I need. My hands shake as I push open my door and close it behind me. The familiar space should feel safe, but right now it just feels hollow. Empty. I sink onto the sofa near the window, staring at nothing. My mind races, trying to piece together what just happened. But every time I try to focus on one thing, 3 more crash in. I press my palm flat against my chest, right over my heart, and try to find it that warmth I always felt around Cassius. The safety. The certainty. Nothing. It's just gone. The memories are there, I remember feeling it, Remember how it spread through me whenever he was near, how it made everything else fade. But now it's like trying to recall someone else's emotions. Distant. Detached. Like they never really belonged to me at all. How is that possible? And then there's Logan. When he kissed me, something broke. Or maybe something repaired itself, I can't tell which. All I know is that the fog I've been walking through for weeks suddenly lifted. The moment our lips touched, everything changed. The warmth with Cassius vanished, and what replaced it was real. Terrifying and real. Because the way Logan makes me feel, the way his presence settles something restless inside me, the way his touch feels like coming home, it's nothing like what I felt with Cassius. This feels right in a way that terrifies me. Too right. I rub the heel of my hand against my sternum, where a dull ache is forming. The more I think of Logan, the stronger it pulses. Like something inside me reaching for him. Tell him, Luna urges. Tell our mate what happened. I can't. My voice cracks. If I tell Logan that Cassius grabbed me, that he punched walls beside my head, that he said those things, Logan will kill him. And I need to understand what happened first. I need to figure out what Cassius meant before. Then the hairs on my arms lift. A presence. I turn my head slowly. Logan stands in my doorway, leaning heavily against the frame. He is still pale, one hand pressed against his bandaged side like the walk here cost him. You shouldn't be out of bed, I say, my voice hoarse. I know. His ice blue eyes search my face. But I felt something. Through the bond. Like you were in pain. My throat tightens. He felt it. Even with the bond broken and scarred, he felt my distress strongly enough to drag himself out of bed. I just stare at him, really seeing him in the afternoon light. The way it catches in his silver-streaked hair, highlights the sharp angles of his face, makes his ice blue eyes almost luminous. He is the most beautiful man I've ever seen. And I doubt that has anything to do with us being mates. He takes my silence as encouragement and moves closer, then drops to his knees at my feet. The gesture is so unexpected, so vulnerable from someone like him, that my breath catches. Mate. His voice is soft, careful. What's wrong? My heart shifts hearing him call me that. Not princess. Not Avery. Mate. Like it's the most natural thing in the world. I continue staring at him, and suddenly everything crashes over me at once. The confusion. The fear. What the hell happened to me? And worse, I don't have anyone to talk to about it. I know if I tell Logan everything, he would have Cassius's head. And right now I just feel so exhausted. The first tear spills over before I can stop it. Logan's expression shifts immediately. Avery. I don't understand, I choke out, and then I'm crying. Actually crying, the kind of soul-deep sobs I've been holding back since Cassius stormed away. I don't understand any of it. Doesn't he ask what I mean? Doesn't he demand explanations or push for details? Just pulls me forward into his arms and holds me. His chest is solid and warm against my cheek. One hand slides into my hair while the other wraps around my back, anchoring me. Like he is the only thing keeping me from falling apart completely. And maybe he is. I cry into his shirt, ugly, messy crying that soaks through the fabric. Cry for the confusion, for the fear, for feeling like I'm losing my mind. For not knowing what was real and what wasn't he. For the terror of Cassius's hands on my arms and his wild eyes and his words that make no sense. Logan, doesn't he complain? Doesn't he tell me to calm down or that everything will be okay? Just holds me through it all, his steady heartbeat against my ear the only thing keeping me grounded. I've got you, he murmurs into my hair. Whatever it is, I've got you. The words break something open in my chest, and I cry harder. When the sobs finally taper off into hiccups and shaky breaths, I feel completely wrung out. Exhausted in a way that goes bone deep. Logan shifts slightly, and before I can process what is happening, he scoops me into his arms. I should protest. Should tell him I can walk on my own. But I don't have the energy, and honestly? Being carried feels too good right now. I snuggle closer to him instead, tucking my face against his neck. His scent surrounds me, and Luna sighs contentedly in my mind. He carries me through my chambers without a word, his steps sure and steady. I close my eyes and just let myself be held, too tired to think about what this means or what happens next. AN. I want to sincerely apologize to all my readers, especially those who subscribed expecting daily updates. At the beginning of this month, I ran into a serious case of writer's block. I managed to work through it, but soon after, I found myself struggling with imposter syndrome, and ironically, it came from how much you were enjoying the book. I've reached about 1/3 of the story, and I didn't want to give you anything rushed or subpar. Even after pushing past the writer's block, I became so focused on making everything perfect, on delivering the same quality you'd been getting, that I ended up giving you nothing at all. For that, I am truly sorry. The good news is that I've worked through the block and I'm actively pushing past the imposter syndrome. I'm back in the story, and updates should now continue as they should. Thank you so much for your patience, your support, and for believing in this book, even when I doubted myself. Avery. Darkness. Complete, suffocating darkness that presses against my skin like a physical weight. I can't see anything. Can't feel the ground beneath my feet or tell if I'm standing or floating. There's nothing, just this endless void that swallows everything. Then a voice cuts through the silence. You love Cassius. The words echo around me, bouncing off walls I can't see, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. You love Cassius. Again. Louder this time. More insistent. You love Cassius. Confusion floods through me. What? No, I don't. You love Cassius. You love Cassius. You love Cassius. The voice doesn't stop. Just keeps repeating those same 3 words over and over, each repetition hammering into my skull like a physical blow. I try to resist it. Try to push back against the words invading my mind. But there's nothing to push against, nothing to fight. Just the voice and the darkness and those words circling endlessly. You love Cassius. You love Cassius. My head throbs. The repetition wears at me, eroding my resistance like water against stone. You love Cassius. Maybe I should just. You love Cassius. The thought forms before I can stop it. Maybe if I just say it back, the voice will stop. You love Cassius, I whisper into the void. The voice continues, relentless. You love Cassius. You love Cassius, I repeat, louder this time. Something shifts in my chest, heavy and wrong, like emotions being poured into me from the outside. Feelings that don't belong to me settling into place anyway. You love Cassius. I love Cassius. The words come easier now, sliding off my tongue like they're supposed to be there. The wrongness intensifies, spreading through my chest like oil in water. But the chanting makes it seem right, makes it seem true. You love Cassius. You love Cassius. You love. A scent cuts through everything. Pine and snow. My wolf surges forward with a desperate howl, lunging for that scent like a drowning person reaching for air. Luna clings to it, wrapping herself around it, refusing to let go. The voice sputters. Weakens. That scent, my mate's scent, floods my senses, drowning out everything else. The darkness. The voice. The wrongness spreading through my chest. Everything. The chanting stops completely. I gasp awake, jerking upright so fast the room spins. I gasp awake, jerking upright so fast the room spins. My heart hammers against my ribs. My eyes feel swollen from crying, my throat raw. I look around frantically, trying to orient myself. My room, but Logan's here. He sits in a chair beside the bed, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. His ice blue eyes are fixed on my face, concern written across his features. You're awake. His voice is soft, careful. You were dreaming. The dream crashes back the darkness, the voice, those words repeating endlessly. My hands shake as I press them against my chest, trying to calm my racing heart. That wasn't just a dream. My voice comes out hoarse. It felt too real. What happened? He shifts closer, and I catch his scent again, pine and snow, the same scent that pulled me out of the nightmare. I tell him everything. The complete darkness. The disembodied voice screaming those same 3 words over and over. How the repetition wore me down until I started saying them back. The strange, heavy feeling in my chest like emotions being forced into me. And how it all stopped the moment I caught his scent. The words spill out faster than I can process them, and it's only when I finish that I realize what I've done. I just told him everything. My muscles tense, bracing for the anger. For accusations about Cassius, for fury that I felt anything for another man. But Logan's reaction catches me completely off guard. Did you ever feel warmth around Cassius? The question is so specific, so deliberate, that my eyes widen. I hesitate for only a moment before nodding slowly. Fuck. Logan shoots out of his chair so fast it scrapes against the floor. His hand runs through his silver-streaked hair, fisting in the strands. Fuck, F-U-C-K. I watch him pace, confusion flooding through me. This isn't jealous rage. This is something else entirely, something that looks like fury mixed with dread. Logan? My voice is small. What's wrong? He doesn't answer, just keeps pacing, his jaw clenched so tight I can see the muscle jumping. Taking a leap of faith, trusting that he won't immediately storm off to kill Cassius, I ask the question burning in my mind. Did you know that Cassius was my second chance mate? Logan stops mid-stride and turns to face me. His expression is hard, certain. Now the word is sharp, absolute. And he isn't. My brows furrow. What do you mean he isn't? I felt the warmth, the pull, None of it was real. Logan moves closer to the bed, his eyes locked on mine. You were under a spell the entire time, Avery. The words don't register at first. Just bounce off my brain without meaning. A spell? I repeat slowly. A spell that manipulated your emotions. Created a false bond. His jaw tightens. Made you feel things for Cassius that weren't real. My mind spins, trying to process what he is saying. A spell. The warmth, the certainty, the feeling of safety, all of it manufactured. Fake. But how? Why would? The spell finally broke when we kissed. Logan sits on the edge of the bed, close enough that I can feel his warmth. The true connection between us was strong enough to override it. To break whatever hold Cassius had on you. The kiss. I press my fingers to my lips, remembering that moment in his chambers. How something cracked and shifted. How the fog lifted and suddenly I could breathe. That was the spell breaking. My thoughts spiral. If the spell is what made me feel things for Cassius, then were my feelings for Logan real all along? Everything I felt when he touched me, when he looked at me, when we worked in the garden together, was that actually me? And everything with Cassius was fabricated? I think back over the past weeks with new clarity. The warmth that came and went. How it intensified when he was near but never quite settled. The way my wolf kept insisting something was wrong even when I felt so certain. Luna was right. She knew the entire time. Why? The question comes out broken. Why would Cassius fake a bond with me? Logan's expression hardens into something cold and dangerous. That's exactly what I intend to find out. He leans forward and presses a kiss to my forehead, gentle, grounding. His lips linger for a moment before he pulls back and stands. Stay here, he says quietly. Rest. I'll be back soon. Then he has gone, the door clicking shut behind him. I sit there in the unfamiliar room, alone with the truth and the terrifying implications of what comes next. A spell. It was all a spell. And Cassius, the man I thought was my second chance, my gift from the moon goddess, had been manipulating me this entire time. But why? Avery. 8 days. That's how long it's been since the spell shattered and Cassius disappeared. I stand at my window, watching guards patrol the courtyard below. They've been searching nonstop, every room, every corridor, every hidden corner of this massive fortress. But Cassius is gone. His chambers emptied the same day he confronted me in that corridor, like he depacked and planned his escape before the spell even shattered. I press my palm against the cold glass, testing myself the way I have every morning since. I think about Cassius deliberately, his amber eyes, his warm smile, the way he used to lean close when we talked. Nothing. No warmth floods my chest. No pull toward him. No certainty that he was my second chance. Just anger. And a clarity so sharp it almost hurts. Luna stretches in my mind, content in a way she hasn't been in weeks. Finally quiet, she murmurs. Finally, just us. She's right. For the first time since arriving at Winterhold, my mind feels like my own. The fog is gone, the manufactured emotions stripped away. What's left is raw and real and mine. But clarity brings questions that circle endlessly, keeping me awake at night. Why did Cassius do it? What did he want from me? Was any of our friendship real, or was I just a pawn in some game I don't understand? How long had he been planning this? The spell, the false bond, the careful manipulation of my emotions. You don't create something that elaborate overnight. The not knowing eats at me. I want him found. Need him found. I need to understand why someone would do this to me. Take my agency, make me feel things that weren't real, twist my reality until I couldn't trust my own instincts. A noise from Azrael's connecting room pulls me from my thoughts. When's the last time I spent real time with my son? The realization hits like a punch to the gut. The chaos with Cassius consumed everything. Azrael's been with Mira, living his life while I spiraled. Guilt twists in my chest. I remember something else. Azrael has been asking to bake cookies for days. It was our tradition back home, especially in winter. We'd spend hours in the kitchen making a complete mess, flour everywhere, chocolate on our faces. Laughing until our sides hurt. A decision forms, sharp and certain. I find Azrael in the nursery with Mira, building an elaborate fortress with his wooden blocks. The moment he sees me in the doorway, his face lights up. Mama! He scrambles to his feet, nearly knocking over his creation. I catch him as he throws himself at me, wrapping my arms around his small body. Hi, sweetheart. I press a kiss to his dark hair. What are you building? A castle. With secret passages and everything. He pulls back, his ice blue eyes bright with excitement. Do you want to help? Actually, I have a better idea. I smooth his hair back from his forehead. How would you like to bake cookies? Just like we used to back home? His entire face transforms. Really? Today? Right now, if you want. He bounces on his toes. Yes. Can we make the ones with chocolate chips? And the ones with sugar? And he pauses, and something shifts in his expression. Hopeful but careful. Will Papa join us? My chest tightens. Logan has been obsessed with finding Cassius, barely sleeping or eating. I should say no. But the disappointment already forming on Azrael's face makes my chest ache. Can you ask him? Please? His voice is small. I smooth his hair back. We'll go find him together. Get your shoes on. Logan's office door is open when we arrive. He and Commander Thane are hunched over maps spread across the desk, deep in conversation. Another dead end. Thane's frustration bleeds through his usually controlled tone. We've searched every known safe house, questioned every contact. It's like he vanished into thin air. Logan's voice is rough, exhausted. Keep looking. Expand the search too. He looks terrible. Dark circles shadow his eyes, and the tension in his shoulders screams of too many sleepless nights. He has been burning himself out for over a week, and standing here about to pull him away from the search makes guilt churn in my stomach. This is selfish. I should just tell Azrael that Logan's busy, make up some excuse. But then Azrael tugs on my hand. Before I can second guess myself, I step forward. Logan's head snaps toward me immediately. His entire focus shifts, conversation with Thane forgotten. He moves away from the desk, closing the distance between us in 3 strides. Avery? His eyes scan my face, then drop lower like he is checking for injuries. Is something wrong? Are you all right? The concern in his voice, the way his whole body orients toward me, it's immediate, instinctive. I manage a small smile. I'm fine. We're both fine. Azrael peeks out from behind me. Hi, Papa. Logan's expression softens instantly when he sees his son. Something in his shoulders relaxes. Azrael doesn't waste time, bouncing forward. Mama said we can bake cookies. Will you come? Please? I start to give Logan an out, the words already forming. I know you're busy with the search, I can tell him. But Logan cuts me off. He looks at Azrael, then at me. Something shifts in his expression, a choice being made, clear as day. He turns to Thane. Continue the search. Report back if anything changes. His tone makes it clear this conversation is over. Then to Azrael, I'd love to bake with you. My breath catches. The old Logan I first met wouldn't have done this. He'd have stayed at that desk, prioritizing the hunt over an afternoon with his son, sending us away with empty promises to join later. But he just chose us without hesitation. Azriel grabs Logan's hand immediately, practically dragging him toward the kitchens. I follow behind, watching my son chatter excitedly about all the cookies we're going to make. Within minutes, the kitchen transforms into chaos. Flour dusts every surface. Chocolate smears across the counter. Azriel is in his element, covered in white powder and absolutely beaming. "No, Papa, you have to mix it like this." He demonstrates with exaggerated stirring motions. In circles. Big circles. Logan follows instructions with surprising patience, even when Azriel critiques his technique. "Like this?" "Better. But bigger circles." I measure out sugar, biting back a smile as I watch them. When has the Ice King ever baked cookies? He handles the wooden spoon like it might bite him. "Mama, I need to taste it." Azriel reaches for the bowl. "That has raw eggs in it, sweetheart." "Just a little bit?" "No." He pouts, but Logan lifts him up so he can stir instead. "Here. You do it. Show me the proper technique." Azriel takes the spoon seriously, tongue poking out in concentration as he mixes. Logan holds him steady, one hand supporting his back. The sight makes something warm bloom in my chest. "Avery." Logan's voice pulls my attention. "Do we add the chocolate now?" "After the flour." I move closer to check the consistency. "It needs to be here, like this." I demonstrate, and his hand covers mine to follow the motion. The contact sends heat up my arm, and our eyes meet over Azriel's head. He doesn't pull away immediately. Neither do I. "I'm helping," Azriel announces, completely oblivious to the tension crackling between his parents. We work in sync after that, moving around each other in the small space. Logan reaches for the vanilla at the same moment I do, our fingers brushing. I lean past him for the measuring cups, and his hand steadies on my waist for just a second. Small touches that make my breath catch. Azriel chatters non-stop, jumping from cookies to his grandparents to the snow fort he wants to build tomorrow. So happy to have both his parents with him, focused only on him. "Can we make extra for Mira?" he asks. "And Commander Thane?" "And we're making plenty, baby." I laugh when Logan gets flour on his nose. "Trust me." He tries to wipe it off and just makes it worse. Azriel giggles, and the sound fills the warm kitchen. It feels dangerously normal. Like this could be our life. Like we could be a real family instead of two people tangled in a complicated past with a child between them. A few hours later, I smooth my hands over the deep green gown I changed into, as I enter the great hall, the fabric whispering against my legs with each step. The warmth from the afternoon lingers in my chest, flour fights and chocolate-stained fingers and Azriel's laughter filling the kitchen. The high table comes into view, and I spot Logan immediately. He is already seated, dressed in formal black with silver threading along the collar. His posture is perfect, back straight, hands resting on the arms of his chair. Every inch the Ice King. But his eyes track my movement across the hall. I feel the weight of his attention like a physical touch, heat spreading across my skin despite the formal setting and the dozens of nobles milling around us. It's the same way he watched me in the kitchen when our hands brushed reaching for ingredients. Like he is cataloging every detail, storing it away. I take my seat beside him, acutely aware of how close we are. How the bond hums between us, stronger now that the spell is broken. "Good evening," I manage, keeping my voice neutral. "Evening." His eyes linger on my face for a moment longer before he looks away. "You changed." I had flour in my hair. The corner of my mouth lifts despite myself. Among other places. Azriel seemed to enjoy himself. He did. I settle into my chair, adjusting my skirts. "Thank you for joining us." He doesn't respond, but something shifts in his expression. Softens, just slightly. The first course arrives: roasted vegetables and some kind of herb sauce. I pick up my fork, but before I can take a bite, I glance toward the entrance. Azriel should be here by now. I set the fork down, watching the doors. Mira took him after the baking to help distribute cookies to the staff. He'd been so excited to share what we made. But that was hours ago. More than enough time. The second course is served. Still no sign of him. Unease crawls up my spine, settling cold and heavy in my chest. I catch the eye of a passing maid and gesture her over. She approaches quickly, bowing her head. Yes, princess? Could you check on Mira and Prince Azrael? I keep my voice calm, measured. They should have been here by now. Of course, my lady. She curtsies and hurries off. I turn back to my plate, but the food might as well be ash. My appetite is gone, replaced by a knot of worry I can't quite explain. Luna stirs restlessly in my mind. Something's wrong. Don't, I tell her silently. They probably just lost track of time. But even as I think it, I don't believe it. Mira is too careful, too aware of protocol. She wouldn't keep Azrael from dinner without sending word. I push my plate away, unable to pretend interest in eating. Logan notices immediately. What's wrong? Nothing. The lie comes automatically. I'm just waiting for Azrael before I continue. His eyes narrow slightly, studying my face. Then, without a word, he sets down his own cutlery and leans back in his chair. Waiting with me. The gesture makes something warm bloom in my chest despite the growing anxiety. He didn't have to do that. Could have kept eating, maintained the appearance of normalcy. But he chose to wait for our son instead. Minutes crawl by. The maid finally returns, her expression uncertain. Worried. My heart starts to pound. My lady, she hesitates, wringing her hands. I couldn't find Mira or the prince. The world narrows to those words. Couldn't find them. I stand slowly, forcing myself to stay calm even as panic claws up my throat. Where did you check? The nursery, the kitchens, the corridors near. I'll check myself. I'm already moving, already running through locations in my mind. The library. The training yards. Maybe they went to. Logan's hand closes around mine, stopping me. I turn to find him standing, his expression hard. Controlled in a way that makes my stomach drop. Where are you going? His voice is quiet, but there's steel underneath. To look for them. I try to pull away, but his grip holds firm. They're not where they should be, I need to. That won't be necessary. He releases my hand but doesn't step back. Instead, he gestures to two guards standing nearby. Search the fortress. Check every room, every corridor. Find Mira and Prince Azrael. Report back immediately. The guards bow and disappear through the doors. Logan's hand finds the small of my back, guiding me back toward my chair. Sit. I can't just sit here while. Yes, you can. His voice drops lower, meant only for my ears. Panicking won't help Azrael. Let the guards search. They know the fortress better than you do. He's right. I hate that he's right, but he is. I sink back into my chair, my hands gripping the armrests so tight my knuckles turn white. Every second feels like an eternity. Every breath is an effort. Luna paces frantically in my mind, her anxiety feeding mine until I can barely think straight. Where is he? Where is our pup? Logan's hand covers mine on the armrest. The touch is grounding, pulling me back from the edge of complete panic. They'll find him, he says quietly. I promise. I want to believe him. Need to believe him. But something feels wrong. Has felt wrong since the moment the maid returned empty-handed. The minutes stretch. Conversation continues around us nobles eating and drinking, completely unaware of the terror building in my chest. Or maybe they notice and just don't care. I stare at the doors, willing Azrael to walk through them. Willing Mira to appear with some perfectly reasonable explanation for why they're late. Then the doors burst open. Mira stumbles inside. Blood. She's covered in blood. It soaks through her dress, stains her hands, streaks across her face. She staggers forward, her legs barely holding her weight. My world stops. Every sound dies. Every movement freezes. There's only Mira and the blood and the terror in her eyes as she looks directly at me. Her mouth opens. Closes. Opens again. Avery. Mira's knees buckle. One of the guards catches her before she hits the floor, and she grips his arm like it's the only thing tethering her to consciousness. He wanted her voice breaks. He wanted to bring Commander Thane his cookies. Tonight. Right then. He wouldn't wait. Blood soaks through the front of her dress, dark and spreading. She is pressing one hand against her ribs, her breathing wet and labored. I told him, she gasps. I told him we could bring them at dinner. That Thane could wait. Her eyes fill again, tears cutting through the blood on her face. He wouldn't listen. He was so excited, and I took him. I thought it would only be a few minutes. Mira. Logan's voice is low. Steady. What happened? She swallows hard, squeezing her eyes shut for a moment. We were walking back from the training grounds. It was almost dark. A shudder moves through her whole body. They came out of nowhere. 6 of them. Maybe more. I didn't have time to. She breaks off, pressing her lips together. They grabbed Azrael. The words land like a blade. I fought them. The words come out desperate, pleading. I swear I fought them. But there were too many, and they were trained. They knew what they were doing. Her breath hitches. I passed out. I don't know for how long. And when I opened my eyes. She looks at me. That's when I lose it completely. They were gone. Both of them. Azrael was her sob breaks the word apart. He was just gone. They left me there. They didn't say anything, there were no demands, no threats. Just silence. And then nothing. The world tilts. My heart slams against my ribs so hard it hurts, and I reach for the only solid thing near me. My fingers find Logan's sleeve, then his arm, then the front of his jacket, and I grab on. Tell me she is lying. My voice doesn't sound like mine. Tell me she is lying. It comes out as a scream. Logan's arms wrap around me, pulling me hard against his chest, and I feel it his heartbeat, loud and violent and fast. Racing the same way mine is. That's what breaks me completely, knowing he is just as terrified. I sob into him, my fingers twisting in his clothes. Where is he? The words tear out of me in pieces. Where is my baby? Is he hurt? Is he? My knees nearly give out. Is he scared? Logan, he has to be so scared. His arms tighten around me. One hand presses against the back of my head, holding me to his chest. Where is he? I barely recognize my own voice. It's barely a whisper now, broken down to nothing. Who would take him? The question floats out of me into the cold air. Why? Why Azrael? Why our son? Logan's hand stills against my hair. He doesn't answer right away. When I tilt my head to look at him, his jaw is set like stone, his eyes burning with something that isn't grief anymore. I don't know, he says quietly. But I will find out. He holds me for one more second. Then, gently, he moves me behind him and steps forward. Whatever is on his face, it makes the guards in the hall straighten instantly. Lock the gates. His voice is ice. Absolute. Every one of them. Now. The nearest guard is already moving. Double the guard on every wall. Send search parties out in all directions. I want every road, every forest path, every route out of this territory covered. He turns to the captain beside him. Have someone track the scent from the training grounds. Every unfamiliar one. I want to know who they are before morning. He scans the hall. His gaze lands on a soldier near the door. Bring me Commander Thane. No shouting. No visible panic. The hall erupts into movement around him, boots on stone, orders relayed down the corridor, doors slamming in the distance. But I can see his hands. Clenched at his sides. Knuckles white. This isn't just a king issuing orders. This is a father. Logan. The map hasn't changed in the last hour. Neither have I. I've been standing at this table long enough that the ache has settled deep into my back, a slow, grinding thing I keep ignoring. Moving feels wrong. Every instinct in my body says I should be still holding my ground, holding this space, holding everything together until Thane gets back and gives me something to work with. The hall is quiet in the way things get quiet after a disaster. Men posted at the doors, the fire burning low, no one talking. Slow breathing fills my ear, and without even looking to my right, I already know it's Avery. I turn to her. Her red-rimmed eyes search mine, filled with so much hope as if somehow I could pull us both out of this nightmare we've found ourselves trapped in. I sigh. God, I wish I could. My hand moves to stroke her hair before I've even decided to do it. Her eyes flutter shut as I press my lips to her forehead. I don't care that we're not alone. I don't care how it looks, given everything that sits between us publicly. I don't give two fucks about any of it. I need this. I need to breathe in her scent, to feel the warmth of her skin against my lips, something solid to hold on to in the worst night of my life. The door opens behind me before I'm ready to let go, and I pull back and turn to find Thane. The same guilt that crossed his face the moment he heard AZ was missing is still there now. I know he blames himself, even though we both know it isn't his fault. He has been out there searching, pushing himself past the point most men would have stopped, and one look at him tells me he feels like it still wasn't enough. That makes two of us. Report. Thane swallows hard. Nothing yet, Your Majesty. He pauses, his eyes moving briefly around the room. I came back because there's something I need to discuss with you. I don't need him to say more. I wave a hand, and the lords clear out without a word, leaving the three of us. I kept retracing the route, Thane says. Every direction, every trail. And then I stopped and looked at it as a whole. Whoever took him didn't stumble through the grounds in the dark. They moved through the exact path that avoids every patrol point. Every single one. That's not luck, I say. Thane meets my eyes. No. It's not. Silence settles over the three of us. Then Avery's voice comes, quiet but steady. This came from the inside. Someone with access to information that only a privileged few would have. My hands curl into fists at my sides. Anyone you suspect? The words come out through gritted teeth. Not yet, Your Majesty. I'll report the moment I do. He nods once and walks out. I stand there, and my mind starts moving through names, through faces, through every person who has walked these halls with access to my schedules, my rotations, my son. Someone I broke bread with. Someone who looked me in the eye. Someone who. My wolf tears at me from the inside. I feel it happening and I can't stop it. The rage builds slowly at first and then all at once, the kind that doesn't care about control or consequence, that only wants to find something and destroy it. My hands are shaking. The temperature in the room drops. Logan. Her voice cuts through it. I don't move. Her hand finds my arm, just her fingers, light, but I feel it everywhere. I look down at her hand and then up at her face. She looks exhausted, wrung out. I know, she says quietly. I know what you want to do right now. And you will. Whoever did this, you will find them, and you will make them answer for it. But not like this. Her fingers tighten slightly on my arm. Calm down. Your wolf isn't going to find AZ tonight like this. Something in me loosens. Just slightly. Just enough. I look at her for a long moment. You need to sleep, I say. No. Avery. I said no, Logan. Her jaw sets. He my son. I'm not closing my eyes while he's out there. I know he's your son. Then don't ask me that. I'm asking because you're no good to him like this. I keep my voice even. You can barely stand. I'm standing fine. You're swaying. She opens her mouth. Closes it. She knows I'm right, and she hates it, and she still isn't going to agree, and I know that, I can see it on her face clear as anything. I look at the couch against the wall. Then don't sleep, I say. Just sit. Get off your feet. That's all. She holds my gaze for a moment. Then she nods. She walks over and sits down, slowly, like her body is grateful even if she isn't ready to admit it. I sit beside her. Not close. There's space between us, a careful, unspoken distance that we both maintain without discussing it. The fire burns low. Outside the windows, the sky is still dark, but the darkness has changed quality. That particular shade that comes just before dawn starts threatening. Neither of us speaks. I don't know when it happens. The space between us closes so gradually that there's no single moment I can point to. Her shoulder finds mine. Then her head. I stay still, afraid that if I move, she'll remember where she is and pull away. She doesn't pull away. Her breathing slows. The hand in her lap uncurls. I watch it happen the exact moment her body stops fighting and lets go. She is asleep. I gently brush the hair from her face and pull her into my arms. Her body doesn't fight at my scent, does what I knew it would, pulling her deeper into sleep instead of waking her. She burrows closer, her face pressing into my chest like she belongs there. She is so beautiful. I look at her, and my mind drifts back to earlier today, the kitchen, before any of this. I thought I'd lost her when I found out what Cassius did. And now, sitting here, I can't even think straight about finding him or why he did what he did with Azrael still out there missing. I'll deal with him. When my boy is home, I'll deal with him for what he did to her. I can't imagine the pain of that betrayal, finding out everything she felt was manufactured. I had a plan. A whole plan for how to make her want me again. And then Cassius happened and made everything harder, and then this happened. Every time we get close, something drags us 100 feet back apart. She stirs softly, and I pull her closer, pressing my lips to her forehead. She settles back into sleep against my chest. You are light, Avery. And I promise to never be the reason yours dims. Avery. I wake with a gasp, heart slamming against my ribs before my eyes even focus. Gray light. Strange ceiling. I sit up too fast and the room tilts. Stone walls, an unfamiliar fireplace burned down to orange coals, sheets twisted around my legs. I have no memory of getting into bed. The last thing I remember is the couch. Logan's shoulder warm beneath my cheek. I push the sheets off and stand, and that S when I see it, his coat folded over the arm of the couch, left deliberately, like a note. He moved me to the bed and slept there himself. I don't let myself think about what that means. I need to find him. The adjoining corridor is empty. I check both directions, then start walking, not entirely sure where I'm going, just moving because standing still feels worse. A servant comes around the far corner, and I stop her. Have you seen the king this morning? She blinks, startled. No, my lady. I'm sorry, I haven't tea. She moves on. I keep going. The guard at the end of the hall straightens when he sees me coming. The king, has he passed through here? Not since last night, princess. I try 2 more people on the next corridor. A kitchen boy who shakes his head before I've finished the question. A steward who hasn't seen him since dinner. Nobody. Nothing. The fortress feels too quiet. It felt too quiet last night, and it still does now, that particular silence that comes after something terrible, when the walls themselves seem to be holding their breath. I stop at a window. The training grounds below are empty. The courtyard is empty. I press my palm flat against the cold glass and tell myself he went for a walk. He couldn't sleep. He is somewhere in this fortress, and he is fine, and I'm catastrophizing because my son is. My son is gone. And someone got into this fortress to take him. Someone who knew the patrol routes, who had access, who planned it from the inside. Someone who was here. Who might still be here. My chest starts to close. I push off from the window and keep moving, faster now. Down the main corridor, past the Great Hall, around toward the eastern wing, where I haven't checked yet. I'm running through names in my head. Who has access to Logan's schedule, who would know the patrol routes, who could move through this fortress without being noticed, and underneath all of it, louder than all of it, a thought I can't reason my way out of. He was hurt 3 weeks ago. His stitches are barely healed. If someone wanted him gone, too. I round the corner and slam to a stop. The smell hits me first. Pine and cold morning air, sharp with exertion. He is coming down the side hall at a walk, breathing harder than usual, hair damp at the temples. A run. He went for a run. He is alive. He is right there. Something in my chest breaks open. I cross the distance between us and hit him. Not hard. My fist connects with his chest, and he doesn't even rock back, just stares at me like I've grown a second head. I hit him again. He catches my wrist. Avery. I pull free and hit him a 3rd time, and something cracks across his face. Surprise, disbelief, and then, God help him, the faintest ghost of amusement, like he is fighting it and losing. That makes it worse. I hit him again, and he actually laughs, a short startled sound, and then I'm hitting him with both hands. He catches my wrists. He goes still. Whatever he sees in my face makes the amusement drain away. You were worried about me. His voice is low. Yes. I don't dress it up. My hands are still trembling where he is holding them. He goes still. Properly still this time. Do you know why? The question catches me completely off guard. My mouth opens. I meant to deflect to say something about Osriel, about the fortress, about the fact that someone had already gotten inside once. But the words that come out are none of those things. I care about you. Just that. For words I hadn't planned to say. He goes completely still. You care about me, he says, very quietly. Almost to himself. You care about me, Avery. Not a question the second time. Just him needing to hear it again. I look up at him. Yes. I do, Logan. My heart is loud in my ears. He hasn't let go of my wrists. He looks at me for a long moment, the kind of look that has weight to it, like he has put something down he has been carrying for a very long time. There is something I need to say. His voice is low. I've been waiting for the right moment, and I've realized there isn't one. Not with everything happening. Maybe especially because of everything happening. I don't breathe. I want to take back the rejection. The words fall into the silence like stones into still water. I think about you when I wake up. I think about you when I'm making decisions that have nothing to do with you. I reach for you in rooms you're not in. His jaw tightens. I need to feel you breathing next to me. Every single day. I need to know you're there like I need air in my lungs. He exhales. I want to take you back. I want you back. All of it. I'm asking you to let me. My heart stops. He has said things before. Beautiful, devastating things that cracked me open and left me raw. But this is different. This isn't just words. He is asking to take back the rejection. The one thing that changed everything. I huff, taking a step back from him, and he lets me. I look at him. A lot has happened between us. A lot I could never have imagined the morning he rejected me. I am not the same woman he sent away. And he is not the same man. And maybe that's exactly why this terrifies me. Because the man who rejected me, I knew how to survive him. I built walls against him. This man standing in front of me now, I don't know how to protect myself from him, or more importantly, if I should. And that scares me more than anything he could ever do to me. Because last time I had no choice, he made the decision for both of us. But this time he is handing it to me. He is standing there asking me to choose, and I. Your Majesty. A guard appears at the end of the corridor with the careful speed of someone who knows he is interrupting. Commander Thane requests you come immediately. He says he has found something. A pause. He asked that you come alone, sire. Something snags in my chest before Logan can even turn around. Come alone. Thane found something about my son, and he doesn't want me in the room. Why? What could he possibly have found that a mother shouldn't see at the same time as the father? Logan turns to me, opening his mouth. I'm coming, I say. Avery. His voice is low. Thane wouldn't ask this without reason. Let me go in first, see what he has, and then I'll come straight back for you. No. He is not going to just randomly exclude you unless. Unless what? My voice comes out sharper than I intend. Unless it's something I can't handle? He is my son, Logan. Whatever is in that room, I want to see it when you see it. He looks at me for a long moment. Something moves through his expression, the urge to protect me warring with the knowledge that I'm right. He exhales slowly. Then he turns toward the war room, and I fall into step beside him. The door is already open when we arrive. Thane stands at the far end of the table, his back to us. He turns when he hears us, and the moment his eyes land on me behind Logan, something careful moves through his expression. My lady. His voice is gentle in a way that makes my stomach drop. I strongly advise. Show us. He looks at Logan, who gives a single nod. Thane sighs. Then he reaches for the table. He sets down a bundle of cloth. It takes me a moment to understand what I'm looking at. A small piece of dark fabric. The blood on it has dried to a rust brown, but there is so much of it, too much. It is soaked through in spreading blooms, stiff and dark at the edges, the cloth gone hard where it dried. My eyes move over it slowly, not wanting to find what they're already finding. The colors. The deep blue of the tunic. The same blue Azriel was wearing yesterday. The room tilts. I reach for the edge of the table and miss it. My legs go out from under me, and I don't feel the floor. Avery. I come back slowly. The ceiling first. Stone arches. A fireplace burning low. I don't recognize the room for a moment, and then I do Logan's chambers, or mine, or somewhere between. I can't tell. My head feels packed with wool. I sit up. Too fast. The room swings sideways, and I grab the edge of the mattress and hold on. And then it comes back. The war room. Thane's face. The bundle of cloth on the table. The dark blue fabric, gone stiff at the edges. A sound escapes me before I can stop it, something formless, nothing close to a word. Hey, hey. Logan is beside me before I've fully registered he was there, his hands finding my face, tilting me up. He is still in last night's clothes, black shirt, collar open, silver-streaked hair loose around his jaw. He looks like he hasn't slept. Look at me. Breathe. I try. My chest is already closing, the panic clawing back up fast, and Azriel's face keeps cutting through the flour on his nose in the kitchen, his laugh, the blue of his tunic. It's not his blood. Everything stops. The shudder that moves through me starts somewhere deep and doesn't stop for a long moment. I press my hand over my mouth and close my eyes and just breathe, shaking, until the worst of it passes. When I can speak, whose is it? We don't know yet. His voice is careful. Steady. The clothes were sent. Delivered to the gates this morning with a letter. I open my eyes. What did it say? He holds my gaze. That if I surrender the throne, abdicate, transfer power completely, and Azriel will be returned unharmed. My eyes widen. Someone took my son for Logan's throne. Who? Cassius. My brow pulls together. Cassius. Who brought me books, sat with me, held my hand, and told me I deserved peace. The throne. I shake my head. He wants the throne so badly, he took my son? That's what the letter says. It doesn't make sense. I look at him. None of it makes sense. I know. Logan stands. He moves to the window, arms crossing over his chest, eyes on the gray morning outside. It didn't make sense to me either at first. Cassius has always been direct. Loyal, or so I believed. That's what made this hard to believe. He pauses. But then I started thinking about the fake bond. My stomach turns. What does the fake bond have to do with the throne? We never understood why he would fake a mate bond with you specifically. He turns from the window. But now I think it was always about the throne, and when I realized that, I knew which family would have both the motive and the knowledge to pull it off. He pauses. The Valdres. The air goes out of me. You've heard of them. Yes. Everyone has. It was the kind of history taught to children as a warning. They were wiped out, I say. Your family led the rebellion. That's what everyone believed. His jaw tightens. Every heir, every branch of the bloodline. Gone. He holds my gaze. Apparently not. Is he? I can't finish it. Logan nods. I had forgotten, he says, that even though the art of false bonding has been learned by others over the years, to perform it on a royal to make it hold would require someone of that bloodline to cast it. Wow, so Cassius is a Valdres. I shake my head. But make me understand something. Why fake the bond? Every interaction with him replays in my mind with horrible clarity. The warmth. The understanding. The careful, patient way he made himself indispensable to me. All of it a step toward this. His own forces aren't enough to take the north. If you believed he was your true mate, the Eastern Army would have been his by extension. When the spell broke, he needed another way to force my hand, which is probably also why he took AZ. The silence that follows is absolute. I look down at my hands in my lap. It doesn't matter. None of it matters right now. What matters is getting my son back. What are we going to do? I'll give him the throne. I exhale. He is going to hand it over. He is going to bring Azrael home. But the relief is short-lived as something hits me. The moment Logan steps down, he becomes a problem. A deposed king with loyal soldiers and a legitimate bloodline doesn't just disappear. And Azrael, the true heir, carrying both bloodlines, is an even bigger threat to everything Cassius is trying to build. Moon above. There has to be another way. I'm on my feet without realizing I stood. You know he won't let you walk away. A deposed king is still a threat, and Azrael. He doesn't argue. That's what stops me cold. He just looks at me, and in his face I see it, not fear, not resignation. Something quiet and absolute. He has already made peace with this, and that is so much worse than if he were afraid, because I can fight fear. I don't know how to fight peace. A small smile crosses his face. Forced, I can see what it costs him, the muscle working in his jaw even as his mouth curves. He crosses the room and takes my face in both hands. He gives me a small smile, forced, the corners of his eyes not quite reaching it, and then his mouth is on mine. His lips are warm and certain, and there is nothing careful about it. His hands slide from my face into my hair, tilting my head back, and I feel the urgency in him like a current in the press of his mouth, in the way his fingers tighten at my jaw, in the breath he pulls in through his nose like he is trying to take something with him. My hands find his shirt and grip it, and the tears come before I even know they're happening, hot on my face, and I don't let go. I don't let go. He pulls back. His lips press to my forehead and stay there, his breath warm and unsteady against my skin. Then so quietly. I love you, Avery. And he is gone. The door clicks shut, and I stand there with my hand still raised where I was holding his shirt, the word weight jammed in my throat, everything I needed to say backed up behind it. 1 second. I throw the door open, and his name comes out of me like something torn. My voice bounces off the cold stone and comes back with nothing. I run. The floor is freezing beneath my bare feet, and I don't care. I nearly collide with a housemaid coming around the corner, and she grabs the wall to steady herself. Have you seen the king? Which way did he go? She shakes her head, eyes wide. I'm already moving before she finishes. A guard at the end of the hall. Another at the top of the staircase. Neither of them have seen him. I stop. Press my back against the cold stone wall and drag in a breath. Thane. Thane will know. I find his post empty. Logan is gone. He is going to trade his life for our son. He kissed me goodbye and told me he loves me. My legs give out beneath me. I hit the cold floor hard, the shock shooting through my body. Logan. Avery. My voice echoes off the stone walls and comes back empty. Logan. I scream it again, louder this time, my throat raw from the force of it. The corridor stays silent. No answer. No footsteps retreating in the distance. Just the sound of my own breathing, harsh and ragged in the cold air that seems to press against my skin. My hands are pressed flat against the stone floor. I stay there, frozen, listening for something, anything that will tell me which way he went, how long ago he left, whether there is still time to catch him before he reaches whatever hell Cassius has waiting. Nothing. The silence is so complete it feels like the fortress itself is holding its breath. The terror claws at my ribs, sharp and vicious. The helplessness presses down on my chest until I can barely draw air into my lungs. Part of me wants to just stay here on this freezing floor and let myself break completely, let the fear swallow me whole until there is nothing left. But something else rises up through it. Something that feels like steel forging itself in my chest, hot and unforgiving. I push myself to my feet, my legs shaking but holding. I brush my hands against my skirt, feeling the rough fabric ground me back into my body. Logan is smart. He is the most strategically capable man I've ever known. He wouldn't have kissed me goodbye and walked out that door if he didn't have a plan to make sure Azrael gets home safely. So I don't need to save my son. I need to save my mate. That's the only thing I have to focus on now. I turn on my heel and start walking back down the corridor. My mind is already working through the problem, sorting through options and discarding them almost as fast as they come to me. Logan would have told his commanders not to give me any information if any of them are even still in the fortress. I know him well enough to know that. I can't ask them. They won't tell me. So I go somewhere else entirely. I head to my room, walking quickly through the corridors. When I reach my door, I slip inside and close it behind me, leaning against the wood for just a moment to catch my breath. Then I cross to the bed and sit on the edge, pressing my hands flat against my thighs to keep them from shaking. And I think. I go through every conversation I ever had with Cassius. The details he let slip when he thought I was listening with a woman's heart instead of a strategist's mind. References to his family's history, moments that felt slightly off, times when his mask slipped just enough for me to see something darker underneath. I knew him better than anyone in this fortress. I close my eyes and try to think it through. Where would Cassius take Logan after the exchange? Not a stronghold. He doesn't have the forces for that. Not anywhere public. He'd want privacy for whatever he is planning to do. Somewhere isolated that means something to him specifically, where he can feel like he is reclaiming what was stolen from his family. The winter roses are in bloom despite the cold, their pale petals dusted with frost. I walk beside Cassius through the garden, our breath misting in the air between us. He has been quiet all afternoon, his usual warmth muted, and I finally can't take it anymore. What's wrong? I ask, touching his arm. He stops walking. Looks out at the mountains in the distance, and for a moment, I think he is not going to answer. Just thinking about my family, he says quietly. This time of year always makes me think of the winter hunts. My father used to take me when I was young. There were these grounds near the western border. Vast. Wild. He pauses, a faint smile crossing his face. Some of my best memories are from there. The warmth pulses between us through the bond. I squeeze his arm gently. It sounds beautiful. It was, he says softly. My eyes snap open. I know where he is. I move fast, crossing to the wardrobe and pulling open the doors. I grab a small leather bag from the top shelf and start throwing things into it, a heavy cloak. A water skin. My hands are steady now, my mind clear and focused in a way it hasn't been since last night when Osriel was taken. I sling the bag over my shoulder and head for the door. I walk toward the kitchens, taking the narrow staircase that leads down to the lower levels. I find a storage room near the back and slip inside, closing the door behind me. There is a pile of laundry on one of the shelves, uniforms waiting to be distributed to the staff. I pull out a maid's dress, plain gray wool. I strip off my clothes and put on the uniform. I braid my hair quickly and pin it up, then grab a white cap from the shelf and pull it on. I slip back out into the passage and keep my head down. The passages are busier than the main corridors at this hour, maids carrying fresh linens, kitchen staff hauling buckets of water. No one looks at me twice. I head for the side exit near the kitchens, the one the staff uses to haul in supplies and take out the waste. The cold air hits me the moment I step outside, sharp enough to steal my breath. I keep walking across the courtyard, my head down. I pass through the outer gates where guards stand watch. None of them stops me. None of them even looks twice at the maid in the oversized uniform. And just like that, I'm out. The moment I'm clear of the gates and into the tree line beyond, I shift. My wolf surges forward with a force that steals what's left of my breath, ripping through me in a wave of heat and power that makes my skin prickle. Finally, Luna snarls. Run. Now. She has been clawing at me since Logan walked out that door, demanding I let her loose. I've been holding her back while I thought, planned, and figured out where to go. Not anymore. We run. Logan. The chain comes down again, and the world goes white. It wraps across my back before the burn of the last strike has even faded, the spiked links biting into raw meat and dragging when he pulls it free. Silver. He has been clever about that. Every lash leaves the poison of it humming under my skin, and my wolf can't knit the wounds shut, can't do anything but howl somewhere far back in my skull where I can't reach him. My arms are stretched above me, wrists bound to a beam I can't see, the rope cutting circulation until my hands have gone numb and useless. My knees dropped to the dirt a while ago. I don't remember sinking, but my wrists are still taking my weight, and the whole of me hangs from my shoulders now. Every breath drags broken glass through my chest. You know what I keep coming back to? Cassius circles into view, the chain looped lazily in one hand, links wet and dark. He isn't even winded. How easy she was. I don't lift my head. Avery. He says her name like he is tasting it. All I had to do was be warm. Be kind. Listen when the great Ice King couldn't be bothered. He crouches, bringing his face level with mine. And she opened up like a flower. Told me everything. Wept in my arms about how alone she felt. Pathetic, really. A grown woman, a princess, and she fell for a spell a pup could see through if she had a single thought in her head that wasn't about herself. Something shifts in my chest. Slow. Heavy. The bond wasn't even good work, he goes on, standing again. Crude. Loud. Any wolf with half a mind would have questioned it. But not her. She wanted it so badly she swallowed it whole. He laughs, and the sound scrapes. She begged the moon goddess for a second chance, and I just handed her one. Watched her thank me for it. Watched her fall in love with a leash. My hands curl against the rope. That's your mate, Logan. He crouches again, closer this time, and lowers his voice like he's sharing something tender. Weak. Stupid. So desperate to be loved, she couldn't tell the difference between a man and a spell. His mouth curves. What does that make you, I wonder? The king who couldn't see what was happening in his own court. Who let me play his mate like an instrument right under his nose. The rage doesn't build. It arrives. All at once, whole, a thing that fills me from the soles of my feet to the backs of my eyes, and it does not care that I'm dying. It does not care about the silver or the rope or the meat hanging off my spine. The bond tears open inside me the broken, scarred, half-dead thing that's been aching in my chest for 5 years, and it roars, and her face is in it, her voice, the way she cried into my shirt and said I don't understand because he carved up her mind and left her to wander the wreckage. He did that to her. And he's standing here laughing about it. I move. I don't decide to. My body just goes, every muscle hauling against the rope at once, my shoulder screaming, the beam above me groaning. A sound comes out of me that isn't a word, that isn't human, that comes up from the wolf I can't reach and tears my throat raw on the way out. I throw myself forward against the bindings until I feel something in my wrist give, until the rope cuts to bone, and I don't stop. I want him. I want my hands on him. I want to feel his throat collapse under my fingers more than I have ever wanted anything in my life. Don't you say her name. It comes out wrecked, barely shaped. Don't you ever. The chain catches me across the face. I taste copper. My head snaps sideways, and the world tilts and rights itself, and I'm still pulling, still snarling, still trying to get to him through the silver and the rope and the dark spots blooming at the edges of my sight. Cassius watches me thrash with something like delight. There he is. He sounds pleased. Genuinely. I wondered if you had it in you. He brings the chain down again. Harder now. Across the open wounds already there, and the spikes find muscle and don't let go when he wrenches, and I feel something deep in my back let go with it, a tearing that goes past pain into a place that's just cold. He does it again. And again. He is not pacing himself anymore. He is putting his whole weight behind it, his face lit up, and each strike drives me further down until my forehead is nearly in the dirt and the only thing holding me up is the rope. The fury is still there. But my body won't answer it anymore. I pull against the rope, and there's nothing left to pull with. The strength goes out of my arms first, then my back, draining away like water through my fingers no matter how hard I grasp at it. I'm still snarling, but the sound thins, frays, comes apart into something that's mostly just breath. My wolf reaches for the surface one last time and doesn't make it. My breathing changes. Too shallow. Too fast, then too slow. There's a wet sound in it now that I don't like. Each pull of air costs more than the last, and somewhere in the arithmetic of it, I understand that the cost is going to exceed what I have. So this is it. The thought arrives without fear, which surprises me. I've imagined dying before, and I always thought it would come louder. Angrier. But it's quiet. Cassius is still talking. I can see his mouth moving. The chain still rises and falls. But the words have come unmoored from sound, sliding off into a hum that could be his voice or could be my own blood in my ears. The pain is still there too, but it's gone distant, a fire in the next room. I let it go. My mind turns away from him. Toward her. There is so much I never said. I built a whole life out of not saying things, out of swallowing them down where they couldn't make me weak, and now I'm out of time, and the words are all still in me, useless, hoarded. I never told her she was the first thing in years that made the cold in me feel like something other than home. I never told her that the night I rejected her, I went back to my chambers and put my fist through a wall and called it duty because coward was too true to bear. I had a plan. A stupid, careful plan, the garden, and time, and patience, every day a little closer, and I thought I had years to spend on it. I wanted to wake up to her. That's such a small thing. I wanted to learn what she's like in the gray light before she remembers to put her walls up. I wanted to argue with her about nothing over breakfast and lose on purpose just to watch her win. I wanted to grow old enough that the silver in my hair wasn't tea from grief. I wanted to put my hand on the small of her back in a crowded room and have her lean into it instead of away. I wanted to take it back. I almost did. The words were right there in the corridor this morning. I want to take back the rejection, and she never answered, and now she never will. And Azrael. The thought of him is a different kind of pain, and it's the only one that still reaches me. 5 years old and already too clever, already asking the questions that cut to the bone, already kind in a way neither his mother nor I taught him because he came by it himself. I had him for weeks. Weeks. After a lifetime of believing I'd never have anything worth being soft for, I got weeks, and I spent half of them sabotaging supply meetings out of jealousy instead of teaching him to track, to read the wind, to be a man who doesn't rule through fear because his father did, and learned too late what it cost. He'll grow up without me. He'll get tall, he'll be tall, I can see it already, and his voice will change, and he'll fall in love, and none of it will have me in it. Someone else will teach him to fight. Someone else will be there. I wonder what she'll tell him. I hope she lies a little. I hope she takes the few good days, the kitchen, the flour on my nose, the way he laughed, and makes them into more than they were. I hope she tells him his father loved him so much it frightened him. That part wouldn't even be a lie. The dark is closing in from the edges now, narrowing the world to a tunnel, then to less than that. But underneath it, threaded through the cold and the fading and the grief, there's something I didn't expect. Relief. Because the exchange held. Azrael is out of Cassius's hands. Whatever happens after this, whatever Cassius does with the throne, whatever threat he becomes, at least my son isn't there for it. I bought them time. Time for Avery to run, to hide him, to get him somewhere Cassius can't reach. I traded my life for a moment and got the better end of the bargain. I'm not afraid. I'm not even angry anymore. There's just this, the slow quiet, and the certainty under it, and her face when she said I care about you, Logan, for words she hadn't planned to say, the truest thing I've ever been given. I hold on to that. The dark takes the rest. My breath goes out and doesn't ask for more. Avery. Azrael. Safe enough. For now. I let go. Avery. The trees thin out at the edge of a clearing, and I drop to a crouch behind the last thick trunk before the cover runs out. I let the shift roll through me, bones reshaping, the world narrowing from 1,000 cents down to the dull range of human senses. The maid's outfit is where I left it, bundled and tied to my leg with a strip of cloth. I pull it on with stiff fingers. My legs are trembling from exhaustion. I ignore them. There's a sharper thing running underneath the tiredness, a wire pulled taut and humming, and it keeps my eyes clear. I study the building through the branches. It's an old hunting lodge, 2 stories of dark timber and stone, set back against the tree line with no road I can see. Remote. Exactly the kind of place Cassius would choose, somewhere nobody would think to look, and nobody would hear anything. There's a main entrance at the front, double doors, and a smaller one tucked around the side where the kitchen smoke is rising. Servants' entrance. I count the guards. 2 at the front doors. 1 walking the perimeter, slow, bored. 2 more by the side, and through the upper windows I catch movement shapes passing behind the glass. 6 that I can see. Maybe 8. Enough that I can't fight my way in, so I 1T. I'll walk. I tug the collar of the dress straight, smooth my hair back with both hands, and breathe until the wire in my chest stops singing quite so loud. This is what I came here to do. I come out of the trees on the far side, looping wide, so I approach from the track instead of the woods, like I belong to the road. Head down. Shoulders rounded. I make myself small the way I spent years watching servants make themselves small in my father's halls. The guard on the perimeter glances at me as I pass. My heart stops. His eyes skim over the dress. I keep my pace steady, even though every instinct screams to run. He looks away. The breath I've been holding comes out slowly and carefully. I keep walking toward the side door. It opens into a narrow corridor that smells like grease and wood smoke. I close my eyes. I haven't reached for the bond since the day everything came apart, and the thread that tied me to Logan went dark. I've spent every year running from the place where it used to be, because reaching for it and finding nothing felt like dying twice. But I'm not running now. I press my palm flat against the cold stone wall, and I reach for him. Nothing. For a moment, there is only the hollow where the bond should be, and terror floods up my throat so fast it nearly drops me. Too late. The word fills my whole skull. Too late, you came all this way, and you're too. No, Luna snarls it. Try again. He is there. I know he is there. I reach deeper, past the fear, and then I feel it. Faint. So faint it's barely there, flickering like a candle in a draft. But it's there. He is alive. See? Luna's voice cracks. I told you. Something in my chest unclenches and clenches again at once, relief and fear braided so tight I can't tell them apart. I follow it. It pulls me toward a narrow stairwell going down. I take them. The air changes as I descend, colder, heavier. It starts to smell like damp stone and, underneath it, something metallic that I refuse to name. The bond tugs me to a heavy wooden door at the end of it all. I push it open. The smell hits me before anything else, blood, so much of it, thick and metallic and so heavy in the still air that it coats the back of my throat. I gag on it. And then I see why. He is hanging from the beam. Chains run from an iron ring in the ceiling down to his wrists, stretching his arms above his head so his whole weight drags against them. His shirt is gone. His back is turned toward me, and it's at isn't back anymore. The silver chains have been used on him, dragged across him again, and they've torn through skin and into the muscle beneath, and the wounds aren't closing. They just bleed, sluggish red running down in streams over his ribs, dripping off him onto the stone. His head hangs forward. His hair is matted dark with sweat and blood. He isn't moving. The world tips sideways. My knees go, and I catch myself on the doorframe, fingers driving into the old wood hard enough to splinter, and I drag a breath in. It comes wrong, too sharp, snagging on something in my throat that might be a sob and might be his name. I can't tell which one is trying to get out. My eyes blur at the edges. Everything narrows down until there is nothing in the world but him, broken and hanging and so terribly still. For one horrible second, I'm certain the bond lied. That I followed a dying ember to a body already cold. That I'm too late. Then his chest moves. Barely. A shallow, dragging rise that shouldn't count as breathing. But it moves. I'm across the room before I know I've let go of the door. My hands find the chains at his wrists. The cuffs are heavy iron, locked, and there is no key on the wall, no key on the floor, nothing. I grab the chain above his left wrist and pull, throwing my weight back against it. It doesn't give. I plant my feet and pull again, harder, and feel my wolf rise up beneath my skin and pour her strength into my arms. Still nothing. The lock holds. Panic claws straight up my throat. He is dying in front of me, right here, with his blood running over my hands, and I can't get him down. No. I wrap both hands around the chain and set my feet wide and throw everything I have into it, my whole body, my whole weight, every scrap of strength my wolf can lend. The metal groans. Somewhere in the mechanism something starts to give, a thin grinding shift, and I pull harder, a raw sound tearing out of me that I don't recognize as mine. The lock shatters. His left arm drops, and he makes a sound, low and wrecked, scraped up from somewhere deep. I get one hand under him to take the weight and go straight for the second cuff. I know how now, so the second lock breaks faster, and then he is falling, all of him, dead weight folding into me. I go down with him. I take him to the floor as gently as I can manage, but he is so heavy, and my arms are shaking, and the best I can do is keep his head from cracking against the stone as we both go down. I kneel over him with my hands hovering, not knowing where to put them, because everywhere I touch is ruined. His back is meat. The silver poisoned every place it opened, and the wounds aren't knitting the way a wolf is should they just gape and bleed, slow and endless. His breathing has a wet drag to it that frightens me more than the blood. I roll him onto his side, careful, so he is not lying on the worst of it. His eyes crack open. Just slits. Barely finding me. You shouldn't. His voice is gone, scraped down to a whisper, each word costing him. You shouldn't have come. Shut up. My hands won't stop shaking. I drag the apron off over my head, ball it up, and press it to the deepest of the wounds on his back. He makes a sound that might be pain and might, impossibly, be a laugh. Stubborn. You're one to talk. I'm crying. I notice it the way you notice rain after your already soaked tears running off my chin and dropping onto him while I lean my whole weight into the cloth, trying to hold the blood inside him, watching him fight for every breath. Don't you dare die on me, Logan. Don't you dare. His hand moves. It finds mine where it's pressed against his back, and his fingers close over it weak, almost nothing, but he means it. He squeezes once. Then I hear it. Footsteps in the corridor outside. Avery. The footsteps stop outside the door. I know that rhythm. I've heard it cross marble ballrooms and stone corridors, always unhurried, always certain the world will wait for him. The lock turns. The door swings inward. Cassius steps into the room, and for 1 second just one the smile slips off his face. He looks at me, then down at Logan on the floor behind me, the blood pooling dark beneath him. Something flickers in those amber eyes. Surprise, maybe even calculation, a man recalculating the board mid-game. Then the smile comes back, smooth and golden, like nothing has knocked it loose. I used to feel warmth the moment I saw that smile. Safety. The certainty that here was someone who understood me. Looking at it now, my stomach turns. I know what's underneath it. I've had time to go back through every conversation, every careful kindness, every moment he watched me open up to him, knowing exactly what he was doing with it. The warmth I felt was his. He handed it to me and watched me hold it like it was mine. Something tightens in my chest. Climbs. Avery. He says my name the way he always has, like it tastes good. Well. This is unexpected. I don't answer. I stay crouched where I am, between him and Logan, and I watch him cross the room like he owns it, like he owns everything in it, including me, and the thing climbing my chest gets hotter with every step he takes. I'll admit, I'm surprised to find you here. He shrugs out of his coat, drapes it over the back of a chair like he is settling in for a long evening. Though I suppose it saves me the trouble. I had men prepared to bring you to me. Now I don't have to wait. His head tilts. I can move things forward. You'll be my queen sooner than planned. You've always had good timing, even when you don't know it. Have I? Always. He steps closer, hand already reaching. Now come here. We don't have much time, and there's a great deal too. His fingers close around my arm. I slap him. I put everything into it, every shred of the rage that's been building since I felt the truth crack open inside me. His head snaps to the side, golden hair falling across his face, and the sound of it cracks through the room like a branch breaking. For a moment, he just stands there, frozen, one hand rising slowly to his cheek. When he turns back to me, the smile is gone, and what's underneath is bare and ugly and genuinely bewildered. Where, he says quietly, is this coming from? You know exactly where it's coming from. Avery. You built it. My voice shakes, and I don't try to stop it. Every feeling I had for you. You reached into my head, and you built it, thread by thread, and you let me believe the goddess gave me a second chance. You let me believe I was healing. I'm on my feet now. I don't remember standing. I doubted myself for you. I doubted my own instincts, my own wolf. Every time something felt wrong, I told myself it was me. That I was broken. That I couldn't trust what I felt because of what he did to me. My finger jabs back toward Logan. You used that. You used the worst thing that ever happened to me to carve me up and make me easier to hold. His jaw works. He says nothing. I am going to make you pay, I tell him, and my voice has gone very low and very steady, steadier than I've ever heard it. For every second of it. Every smile. Every lie. Every time I trusted you with something real. Cassius lifts a hand to his lip, where the corner has split against his teeth. He looks at the blood on his fingers with something like wonder. Then he laughs a soft, breathy thing, almost admiring. I underestimated you, he says. I knew you were soft. I didn't think you had any of this underneath it. You mistook openness for weakness. That's your failure, not mine. Yeah. He wipes his mouth. I can see that. He moves fast. His hand closes around my wrist and wrenches me toward him, and I let the change come into my fingers, not the full shift, just enough. My claws slide out, and I rake them across his forearm, for lines that open the fabric and the skin beneath, and he hisses and lets go. But only for a second. He recovers before I can get clear. His arm bands across my chest and slams me back against the wall hard enough to knock the breath out of me, stone biting into my shoulder blades. Don't, he breathes, his face inches from mine, test me. You've only ever seen the patient version of me, little princess. You don't want to meet the rest. Get your hands off me. Or what? His mouth curves. His gaze drags down me and back up, slow, and something in it makes my skin crawl. I have to say, I like this. All this fire. I spent months with a woman who looked at me like I hung the moon, and it turns out this, his thumb schemes my jaw, was underneath the whole time. I didn't know you had it in you. I think I prefer it. Disgust rolls through me, so sharp it's almost nausea. You're sick. I'm thorough. He pushes off the wall, still gripping my arm, and starts to turn toward the door, hauling me with him. I plant my feet and wrench backward. I am not going anywhere with you. His grip tightens to the bone. You don't get a say. I twist into him instead of away, throwing him off balance, and sink my claws into the wound I already opened on his arm. He roars. His hold breaks, and I'm loose for half a breath before he lunges again, both hands now, trying to get me around the waist, trying to lift me off my feet where I can't fight him. I bite down on his shoulder until I taste copper. Fuck. He swears and swings me away. I crash into the chair, his coat sliding off onto the floor. I pant, glaring at him as something in me goes very still and very clear. Never again will this man move me an inch I don't choose. He starts, but doesn't he finish it? Whatever he sees in my face wipes the word away, and his own face changes with it. The last of the smoothness goes. He comes at me, and this time, there's nothing careful in it. He grabs me by the hair, hauling me toward the door. I throw an elbow into his ribs, and he snarls and slams my head into the wall. The room goes white. Stop fighting me, he grits out against the back of my neck. You're only making this harder than it has to be. I spin around to face him. I would rather die than let you take me anywhere. I drive my knee into him before he can answer, hard enough to make his grip slip. He tears it free and hits me across the face, an open blow that snaps my head sideways and fills my mouth with blood. I don't go down. I come back at him with my claws and rake them across his ribs. He catches my wrist and twists until something in it screams, and I drive my other hand up into his throat, but he blocks it. He gets both hands around my neck and squeezes. The dark rushes in at the edges, but I don't let it take me. If I die here tonight, I rasp, you are coming with me. His grip tightens. My pulse pounds against his palms. Avery, he snarls, slamming my head back against the wall. The darkness surges closer. I release my claws. And just as I aim for his throat, the door bursts open. A man I don't recognize stands in the doorway, his chest heaving. My lord, we have to go. Now. The Eastern Court is here. Their forces are at the outer wall. They outnumber us. Yes. They are here. I knew I wasn't going to be enough to save Logan on my own, so before I came here, I sent a message to the forces my family had hidden near the Northern Court. Months ago, after I left, my parents had secretly stationed them near the Northern Court, too worried to leave me without help if I ever needed it. Cassius doesn't move for a second. He stands there bleeding, chest rising and falling, staring at me through the red. This isn't finished, he says, pulling his hands away. It is for you. He bares his teeth. For one horrible second, I think he will choose violence anyway. Then I feel it before I hear it, the tremor of paws striking stone, thousands of them, shaking the floor beneath us. A howl rises through the castle, answered by another, then another, until the walls seem to carry the sound. Cassius snatches his coat off the floor and presses it against his bleeding shoulder as he stumbles out the door, his man already pulling him into the corridor. Their footsteps recede, fast and uneven, and then for a moment, the room is quiet. I'm on the floor. I don't remember going down. My throat burns where his hands were. My wrist screams when I try to move, but all of it goes distant beneath the only thing that matters. Logan. I crawl to him. The stone is cold and wet beneath my palms, and I don't care. He asks where I left him, on his side on the cold floor, his head tipped against my folded apron. Logan. I get my hands on his face. His skin is so cold, colder than it should be, even for him. His lashes flutter. Logan, look at me. Look at me. His eyes open. Ice blue, unfocused, finding me by degrees. There you are, I whisper. His lips part. Nothing comes out at first. Then, barely, Sarah. The sound of my name almost breaks me. He is still here, but barely. I press my hands harder to his face, like I can keep him in his body by touch alone. Beneath the blood and the cold and the shallow rise of his chest, something in me reaches for him, even if it might be the last time. But all I find is the torn, aching place where the bond used to be. Luna surges forward so hard my ribs ache. Ask him to take it back. For a second, I don't understand what she is talking about, then it clicks. Logan, I call softly, and his eyes lock with mine. I need you to take it back. The rejection. Can you do it for me? Something moves behind his eyes. His hand lifts off the floor an inch, trembling, like he means to reach for me and can't quite manage it. Yes, he breathes. Just that. Yes. His throat works. I, Logan Frost, King of the Northern Territory, his voice breaks, but he forces the words out. Formally take back my rejection of you, Avery of the Eastern Kingdom, and accept you as my mate. I kiss him. He has cold and tastes of blood, and I don't care. I press my mouth to his like I can pour everything I have left into him, every word I never said, every moment I ran from this, every second I wasted doubting what I already knew. My hands are shaking as they hold his face. I feel him try to kiss me back, weak and desperate. Then the bond hits, not the broken, scarred thing it's been for 5 years, but all of it, whole, crashing back into place like a wave hitting a wall, flooding every hollow place it left behind when it broke, roaring through me so sudden and so vast that I can't breathe, can't think, can only hold his face in my hands and let it tear through me. 5 years. 5 years it waited. I pull back just far enough to see him. I love you, Logan. The words come out whole and certain, no walls left to hold them behind. I love you. The sound he makes breaks something open, low and ragged, a sound I've never heard from him in all the time I've known him. His hand finds my wrist and closes around it with everything he has left, weak and shaking, trying to pull me closer. I love you too, he breathes. The doors burst open, and my forces flood in. Avery. The doors crash open ahead of us, and I'm shouting before we're even through them. Where's the healer? I need the head healer, now. The stretcher jolts under Logan's weight as the soldiers carry him in, and I keep one hand fisted in the edge of the cloth, like letting go will undo something. The clinic smells of dried herbs and lye soap, all of it too clean, too quiet for the state he is in. The head healer comes around the corner, wiping her hands, and stops. The color drains out of her face all at once. Her mouth opens, and she sways where she stands, one hand reaching back for the wall, and I watch her start to go down. I'm across the room and gripping her shoulder before she can. Look at me. I keep my voice low, just for her, even though it's shaking. Not at him. At me. You are the only person in this room who can help him right now, so that is what you are going to do. Do you understand me? She blinks. Drags in a breath. Something steadies behind her eyes. Yes, my lady. Then she is moving, snapping orders to the attendants, and the room reorganizes itself around her hands. I make myself step back. It's the hardest thing I've done all night. I watch while they cut away what's left of his shirt and the wounds open fresh under the light. I press my nails into my own arms to keep my hands where they are. Every time the needle goes in, every time they shift him, and he flinches, I feel it land somewhere under my ribs, and it takes everything I have not to shove through them and put myself between him and all of it. I press my back against the wall, and I breathe. The door bangs open behind me. My lady. Thane stops dead 2 steps in. I turn and watch the same thing happen to him that happened to the healer. He is going to be fine, I say before he can say anything else. I say it like an order. Do you hear me, Thane? He is going to be fine. It takes him a moment. Then he nods, slowly, and his jaw sets. He is. Whereas Azrael? The question is already out of me, has been clawing to get out since the lodge. Is he? He is safe. He is in your room. Some of the tension leaves his shoulders. When we got back, and you were gone, we tore the place apart looking for you. Wouldn't he settle? Wouldn't he go to the nursery, wouldn't he let anyone carry him off, said he was waiting for you in your bed, and that was the end of it. A faint, tired softness crosses his face. He fell asleep mid-sentence. I didn't have the heart to move him. After what that boy has been through, he needed the sleep more than he needed his own room. My throat closes. Thank you. I look back at the table, at the wreck of Logan's back, at the healer's hands working fast. Stay with Logan. Don't let them, just don't leave him. I won't leave his side, Thane says. You have my word. I go. The corridor outside is long and cold, and I walk it fast, and with every step my heart slams harder against my ribs, not from fear. From something I'm almost afraid to let myself feel. My baby is back. My baby is home. The words run circles in my chest, faster than my feet, and by the time I round the last corner, I stop short. 5 guards stand posted outside my room. Spaced down the wall, alert, watching the corridor in both directions. Thane's doing it has to be. He couldn't be in 2 places, so he made sure my son was wrapped in steel before he came to find his king. Something in my chest aches and warms at the same time. I ease the door open. The fire has burned low, the room is washed in dim gold, and there are 2 shapes on the bed. One small, curled at the center. One slumped across the edge of the mattress, one hand stretched out, holding on. I move closer, quiet. It's Mira. She has pulled a chair to the bedside and fallen halfway onto the blankets, asleep sitting up, and her fingers are wrapped around Azrael's small hand so tightly it's a wonder he has still got circulation. Even in sleep, she won't let go. My heart goes soft and aches all at once. I know that grip. I know exactly what put it in her hands, the helplessness of watching them take him, of waking in the dirt with him already gone. She fought for my son until she couldn't stand. She is still fighting for him now, even asleep. I sniff hard, blinking against the sting in my eyes. Then I look past her to the middle of the bed. To my son. My shoulders drop. The tears come before I can stop them, and I press my hand flat over my mouth to keep the sound in. There is a thin cut healing on his cheek, another at the corner of his lip, the skin around them faintly bruised. Small. He is so small. I don't let myself wonder how he got them. I can't. If I follow that thought, I won't come back from it tonight, and he doesn't need me broken, he needs me here. My baby, I whisper. I cross to the bed slowly, careful not to wake Mira, and lower myself to the edge. I stroke his dark hair back from his forehead, the way I've done since he was small enough to hold in one arm. Then I bend down and press my lips to his forehead and stay there, breathing him in soap and sleep and something underneath that's just him, just mine. The tears run off my face, and I let them. When I pull back, his eyes are open. Ice blue, blinking up at me in the firelight, and then his whole face crumples with relief, and his arms come around my neck and pull. He holds on so tight he is half choking me, his face buried against my throat. I don't care. I let him hold tighter. My baby. I gather him in, all of him, breathing him in again. My baby, I've got you. I was so scared, Mama. His voice is muffled against my shoulder, and I feel the hot drops of his tears soaking through the fabric, and that's what finally breaks me open all the way. I cry into his hair. I'm sorry, I get out, the words coming apart. I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry I wasn't there. He pulls back, and his small face screws up into something fierce, trying so hard to frown like a grown-up. You don't gotta say sorry. He shakes his head, certain. You're not the bad guy, Mama. It's Cassius. He is the bad guy. His chin sets. He is the one who is gonna pay. A laugh tears its way up through the crying, wet, and cracked. I smooth his hair and make my voice as steady as I can. He will pay, my baby. I look him dead in the eye so he knows I mean it. Mama promises you that. I pull him back into me and just hold him for a while, rocking a little, the way I used to. Then, against my collarbone, small, where is Papa? I swallow. Everything in me wants to come apart again, and I don't let it, not in front of him. Papa got hurt, sweetheart. I keep my voice even by sheer force. The healers are with him right now. They're taking very good care of him. He leans back to look at me, and there's no fear in his face at all. Just certainty, total and unshakable. He's gonna be okay. He says it like he's correcting me. Papa is the strongest werewolf in the whole world. He's gonna pull through. My heart fills so fast it hurts. I press my lips to his forehead and hold them there. Yeah, I whisper. He is. The fever started after the healers finished. They done everything, cleaned the silver out of the wounds, stitched what would close, packed what wound tea, poured something bitter down his throat that was supposed to fight the poison the chains left behind. And then his skin went hot under my hand, hotter than any wolf should run, and it hasn't cooled since. I've been at his bedside all night. I wring the cloth out in the basin again, the water gone tepid, and lay it across his forehead, then his throat, then drag it down over the unmarked skin of his chest where I can reach without touching the bandages. His breathing is shallow and too fast. I watch it anyway, watch his chest lift and fall, counting it, because as long as it keeps moving, I can keep doing this. Sometimes I talk to him. Stupid things, half of them, things I'd never say if his eyes were open. I tell him Azrael said he is the strongest werewolf in the world. I tell him not to make a liar out of his son. The healers come and go on quiet feet, change a dressing, check the heat of him, murmur things to each other. I pretend not to hear. They keep telling me to rest. I don't move. When the fever climbs, I feel it before the cloth even tells me, a slow burn rising on his side of the bond, his pain bleeding straight into my chest with nowhere to go and nothing I can do with it. For 5 years, I lived with that thread dead and silent, and I thought there was nothing worse than the emptiness where he used to be. I was wrong. This is worse. Feeling him suffer, every spike of it landing in me, and being able to do nothing at all. Avery. The fever breaks somewhere near dawn. I feel it before I see it through the bond, that newly whole thread that has been carrying his pain into me all night with nowhere to put it. The burn eases. Something that was clenched lets go, and the heat under my palm starts to recede, his skin cooling by degrees until it's almost his own again. Almost cold the way the Ice King is supposed to be. I straighten in the chair I've been folded into for hours. My back screams. I don't care. His breathing has changed. Slower now, deeper, the wet drag gone out of it. I lean over him, the cloth forgotten in my lap, and watch his face in the gray light bleeding through the windows. His eyes open. Slowly, like it costs him. Ice blue, unfocused for a heartbeat, and then they find me. Lock onto my face like they were always going to, like there was never any question of where they'd land. There you are, I whisper. For a while, neither of us says anything. There's no crisis pressing in. Just the two of us and the soft sounds of a fortress waking up somewhere far below. How do you feel? I ask finally. Fine. His voice is wrecked, barely there. He shifts, as if to prove it, and goes white around the mouth. Don't. I press my hand flat to the unmarked center of his chest, just enough to still him. You almost died. You don't get to say fine. I'm awake. I'm talking to you. The corner of his mouth tries for something. Compared to last night, that's fine. Logan. He stops. Looks at me. Whatever he sees makes the deflection drain out of his face, and what's left underneath is raw and tired and honest. It hurts, he admits, quietly. All of it. But you're here, and that helps more than the medicine does. I don't have an answer for that. I just take his hand off the blanket and hold it, careful of the torn-up wrist, and the bond hums between us. I promised Azrael the moment you woke up. I descend for him. I'm already half standing. He made me promise twice. His hand tightens around mine. I expect him to argue to tell me he doesn't want his son seeing him like this, torn open and bandaged and gray. He doesn't. Something shifts behind his eyes at the mention of Azrael, something that pulls at the corners of my own chest, and he just nods. I cross to the door and find Thane exactly where he swore he'd be, slumped against the wall outside with his arms folded and his eyes closed, not sleeping, never quite sleeping. He's awake, I tell him. Send someone for Azrael. Thane nods at the guard down the hall without a word, and the man is already moving. Then Thane turns back, and I step aside to let him through. He stops just inside the doorway. Takes in Logan, and something moves through Thane's expression that he doesn't bother to control. He's not the king's commander right now. He's just a man looking at someone he thought he'd lost. Logan meets his eyes. Commander. Your Majesty. Thane's voice comes out rough. He clears his throat. You look terrible. I've been told. The corner of Logan's mouth moves. Thane exhales, and some of the tension he has been carrying for days leaves his shoulders all at once. He steps back out into the corridor. Then, distantly, small feet hit stone. Fast, faster, and then the door bangs open and he doesn't stop, doesn't slow, just runs straight for his father, following his scent across the room, and launches himself up onto the mattress and into Logan's arms. Logan's south arms close around him on instinct, gathering him in even through the bandages, even through whatever it costs him, and Azrael buries his face against his father's neck and holds on like he's never letting go again. The tears come before I can stop them, sliding hot down my face, and I don't wipe them away. I just stand there in the warm dawn light and look at the two of them tangled together on the bed, my son, my mate, and let it fill me until there's no room left for anything else. My family. Together. Whole. Logan. He hits me like a small, warm cannonball, and my arms close around him before my mind catches up, and for a moment, I can't breathe. It isn't the pain. The pain I could swallow. It's the memory, arriving without permission the morning of the exchange. Thane's south hands close around Azrael's waist and lift him, and Azrael immediately goes wild in his grip. Papa. He twists hard, both arms shooting back toward me, fingers spread wide. Papa, no. His boots kick against Thane's shins, his whole small body fighting, and his face his face is crumpling the way it does right before he cries, the way I have only seen it a handful of times. Papa, let me stay. Papa, please. Easy. Thane's voice is rough, strained with the effort of holding him. Easy, my lord. Let me go. Azrael's fingers are still reaching, still grabbing at air, still trying. Let me go, I want my papa, let me. I don't move. My hands stay at my sides. My feet stay on the stone. I look at my son reaching back for me and I do not go to him, because if I go to him I want to be able to do what has to be done, and he has to be safe, that is the only thing that matters, and so I stand there and I watch Thane carry him around the corner and I listen to his voice get smaller. Papa. Papa. And then nothing. Azrael's fingers tighten in my hair, and I come back to the room. He is here, alive, warm, his heart going fast against my chest, and those things crash together so hard I can't make a sound. I press my face into his dark hair and just hold on. Papa, you're squishing me. He wriggles back enough to look at me. Does it hurt a lot? Mama said the healers fixed you. Are you all fixed? Can you still shift? Can you? He pauses, narrowing those ice blue eyes at the bandages wrapping my chest. Why are you wearing all the white stuff? I open my mouth. Nothing comes for a second. Bandages, I manage. To help me heal. Oh. He accepts this completely, already moving on. I told Mama you were gonna be okay. I told her. Because you're the strongest werewolf in the whole world. My chest aches a different ache than any I've carried before. I look up over his head and find Avery watching us from the foot of the bed. Her eyes are wet, her arms wrapped around herself, and she is smiling through it in a way that splits something open in me. Our eyes meet. Neither of us says anything. We don't need to. She comes and sits, and the three of us settle into the quiet. Azrael ends up between us, cross-legged, and he talks enough for all three about the snow fort he still wants to build, about whether the cookie survived. I don't say much. I'm not sure I can. I just watch him, and I watch her watching him, and I let the sound of his voice fill the room. At some point, my hand finds hers across the blankets. I don't plan it. I just reach, and her fingers thread through mine and hold on, and she doesn't pull away. Logan. It's a few days before I'm anything close to whole again. The silver took its time leaving me my wolf fighting it out of my blood inch by inch, but the worst of the wounds has closed, and I can sit up without the room tilting, and Avery has come to my chambers every single one of those days like clockwork. She comes now the way she always does. pushes the door open without knocking, crosses to the bed, and starts in on me before she is fully through it. Have you eaten? Yes. All of it? Enough of it. She makes a sound that says she doesn't believe me and peels back the edge of the bandage at my side to inspect the wound underneath, her brow furrowed, her fingers careful. Her hands are always busy when she is here, straightening the blankets, refilling the water, fussing with the dressings whether they need it or not. I've started to think she does it so she has somewhere to put herself. I catch her wrist before she can reach for the basin again. Lie with me. She goes still. Not. I shake my head. The word came out heavier than I meant it. Just lie down. I want you close. Please. She hesitates. I watch the war happen behind her eyes. Then she toes off her shoes and climbs onto the bed beside me, careful of my side, and lies down. We stay like that a while, her head near my shoulder, the firelight low. Her breathing slows. Mine does too. Did you mean it? I ask. She tilts her face toward me. On the floor. When you said it. My throat works. This is the thing I've turned over 100 times in the fever and the long nights after. Did you mean it? Or was it just the moment, just thinking you were about to lose me? Fear talking. She doesn't answer right away. She turns toward me, and I turn toward her, and we're lying face to face now with only a few inches of space between us on the pillow. Her violet eyes are very clear in the pale light. Her hand comes up and finds the side of my face, and she closes the space between us and kisses me soft, deliberate, nothing uncertain in it. Not the desperate press of that moment in the lodge. This is something calmer and something more permanent, like signing her name to something. I meant it. Her voice doesn't shake. I love you, Logan. Not because I was scared. Not because of the bond. I love you. It wasn't the moment. It was true before the moment, and it's true now. I feel my mouth curve, and I don't fight it. I don't think I could. It's not the cold thing the court calls a smile, it's the other one, the one I've spent a lifetime making sure no one sees, and I give it to her whole and unguarded. Her breath catches. Don't, she whispers. Don't what? Smile at me like that. I don't know what to do with it. So I kiss her instead. My hand slides into her hair, tilting her head, pulling her down into me, and she comes willingly, her palm flat against my chest over the place my heart is hammering. The bond sings between us, whole and alive, and I feel 5 years of distance start to come apart at the seams. I drag my mouth from hers and kiss along her jaw, down the line of her throat, and a growl rolls up out of me, low and helpless, when I press my face to the curve of her neck and breathe her in. Her scent floods me warm, and hers and mine, and my wolf surges so hard I have to hold still for a second just to keep from losing myself in it. She pulls back enough to look at me. I know what she sees. I can feel it in my own face, the want I'm not bothering to hide anymore. I want you, I tell her, roughly. I don't think I can wait another second. Logan. Her hand presses flat to my chest, gentle. Your wounds. You're still healing. Worry pulls her brow tight. I don't want to hurt you. You want. I catch her mouth again before she can talk herself out of it, kissing her until the worry loosens, until her hands stop holding me back and start holding me close. I'm fine. Let me have this. Let me have you. I work my way down slowly, and she helps me, her fingers and mine clumsy together at laces and fabric, pulling away what's between us until there's nothing left. When I finally look at her, all of her, the firelight gold on her skin, I'm 5 years back and here at once. Childbirth changed her. The years changed her. I can see it, and it undoes me, because it means time happened, time she lived through without me, and I want every year I missed and every one still coming. She is not the girl I marked in this fortress and sent away. She is more. You're beautiful, I murmur against her skin, and I want her to feel it in every place my hands and mouth find her, not just hear it in the word. My mouth finds her breast, and she arches into me immediately, a soft cry escaping her lips. I take my time there too, my tongue, my teeth, gentle then not, until she is gasping and her fingers are twisting in my hair. I drag my mouth across to the other side, and she writhes beneath me. My hands slide down her stomach, over her hips, and I sink my fingers into her heat slowly, feeling her clench around me. Logan, my name tears out of her, her hips rolling toward my hand, chasing the sensation. I work her slowly, my mouth still moving down her stomach, across her ribs, small bites along her hip, her thigh, everywhere I've wanted to put my mouth for years. Her fingers grip the sheets, then my hair, then the sheets again, her whole body restless and straining beneath me. When I finally work my way back up her body, she is flushed and trembling, her chest heaving, her eyes dark and heavy when they find mine. Please, she breathes. I withdraw my hand slowly, feeling her shiver at the loss, and settle above her, my eyes finding hers in the firelight. I see everything in them, the love she said out loud on that floor, the fear she is still carrying, the trust she is handing me anyway. I enter her slowly, giving her every second to adjust, watching her face as I do. Her lips part. Her eyes flutter and then snap back to mine, holding. I love you, I tell her, low, certain, my hips beginning to move. I should have said it years ago. I'm saying it now. Logan, my name comes apart in her mouth, and I feel her nails find my back, careful of the wounds, pressing in. I set a slow pace, deep and deliberate, and she meets every movement, her hips rising to mine. Her breath comes in short pulls, her head tipping back, and I duck my head to drag my mouth along her throat, her jaw, the soft skin behind her ear. She shivers. Look at me, I murmur against her temple. Her eyes find mine, dark and heavy, and I hold them as I move, watching every flicker cross her face, every time pleasure pulls her apart a little more. Her fingers tighten on my back. Her thighs press against my sides, pulling me closer, deeper, and a sound tears out of her that unravels something in me completely. Say it back, I growl, my pace building. I need to hear it. I love you, she gasps, her back arching off the bed. I love you, I love you. The words undo me. I drive deeper, harder, and she cries out and grabs the sheets, her whole body straining beneath mine. The bond hums between us, alive and whole, and I feel everything she feels, every wave cresting higher, the tension coiling tight, her wolf reaching for mine across that bright thread. Her release builds until I can feel it in her, the way she tightens around me, the way her breath goes ragged and her eyes go glassy, and only then do I drag my mouth down her throat to the curve where her neck meets her shoulder. The place I marked her once before. I feel her breath stop. Her release crests and breaks, her whole body shaking beneath me, my name tearing off her lips. And then I sink my teeth in. She cries out, her arms pulling me closer instead of away, and the bond explodes between us, white and vast and whole. My own release follows, and I groan against her neck, holding her tight, breathing her in, my wolf finally, completely still. For a long moment, neither of us moves. Her fingers trace slow, absent circles on my back, avoiding the bandages, and her heartbeat gradually slows against my chest. I lift my head and press my lips to the mark, sealing it, and feel her shiver. You're still mine, I murmur into her hair. Not a question. She tilts her head back to look at me, and the smile she gives me, open, unguarded, nothing held back, is the most devastating thing I've ever seen. I'm still yours, she says. I think I always was. Avery. I'm making a sound before I'm awake enough to know it's me. It drags me up out of sleep by inches, a low ache building somewhere deep, heat unspooling through me in slow waves that have me arching into the dark before my eyes are even open. A dream. It has to be a dream, the kind I used to surface from flushed and guilty, because nothing has ever felt quite like this outside of one. Then I open my eyes. Logan is between my thighs with his mouth on me, his ice blue eyes already on my face by the time I look down at him. Logan, his name comes apart in my throat. He doesn't stop. His eyes hold mine, steady and dark, and one of his hands slides up to splay across my stomach, holding me down, holding me there. I should say something. I should remind him he is barely healed, that the bandages are still wrapped around his ribs, that the healers said rest. But my hips are already moving against his mouth, chasing it, and the warning dies somewhere between my chest and my lips. So I let myself have it. I push my fingers into his hair and let my head fall back against the pillow, and stop fighting the sounds he is pulling out of me. He takes his time, like he has nowhere else in the world to be, like the whole point of the morning is this and only this, and when the pleasure finally crests and breaks, it takes me apart so completely that I'm shaking with it, my thighs trembling around his shoulders, his name spilling out of me in pieces. He kisses the inside of my knee. My hip. The soft skin below my navel. Then he is moving up the length of me, slow and careful of his side, until his face is above mine and I can see the want still burning in him, undisguised. Good morning, he murmurs. I laugh, breathless and wrecked. You're supposed to be resting. I am resting. His mouth finds my throat. This is very restful. I mean to argue. I do. But then he is settling against me, into me, and the breath I was going to use leaves me on a gasp instead. He moves slowly this time, deep and unhurried, his forehead dropping to mine. My hands find his shoulders, careful of the wounds, and I let him set the pace and follow it, and somewhere in the warmth and the rhythm of it my mind drifts loose. I never thought I'd forgive him. The thought arrives without bitterness, which is the strangest part. There was a version of me, the one who fled this fortress 5 years ago with a newborn and a hole torn through her chest, who would have laughed in my face at this. Who would have sworn she'd sooner die than let the Ice King touch her again. And yet here I am, in his bed, his heart hammering against my palm, his breath unsteady against my cheek, and I am so unbearably glad I chose this. Glad I stayed long enough to learn the truth of him. Glad I let the walls come down. Beneath it all, quiet and constant, I feel Luna. I never stopped believing he would find his way back to us, she says, even when you stopped believing it. My throat tightens around something that isn't grief. Thank you, I tell her. For holding on when I couldn't. She doesn't answer with words. She just settles deeper, warm and humming, and lets me have the moment. Logan's pace changes, and I come back to my body all at once, to the heat of him, the press of him, the low sound he makes against my neck. I tilt my hips to meet him and feel everything coil tight again, and when it breaks this time we go over together, his arms caging me in, my name and is tangled in the space between us. For a long moment, neither of us moves. He starts to shift, easing his weight off me, lowering himself to lie back against the pillows. And then he goes still. Not the loose stillness of a man catching his breath. Something else. His whole body locks, his head lifting an inch off the pillow, every muscle gone rigid in a way that sends ice straight down my spine. I push up onto my elbow. Logan? His eyes are fixed on the middle distance, unfocused, listening to something I can't hear. Get dressed. His voice has dropped into something flat and cold. What's wrong? I'm already sitting up, already reaching for the sheet. Logan, what? Cassius is here. The words land like ice water. I'm out of the bed before I've decided to move, snatching my dress off the chair where it landed last night, pulling it over my head with hands that have started to shake. Here. As in. At the wall. He is up too, faster than a man with his wounds has any right to be, dragging a shirt over the bandages, and the wince that crosses his face when the fabric pulls at his ribs makes my stomach drop. He brought what's left of his forces. He's done waiting. No, the word comes out before I can think it through. I cross the room and put myself between him and the door, my palms flat against his chest. No. You can't, look at you, you can barely lift your arm without going white. You almost died, Logan. 8 days ago, you were bleeding out on a stone floor. I know what happened to me. He covers my hands with his, gentle even now. I was there. Then you know you're not ready for this. My voice cracks. Let Thane lead them. Let the soldiers handle it. You don't have to be the one who. Yes. I do. There's no anger in it. I'm their king, Avery. Cassius came to my gates, took my son, and put a chain to my back. I don't get to send other men to die for that while I lie here and heal. His jaw tightens. I lead them. That's what the crown means. It doesn't pause for convenience. I open my mouth. He shakes his head once, and I see it then, the thing I've come to recognize in him, that quiet, absolute certainty he wears like armor. The same look he had the morning he walked out the door to trade his life for Azrael's. There's no arguing him out of it. I know him too well to keep trying. So I stop. I drop my forehead to his sternum and breathe him in for 1 second, just one, and then I lift my face and grab him by the collar and kiss him hard. You'd better not die, I tell him against his mouth. Do you hear me? You took it back, you make me love you out loud, and then you go and die on me. I will never forgive you. Not in this life or any after it. His thumb brushes my cheekbone. I have no intention of dying. Promise me. I promise. He presses his lips to my forehead, lets them linger. Go. Get Azrael somewhere safe. Don't let him out of your sight. I nod and kiss him one more time before I leave. Logan. The shift takes me before I clear the courtyard, bones folding and reshaping between one stride and the next, and then there's only the wolf and the enemy spread out across my land like a stain. I hit their line at a dead run. The first one doesn't see me until I'm already on him. I take him down by the throat and I'm moving before he stops twitching, into the next, and the next, my claws finding flesh, my jaws closing on whatever comes within reach. My warrior surges around me, a wall of fur and teeth, the bond between us snapping taut and singing through my blood the way it always does in a fight. I feel them at my flanks, behind me, ahead of me, all of us moving as one animal with one purpose, and the rage that's been banked in my chest for 8 days finally has somewhere to go. The silver is still in my blood. The wounds across my back are still half knit, the stitches pulling, the poison dragging at my wolf like a stone tied to his leg. I don't feel it. Not yet. There's no room for it. There's only the next throat, the next body, the bright clean simplicity of protect what's mine, and I tear through Cassius's forces like the winter the southerners are so afraid of, until the snow goes dark beneath my paws and the screaming starts to thin and his men begin to break. And then I find him. He is at the heart of the chaos, and his wolf is bigger than I expected, a deep, golden brood of a thing, scarred and rangy. The moment our eyes meet across the churned ground, everything else falls away. His men, my warriors, the noise of it all. There's only him. We hit each other like an avalanche. He is fast. I'll give him that, even with hatred clouding everything, because a werewolf who fights badly is easy and Cassius is not easy. He matches me turn for turn, gives ground only to take it back, his jaws snapping inches from my throat again and again. And there's something underneath his fighting that makes the hair lift along my spine. No fear. None at all. He is a werewolf with nothing left to lose, no kingdom, no plan, no spell left to hide behind, and that scours away the last of his caution. I drive him back. I open his shoulder, his flank, force him onto the defensive and keep him there, hammering at him until his footing goes and I get my jaws around the back of his neck and slam him down into the bloody snow. His wolf screams. I feel the fight go out of his body, feel him sag, and for one breath, I think it's done. Then he shifts beneath me. The wolf collapses inward into a man, slipping out from under the weight of my jaws, and I have half a heartbeat to understand the trick before his arm comes up between us. Something flashes in his fist. Silver. He drives it in low, under my ribs, up into my chest. The cold of it goes through me like nothing I've ever felt. My legs fold. I don't decide to fall, the ground simply rises to meet me, and the wolf bleeds away whether I want him to or not, the shift dragging me back into a man's body sprawled in the red snow. My blood is hot across my chest, and the breath I pull in catches on something torn, and the edges of the world start to go soft and gray. Cassius rises over me, chest heaving, the dagger red and dripping in his hand. He is smiling. Of course, he is smiling. Through the haze, I watch him lift the blade, two-handed now, aim for my heart, but he doesn't see her. Fast. Silent. A wolf at a full, furious sprint, violet eyes fixed on the back of his unguarded neck. He never gets the chance. Her jaws close, and she wrenches, rips his head clean from his shoulders. It rolls across the ground, and for one heartbeat, the battlefield goes quiet. It really does. Then, seconds later, the fighting stops. I see her moving toward me, worry clear in her wolf's eyes, but I'm too exhausted to keep mine open. So I let them fall shut, a smile spreading across my face. My mate killed him. I couldn't be prouder. A year later. Avery. Something soft brushes my cheek. Then my jaw, the line of my throat, the dip of my collarbone kisses, slow and unhurried, drifting lower with no destination in mind. I'm still half tangled in a dream when I feel them settle against the swell of my belly, followed by a low murmur pitched too quiet to be meant for me. I open my eyes. Logan is crouched over me in the gray morning light, his dark head bent low, talking to our child. I can't make out the words they aren't mine to hear, but I can see the shape of them on his mouth, the careful way he forms each one as though it matters that he gets it right. The Ice King of the North, the man whose name once made my blood run cold, murmuring secrets to a belly that can't yet answer him back. He doesn't know I'm awake. I let him stay that way a moment longer, because there is something about watching him like this, soft and defenseless and completely unguarded, that presses against my chest until it aches. I reach down and slide my fingers into his hair. He lifts his head, and his eyes find mine. For a heartbeat, neither of us moves. Then he smiles, not the measured thing he offers his court, but the real one, the smile that softens every hard line of his face and still, after everything, undoes me completely. "Good morning, my love," he says, and leans up to kiss me. His mouth is warm against mine. I sink into it, into him, into the quiet weight of his hands spread across my belly like he is holding the whole world steady. There was a time none of this seemed possible, a time I would have laughed at anyone who promised me I'd wake one morning in the arms of the man who once sent me away in disgrace. We had to walk a long way to get here. For a long while, I swore I would never forgive him. The strangest truth of all, the one I can barely admit even now, is that I wouldn't undo the pain that carried me here. It led me, against everything, to this exact morning, his heartbeat slow and steady beneath my palm, and the gratitude that rises in me is so quiet and so complete that for a breath I can't speak around it. The door bangs open hard enough to rattle the frame. Azrael doesn't look at either of us. He makes a straight line for my side of the bed, climbs up with the focused energy of someone on an important errand, and leans down close to my belly with both hands braced on the mattress. "Good morning," he says to it, warm and serious. "How are you feeling today?" He tilts his head to the side, waiting, genuinely waiting, like he expects an answer and is prepared to receive one. Whatever he decides he hears satisfies him. He nods once, leans in, and presses a careful kiss against the swell of it. Then he sits back up and looks at me for the first time since he walked in. "When are grandmother and grandfather getting here?" "Tonight, sweetheart." "You said tonight yesterday." "And it's still tonight today." "The ball is tonight." I smooth his dark hair back. "They're coming a very long way. You have to be patient." He groans like I've asked him to lift the fortress with his bare hands. "I have to go get ready, then." He is up again just as fast, already halfway to the door. "Mira said I get to pick my jacket myself." "The blue one. With the buttons." And he is gone, the door banging a second time behind him, his footsteps thundering off down the corridor. The room goes quiet. I push up onto my elbow. I should get up. I have 1,000 things to do before tonight, the hall isn't even half ready, and the kitchen's needed me an hour ago, and someone has to. Logan's hand closes warm around my hip and pulls me back down into the sheets. "Logan." I pull against his grip. "Let go. I have things to do." The kitchens have run every feast in this fortress for 100 years. His mouth finds the curve of my neck. "The banners arrived yesterday." I checked. "That is beside the point. The seating is done. Thane handled it this morning." His lips drag up toward my jaw, unhurried, completely unrepentant. "Tell me one thing left on your list that can't wait an hour." I open my mouth. Nothing comes out. "You're also pregnant, Avery. You shouldn't be overworking yourself." I want to argue, to tell him I'm fine, but one look at him and the words die in my throat. He pulls me closer, and I stop reaching for reasons to leave and reach for him instead. He reaches for the hem of my nightgown and pulls it up and over my head in one smooth motion, tossing it aside. His eyes move over me slowly, taking in every change pregnancy has brought to my body, and the look on his face makes my breath catch. "You're beautiful," he says, and the way he says it leaves no room for argument. He pulls his own shirt off and tosses it after mine, then his pants, until there is nothing between us at all. His mouth finds my throat, and his hands move over me slowly, relearning every curve, unhurried, like he has nowhere else to be and nothing else worth doing. His lips drag down to my collarbone, across the curve of my breast, and when his tongue circles my nipple, I arch into him with a sharp breath. He takes his time there, his teeth grazing lightly, until I'm pulling at his shoulders trying to bring him back up to me. "Logan. I have you." His mouth moves lower, pressing a long kiss against the swell of my belly before continuing down. "Both of you." His hands are careful, always careful now, reading every shift and adjustment my body needs without being told. When his fingers find me, I'm already warm and wanting, and the sound he makes low in his throat sends heat flooding through me. Still so responsive, he murmurs against my inner thigh. "Even now." His mouth replaces his fingers, and I stop thinking entirely. My hand fists in his hair, and my hips roll toward him. I let every sound come out that wants to, because we are alone and he is mine, and there is nothing to hold back anymore. The pressure builds slowly and relentlessly until I'm trembling, his name breaking apart on my lips. He works me through every wave of it before he finally moves back up my body. He settles over me carefully, his weight balanced on his arms, eyes finding mine. You tell me if anything is uncomfortable, he says. Anything at all. I know. I reach up and pull him down. Stop talking. He enters me slowly, deeper than the careful pace suggests he wants to, and I feel the stretch of him and exhale against his shoulder. He holds still, giving me a moment, his lips moving against my temple. Okay, he breathes. More than okay. I roll my hips to prove it. He moves. Slow at first, deep and deliberate, his forehead dropping to mine, his eyes holding my gaze. The bond hums between us, whole and alive, and I feel him through it the way I always do now, his want, his focus, the fierce quiet thing underneath it all that is just him loving me without saying it in words. My fingers curl into his back, and I meet every movement, my breathing coming apart in pieces. He shifts his angle. I gasp. He does it again, watching my face, and then again until I'm gripping the sheets, pulling him harder against me. Logan. His name tears out of me. I know. His voice is rough against my ear. I've got you. He drives deeper, harder, his control finally giving way. I wrap myself around him and let the pleasure crest in waves that leave me shaking. Through the bond, I feel the moment he follows his groan low and wrecked against my throat, his body shuddering against mine. For a long moment neither of us moves. His weight settles beside me, careful of my stomach, and pulls me into his chest. I rest my hand over his heartbeat and feel it slow beneath my palm. I love you, he says quietly into my hair. I close my eyes and smile against his chest. I love you too. The list takes the rest of the day to conquer anyway. I spend it on my feet, moving from the hall to the kitchens to the cellars and back, my hands full and my mind in 100 places. The great hall transforms around me by the hour-long tables dressed in deep northern blue, evergreen and white winter roses wound the length of them, candles set into iron until the whole room glows. Banners from 4 territories hang from the rafters. The musicians arrive in tune in the corner. By dusk, the snow outside has gone violet, and the first guests are starting to climb the road to the gates, and the fortress fills with the sound of 100 conversations and the smell of roasting meat and spiced wine. It's beautiful. It's everything an interpack ball is supposed to be. And I don't care about a single bit of it, because the only people I'm waiting for haven't come yet. I take my place near the entrance to the hall as the guests begin to arrive, Logan at my side, Osriel pressed against my skirts in his blue jacket with the buttons, vibrating with the effort of standing still. The royals of the southern reaches come through first, then the western lands, each one bowing, each one offering their congratulations on the restored bond, their well wishes for the child. I greet them all. I smile. I say the right things. But my eyes keep going past them, to the road beyond the gates. The hall fills. The music starts. The wine goes around. But my parents are not here. I feel Logan's hand find the small of my back, steady and warm. They're just delayed, he says quietly, close to my ear. The roads are bad this time of year. They left 6 days ago. They should have been here by midday. I twist my hands together in front of me. My mother would have sent word if they stopped. She always sends word. He doesn't argue. He turns to the guard at the door. Send someone down the eastern road. 2 riders. Have them go as far as the river crossing and report back what they find. The rider goes. I watch him cross the courtyard and vanish through the gate into the dark, and I make myself breathe. A quarter hour passes. Then another. The rider does not come back. The cold starts in my stomach and spreads outward, the cold that means something is wrong before my mind has caught up to what. I know this feeling. I have lived inside this feeling. I felt it the night I waited at that high table for a son who didn't walk through the doors, watched a maid stumble in covered in blood instead, and the floor of the world dropped away beneath me. Logan. My voice has gone thin. The rider's not back. He's riding in the dark and the rain. It's slow going both ways. His hand finds mine, gently caressing it. Give him time. You sent him to the crossing. That's not far. He should have. The first drops hit the high windows. Rain. It comes soft at first, a scatter against the glass, and then, within minutes, it's coming down in sheets, hammering the stone, drumming on the roof, until I can hear it under the music, under the talk, under everything. The road out there is turning to mud and darkened water, and my parents are somewhere on it, where they aren't, or something stopped them, and now a man I sent after them has gone into the same dark, and he hasn't come back either, and the two facts braid together in my chest and pull tight. It's getting worse. I'm staring at the window. Logan, look at it, it's getting worse by the minute, they're out in that what if someone. Avery. He turns me by the shoulders to face him, away from the glass. Look at me. Not the window. Me. I look at him. I can feel you, he says softly. The bond hums between us, alive. He can feel exactly how fast my heart is going, the panic crawling up the back of my throat. Your parents are laid on a bad road on a bad night, and that is all this is. His hands slide up to my shoulders, his thumbs moving in slow circles. I want to believe him, but the rain is roaring now, and the doorway is still empty. The fear has its hands all the way around my throat now, and it is squeezing. Logan steps closer, one hand moving to cup the back of my neck, gentle and grounding. Don't. His forehead drops to mine, his voice low and steady. Don't go there yet. I'm right here. Breathe with me. Think of our baby. I try. I pull in a breath, feel his hands, and try to hold on to it. Mama. A tug on my skirt. Azriel, peering up at me. Mama. Where are grandmother and grandfather? You said tonight. It's tonight, and they're not here. Where are they? I open my mouth. I have to answer him. I have to find the calm voice and the gentle words, and I pull in a breath to do it. We're right here, my darling. The breath goes out of me all at once. I know that voice. I have known that voice my whole life. My head comes up. They're in the doorway. My mother and my father, soaked through, their traveling cloaks dark and dripping, hair plastered to their faces, looking road-worn and weary and absolutely, impossibly here. The tears come up so fast and so hard that the whole room swims. Grandmother. Grandfather. Azriel is gone from my side like a loosed arrow, tearing across the hall, and my father drops to a crouch and catches him out of the air, sweeping him up into his arms with a grunt and a laugh, pressing a kiss to my son's dark hair, then another to his forehead, holding him like he weighs nothing, like he is the most precious thing in 4 territories. I can't move. I stand where I am, and I take them in. They've aged. That's the thing that strikes me. There's more silver in my mother's hair than there was, new lines at the corners of my father's eyes. More tears spill over and run hot down my face. I make myself walk. Slowly, because my legs won't do more than that, across the hall toward them. My mother's arms come around me, and I sink into them, her scent wrapping around me completely. The last of me comes apart. The tears fall freely now, the way they do too easily these days with the babe pulling every feeling closer to the surface. I press my hand to my mouth. I thought I would never see them again. The day I left, I truly believed that this exact moment, the two of them in front of me close enough to touch, would only ever live in the ache behind my ribs. Oh, none of that. My father's voice is gruff. He sets Azriel down and reaches for me. Stop your crying, now. We're here, aren't we? I pull back from my mother's arms just far enough to look at him, and there are tears standing in his own eyes, bright and unspilled, his jaw working to hold them. He is telling me to stop crying, and he can barely hold himself together, and I understand then that this moment weighs exactly as much for them as it does for me. That they spent the last year not knowing if they'd see me whole again, either. I let go of my mother and throw my arms around him. He holds me tight, one big hand spread between my shoulder blades, and his scent settles over me the same way hers did. My breathing steadies against his chest. There, he murmurs into my hair. Then, pulling back, swiping roughly at his own eyes and pretending he isn't, you're about to be a mother of 2, Avery. Can't be falling to pieces every time you lay eyes on your old parents. What kind of example is that? A laugh breaks out of me, wet and startled and real, and I wipe my face with the heel of my hand. Someone clears their throat behind us. I turn. Logan has crossed the hall to join us. He stops in front of my father, and the two men look at each other for a moment. Logan extends his hand. I'm glad you're here. Both of you. My father looks at the hand. Then he takes it, gripping it firmly, holding it a beat longer than necessary. A message in it. Logan holds his gaze and doesn't look away. Whatever passes between them settles something, because my father releases his hand and gives a single nod. Logan turns to my mother. She bats his hand aside and pulls him into her arms instead. I watch the surprise go through him, stiff for half a second before she squeezes him tighter, and I hear her say it against his shoulder, plain and warm and brooking no argument, "Your family now. We hug in this family." Logan's arms come around her, slow, like he's not quite sure he's allowed. And over her shoulder, his eyes find mine, and the corner of his mouth lifts small. It pulls one out of me to match it. Then my mother releases him, and my father claps him on the back. Azrael grabs his grandfather's hand to drag him toward the soldiers he has been dying to show off. We all move together into the warmth of the hall. Logan falls into step beside me, and I feel his eyes on the side of my face before I turn to look at him. There is the faintest hint of satisfaction in his expression. "Don't," I say. "I didn't say anything." "You were about to." The corner of his mouth lifts. "I told you they were fine." I shake my head, but I'm already smiling. I reach up and touch his face. "Thank you," I say quietly. "For not letting me fall apart." He covers my hand with his, turning his face into my palm for just a moment, and something in that small gesture, the way he just lets himself have it, openly, in the middle of a crowded hall, fills me so completely I can barely hold it. I rise onto my toes and kiss him. He kisses me back, one hand coming to rest against my jaw. When I pull back, his eyes are still closed for a breath. "I love you," I tell him. He opens his eyes and looks at me, really looks, the way he does sometimes, like he still can't quite believe I'm standing here next to him. "I love you too," he says.